Chapter 593. This so-called pursuit of repairing the universe and restoring the truth is not from the original intention of Xiaoming civilization. Instead, it was through the previous battle of consciousness. The two sides infected each other, and finally these humans took it from the mechanical gods. This concept was born after the mechanical god was born in the subspace. The mechanical god was almost born with this universe, earlier than the birth of the subspace. Of course, it may also be that he discovered the subspace later. In short, when he discovered the subspace and a series of phenomena brought by the subspace, he had an extreme rejection of the subspace. He believed that the subspace was a toxin, a disease, and an illusion. Only a pure material universe is real and perfect. So the subspace needs to be cleared and repaired to restore the original universe. Of course, the concept is the concept, and it is obvious that the mechanical god does not have the ability to realize these. Until now, the subspace is still powerful, and the mechanical god itself is broken. Even now, this concept is gone, and this cultivation concept has been seized by the humans of Xiaoming civilization. Although it seems to be an idea, there is nothing to seize. But in fact, this idea is very important. Because this idea is generated by the strong emotions and instincts of the mechanical god, it has a special information uniqueness. It can be said that this idea is part of the divinity of the mechanical god. And when these humans of the Xiaoming civilization seized this idea, they combined it with the psychic insulated divine body they had transformed before, and the divine body and divinity were combined. This made the Xiaoming civilization truly become a material god. Although it cannot be compared with the real material god in terms of strength, it is essentially the same. From then on, Xiaoming civilization embarked on a special evolutionary path, the path of material gods. So they called themselves the cultivator civilization, because the concept of cultivation is their divinity. When they obtained this divinity, the subspace tide had begun to recede. And the fragments of the mechanical god also suffered some injuries in the previous battle, and no longer had the power to threaten the new cultivator civilization. Of course, the new cultivator civilization could not do anything about this immortal material god. The injuries suffered by the mechanical god were very light, and he would recover soon. At that time, he would definitely attack the new cultivator civilization again. The reason why the cultivator civilization won the previous time was unexpected. The mechanical god did not expect that this tiny civilization that seemed to have given up struggling could actually burst out such power and fight a consciousness battle with a god, so they won once. This is also because the mechanical god is too weak. In his heyday, his computing power was almost unlimited, and he could exhaust almost all possibilities in an instant. In front of such a him, there is nothing unexpected. But now, he is too weak and can no longer see the future, which is why humans can turn the tables. But humans can win the first time, but the second time, it will not be so easy, and human civilization will lose. The newly born cultivator civilization also understands this. They took advantage of the weakness of the mechanical god and sealed the mechanical god fragment into the core of the planet, so that he could never be born again. Then they began to wander in deep space and embarked on a journey of cultivation. They are ready to practice their supreme ideals throughout the universe and complete their path of material god evolution. At this time, the subspace tide had just erupted, and civilizations everywhere in the universe were plunged into mass extinction. Occasionally, there were survivors, but they also faced the rampage of countless subspace demons, and the surviving civilizations were wantonly slaughtered and played with by those demons. In such despair and darkness, many lives began to believe in evil gods in order to seek the protection of gods. But this often brings deeper darkness and despair. In this context, the newly born cultivator civilization began to use their material god bodies to dispel the remaining subspace tidal forces and save those civilizations that were in despair. This is their way of cultivating the truth, saving civilizations from the threat of the subspace. This naturally gained a lot of gratitude, and even some civilizations wanted to join them. However, without the fragments of the mechanical god, the cultivator civilization could not perform psychic stripping and transformation on other civilizations, and could not let other civilizations join them. So in the end, they were the only ones who embarked on a new journey. In this way, they wandered in the universe for thousands of years, and saved a large number of civilizations. Their way of cultivating the truth has also made great progress. At this time, they are not only psychic insulators, but also powerful psychic black holes. Almost any existence related to the subspace will be dispersed as long as they get close to them. If this power develops to the limit, it may be able to completely expel the power of the subspace and return the universe to a real state. Just as they were imagining the future, another force found them. That is, the Mechanicus, This is a sect that worships the mechanical god, and many of its members are actually humans. These humans transformed themselves in various weird ways, half human and half machine, and they were very crazy. They regarded the cultivator civilization as blasphemers, who stole the power of God, and hunted them down. The cultivator civilization only realized at this time that although they had long been away from the fragments of the mechanical god, their previous connection had never been severed. They were still considered the divine body of the mechanical god. There were more powerful fragments of the mechanical god in the mechanical church. He sensed the existence of the cultivator civilization, so he sent his subordinates to hunt down this civilization, preparing to use this special civilization to complete himself. So, the cultivator civilization and the mechanical church started a war in the starry sky. The result of the war was a tragic victory for the cultivator civilization. And the mechanical church came to hunt down only a small part of them this time, and more church troops were still coming. So the cultivator civilization set off again, but this time, it was no longer a cultivation journey, but a journey of escape. In this way, they fled in the starry sky for thousands of years, fought many battles with the mechanical church, and the population was reduced tenfold from several trillions to only hundreds of millions now. Those reduced populations were captured by the people of the mechanical church and recast into the body of the mechanical god. Then, they met Suyu. Hearing that Suyu claimed to be a friend of the mechanical god, these cultivators were naturally furious. After all, they fled for thousands of years, and the population was reduced tenfold, all thanks to the mechanical god. How could they not be angry? So that's it. After reading this, Suyu was speechless and confused. Speechless because he was completely unprovoked, and was implicated by the name of the mechanical god. The doubt is that the mechanical god seems to be a cruel and evil god. Why is the mechanical god he knows so gentle? Also, this so-called cultivator civilization, the power that can dispel spiritual energy, seems to have not been displayed at all just now. Just when Suyu was thinking, the solidified star-class warships in his palms suddenly moved. Chapter 594. The power used by Suyu is the ability of the space-time mechanic, which directly solidifies space-time. In his palm, the dozens of star-class warships, all actions were stopped, and everyone couldn't even think. But now, those warships actually began to move. This is the solidification of space-time, and under the action of some force, it began to loosen. Is this the so-called power of the god of things? Suyu felt that his spiritual energy was being dispelled by a strange force. This power is obviously the power of the god of things of those cultivators, the power of cultivation. Before, when the cultivators attacked Suyu, they did not use the power of the god of things. It may be because they were afraid of being sensed by the mechanical church, or it may be other reasons. But now, they are trapped in Suyu's palm, unable to move, and can only let Suyu slaughter them. So they no longer care about any extra considerations, and directly began to use the power of the god of things to try to dispel Suyu's power. This also shows that these people are not completely solidified, at least they can turn one or two thoughts and activate their abilities. Although Suyu's space-time mechanic is powerful, it will also be restrained by this power that can dispel psychic energy. After all, this material god power is a powerful power that can be compared with the subspace. However, because Suyu's strength is too strong, these material god powers are like a small flame trapped in the ice, burning hard, trying to melt the ice. Although it is effective, it is extremely slow. So Suyu is not in a hurry, but tries to analyze this strange power. This power makes Suyu feel a little familiar. Suyu remembered that the mechanical god he knew at the beginning had his body destroyed, so he asked Suyu to help him build a new body. After the consciousness entered the new body, the mechanical god awakened a new power, which was a kind of psychic energy, but it was completely opposite to ordinary psychic energy, and could turn extraordinary abilities into invisible. Isn't this almost the same as these so-called material gods? The only difference is that the material god power is pure material power without any psychic energy. The power of the mechanical god is a kind of extraordinary ability, which is highly related to the subspace. However, now that he understands the origin of the mechanical god, Suyu feels a little strange. The mechanical god is a pure material god, how can he awaken psychic energy? Sure enough, the mechanical god I know is very special, completely different from the one known by this cultivator civilization. By the way, the power of these cultivator civilizations is the same as the mechanical god. Can it be used to awaken him? Suyu's heart suddenly moved, and he thought of a possibility. Then he tried to summon the information of the mechanical god to contact the power of the material gods. The body of the mechanical god had long been destroyed, leaving only some information of the origin, which was preserved by Suyu. Due to mysterious reasons, Although there was complete information, Suyu was unable to revive the mechanical god and wake him up. But at this time, as soon as the information of the mechanical god came into contact with the material gods, amazing changes immediately occurred and a violent reaction occurred. The information of the mechanical god began to multiply, fission, transform, and erupt crazily. In a short period of time, this information multiplied tens of thousands of times out of thin air and rushed towards the cultivator civilization. The speed was so fast that Suyu was a little bit unable to react. But Suyu still strengthened the output of time and space solidification at the critical moment, and solidified the information of the mechanical god. There was no way. The information of the mechanical god rushed too fiercely just now. Suyu was worried that after it came into contact with those cultivators, it would completely erode and pollute the information of those cultivators. That would be equivalent to a massacre, exterminating this civilization. This cultivator civilization has saved countless lives, and is a group of good guys. Although there was a misunderstanding with Suyu, it was not fatal. Suyu naturally wanted to stop this kind of thing. As Suyu increased his output, the warships that had been somewhat loose before were solidified again. Even if they kept bursting out the power of the material god, it was useless. Suyu's continuous output could offset all their efforts. At the same time, the information of the mechanical god was also solidified. Except for Suyu, who had the perspective of the creation of the universe, this information was not visible to others at all. But in Suyu's vision, the information of the mechanical god showed a certain extremely strong aggressiveness. If Suyu hadn't seen the opportunity quickly, the group of cultivators would have been devoured by him. Even in the solidification of time and space, the mechanical god was still madly squirming, slowly rushing towards the group of cultivators. His information was like a monster made up of countless tentacles, cruelly preying on the cultivators. Suyu had never seen the mechanical god in this state. Before he fell asleep, he was a great god, but now, he didn't know what was wrong. What's going on? Is the mechanical god really not a good thing? Suyu thought to himself. The cultivator civilization was harmed by the mechanical god, and almost extinct. In their mouths, the mechanical god was extremely evil and cruel. But Shi Chuan recalled the help he had received from the mechanical god before, and it didn't seem like it. Mechanical god, old friend, wake up. Suyu tried to call. It didn't matter if he didn't call. With this call, the information of the mechanical god squirmed even more. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling something was wrong. When the information of the mechanical god squirmed just now, Suyu felt a certain fluctuation of consciousness in it. At this time, the mechanical god had indeed regained consciousness. However, his fluctuation of consciousness seemed a little strange, completely different from the one Suyu was familiar with before. Could it be? Suyu had a bad premonition. The evil god is immortal, and will be resurrected in the depths of the subspace after death, but the resurrected evil god is not the previous one. It is just equivalent to a new consciousness born on the corpse. At this time, the mechanical god who had just awakened gave Suyu such a feeling. It seems that after the death and resurrection of the mechanical god, he is no longer the same person. But the mechanical god is not dead at all, he is just sleeping. So where does this new consciousness come from? The mechanical god fragments seem to have the ability to sense the power of the same origin as themselves. The mechanical church has relied on this to hunt down the cultivators for thousands of years. So it seems that there are other fragments that sense the information of my old friend, and even occupied this information through the connection? Suyu's heart sank, and he thought of a possibility. That is, the other evil mechanical god, or the mechanical god worshipped by the mechanical church, took over the information of Suyu's old friend with the help of some kind of induction. That's why it showed such a strong aggressiveness, and ignored Suyu's call. In front of me, it occupied and eroded my old friend without even saying hello, very arrogant. Suyu's eyes showed cold light and murderous intent. The next moment, his ability was fully activated. Chapter 595. Suyu has a total of 4 abilities, which are above the 5th level. These 4 abilities are the causal power of the causal mechanic, the holographic scanning of holographic perception, the space-time control of the space-time mechanic, and the last one is the infinite energy characteristic. At this time, Suyu activated these 4 powerful abilities at the same time for the first time. Holographic perception provides precise positioning, and the causal power is activated, so that almost any action of the opponent cannot get normal results, forming a strong control. Then infinite energy is used to provide energy, and the ability of space-time control is activated at the maximum power. In just a moment, the mechanical god information that was rushing towards the cultivator civilization suddenly paused, and a strange flicker appeared. This is Suyu controlling it with the power of causality, and then using the ability of space-time control to extract abnormal information inside it. Suyu's space-time control can not only affect time and space, but can also control everything within space-time. Since the mechanical god is in this space and time, even if he is an illusory information body, he is under Suyu's control. So, under Suyu's full effort, an abnormal will was quickly separated from the mechanical god's information body. That will exists in a strange information state, and its projection in space is spiral-shaped, which looks similar to the mechanical god's divine body, but much more complete. Just by looking at this projection, Suyu can vaguely guess how powerful this will was in its heyday. At that time, he rolled up the galaxy with a spiral divine body, and fought with other great beings of the same level as him. Although he now only has a projection of his will, it is not something that anyone can underestimate. Human. The will projection looked at Suyu, and made a faint sound. With just 2 syllables, Suyu felt that there was an extra double helix information body in his consciousness, which was frantically replicating itself. At the same time, his body began to twist, showing some strange spiral mechanical structure. Whether physically or mentally, Suyu was transforming into a mechanical god. Obviously, it was the will projection that was angered by Suyu's behavior and attacked Suyu. He wanted to transform Suyu and make him a part of his body. Facing such an attack, Suyu's expression turned cold, his body and consciousness suddenly exploded, and the whole person died instantly. Suddenly, the spiral will projection was stunned. The next moment, Suyu's figure appeared again, and the abnormalities in his consciousness and body had been completely cleared. That was one of the abilities of Suyu's control of time and space, reincarnation restart. This ability was originally used to restart the small universe and restore the state. But now, after Suyu became a space-time mechanic, he was able to use this ability on himself. So he could instantly refresh all states and recover the damage by committing suicide and restarting. No longer needing to return to the microcosm directly after death, he could be resurrected on the spot. Of course, if the enemy was too strong, Suyu would not choose to resurrect on the spot, but to return to the microcosm to avoid it. But obviously, the enemy he was facing at this time was not one of them. After Suyu was resurrected, he immediately counterattacked. His counterattack was holographic scanning plus space-time control. He frantically scanned and copied information against the projection of will in order to snatch the opponent's unique information. This is what Suyu learned from the cultivator civilization. The original Xiaoming civilization used this method to snatch the divine concept of cultivation from the mechanical god fragments, and thus embarked on the path of material god evolution. The original Xiaoming civilization could do it, and Suyu, who had holographic perception in time and space control, could naturally do it. At this time, Suyu was much stronger than the original Xiaoming civilization. Although the will projection in front of him seemed to be much stronger than the mechanical god fragments that Xiaoming civilization faced at the time, it didn't matter. It was just a projection anyway, and Suyu didn't believe that he could turn the world upside down. In an instant, Suyu extracted and copied a large amount of information from that projection. Is this the real mechanical god? So that's it, the power of the spiral. Suyu figured out some of the secrets of the mechanical gods by interpreting the extracted mechanical gods. All the mechanical god fragments that Suyu had seen had a spiral structure. This was not a species issue or an aesthetic reason. It was related to the original power of the mechanical god. The original power of the mechanical god was the spiral. This is the most original force in the material universe. Everything in the world, from the galaxy universe to microscopic particles, cannot be separated from spirals and rotations. The universe has been rotating since the Big Bang. According to religious people, this is called the first driving force, the original driving force of the universe. This force can not only drive the universe, but also drive life and machinery. The mechanical god controls this power and rules the power of spirals. Because he controls such divine power, even in the battle between material gods billions of years ago, the mechanical god is one of the top ones. Because of this, he was besieged and finally fell and shattered. The broken him formed billions of fragments, scattered throughout the universe. Because the injury was too severe, most of the fragments lost their activity in the endless years of sleep. Only a small part retained its activity and will, and tried to repair itself and return to its peak. The projection of the mechanical god that Suyu was facing at this time was the largest fragment. It had absorbed a lot of other fragments, and restored part of its power in its heyday. It even established the Mechanicus, and sent believers to search for his other fragments throughout the universe. The cultivator civilization was also included in it, because it had been transformed, and seized the god of the mechanical god fragment. Now, when Suyu released his old friend, the sleeping mechanical god information body, It was immediately sensed by the mechanical god fragment of the Mechanicus in the depths of the distant universe. Using this sense, the will descended directly, controlled Su-Yu's mechanical god information body, and tried to devour the cultivator civilization and directly absorb the two fragments. Fortunately, Su-Yu stopped him. Blasphemer. I will remember you. Just as Su-Yu was extracting this information quickly, the projection of the mechanical god suddenly made an angry sound. Then, he collapsed with a bang. It seemed that he could not do anything to Su-Yu's information extraction. In order to avoid losses, he withdrew first. After all, he came here as a projection of his will, not the real body. If it was the real body that came, it would probably be Su-Yu who would withdraw. And when the projection of the mechanical god's will disappeared, Su-Yu immediately heard a familiar voice. Su-Yu? It was his old friend, the gentle fragment of the mechanical god, who really woke up and recognized Su-Yu. But from his tone, it seemed that he was a little afraid to recognize him. After all, Su-Yu's strength had changed too much. Chapter 596. When the mechanical god was asleep, Su-Yu had just reached the 4th level. Now that he had woken up, Su-Yu's strength had far exceeded that of an ordinary 6th level, and could be called a half-step galaxy level. The mechanical god seemed to have a very clear sense of Su-Yu's strength. There must be some powerful sensing mechanism in his body, similar to Su-Yu's holographic perception. So when he just woke up, he immediately realized that Su-Yu was incredibly powerful now. So such a huge gap made the mechanical god a little afraid to recognize him. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder how long he had been asleep. Could it be that tens of thousands of years had passed? Su-Yu smiled slightly when he heard this, and sent a data stream to the mechanical god, telling him about all the things that had happened recently. Only such a short time has passed. After reading those data streams, the mechanical god still felt incredible. Since he fell asleep, all the time in the blue galaxy, and the microcosm has only been 1,000 years. Most of these events happened in the Azure Galaxy in just 100 years. That is, in just 100 years, Su-Yu was promoted from the previous 4th level to the current 6th level or above. How did he do this? Even though Su-Yu had told him everything that happened, he still couldn't believe it. Su-Yu was speechless when he saw the mechanical god was so shocked. The real body of the mechanical god is much more powerful than the current Su-Yu. However, the mechanical god still seemed to remember nothing, and didn't know his true identity. The mechanical god also knew nothing about the battle between Su-Yu and the will projection just now. Thinking of this, Su-Yu hesitated for a moment, and still sent a copy of what had just happened and all the information related to the mechanical god to the mechanical god. The reason why Su-Yu hesitated was that he was worried that after the mechanical god knew his identity, he would become a bad mechanical god like other fragments. But after a little thought, Su-Yu still did not hide it. After all, the mechanical god would know about this sooner or later. Even if he had any changes, with his current strength, Su-Yu could completely control him. At most, he would restart him and restore his previous state. After receiving Su-Yu's information about his identity, the mechanical god was stunned. He was even more shocked than when he just woke up and saw Su-Yu's strength. After a long time, he murmured, "So this is my origin, the fragment of the material god. The first driving force spiral power." Seeing the mechanical god stunned, Su-Yu asked tentatively, "Are you okay?" The mechanical god immediately came back to his senses and said, "Are you worried that I will become one of those evil mechanical gods?" Su-Yu nodded and admitted it generously. "If the mechanical god really becomes bad, then I'm sorry, I can only let him sleep again." Hearing this, the mechanical god chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I won't. I'm different from them." The they that the mechanical god said were naturally the other mechanical god fragments. After hearing this, Su-Yu carefully observed the state of the mechanical god and confirmed that he had not undergone any malignant changes, so he nodded and said, "That's good, but what is the difference between you and other fragments? Because you can awaken psychic power?" The mechanical god shook his head and said, "Yes and no." Then he continued, "Just now, I remembered a lot of forgotten knowledge. The spiral force, this original force, is all-encompassing, involving countless fields. Among them, many aspects of the mechanical field are driven by the spiral force. And in the field of life, the spiral power also plays a big role. When the complete mechanical god was broken, his spiral power was also broken, carried by those fragments, and flew to all parts of the universe. And I, the inherited spiral power, its field is mainly life. Life is a magical thing. Many changes in this universe are born out of life. Even the birth of the subspace is inseparable from life. I have the spiral power of the field of life, so my relationship with the subspace is much deeper than other fragments. So I can awaken special psychic powers, but they can't. That's why the projection just now wanted to devour me madly, because I am one of the important puzzle pieces. Hearing this, Suyu instantly remembered a lot of things in the past. When the mechanical god sank into the heart of the earth, the power was emitted, and it could create a mechanical life civilization. This kind of power, other mechanical god fragments do not seem to have this kind of power. The fragment that Xia Ming civilization encountered at the beginning used signal fluctuations to erode the mechanical creations of Xia Ming civilization and cause the machines to rebel. But it seems that it does not have the ability to create new mechanical life out of thin air, otherwise, it would not need to rely on the mechanical creations of Xia Ming civilization. Now that I think about it, it is obvious that the field of the spiral force of the mechanical god fragment is not in life, and its field may be control, invasion, etc. In addition, there is a concept in the divinity of the mechanical god fragment that is cultivation, that is, repairing the universe and achieving reality. This concept was seized by Xia Ming civilization, so it has been hunted down to this day. This concept may also be the embodiment of spiral power in a certain field. Sure enough, the mechanical god continued, this cultivator civilization also mastered some spiral power, and its field is repair, restoration, and truth. The power of this field can restore all distorted and damaged things to their original appearance. From microscopic particles to the universe and galaxies, they are all within the scope of this power. This power is very precious and important. No wonder this cultivator civilization has been hunted for thousands of years. After listening to Suyu, he resolved many doubts in his heart. It turns out that this so-called cultivation power has such a great origin, and is part of the original driving force of the universe. No wonder it can dispel spiritual energy and restore the universe. The last question. Suyu said, this cultivation civilization is now solidified by me, and their cultivation power is in front of you. What are you going to do? After Suyu finished speaking, he stared at the mechanical god. At this time, the mechanical god had already understood his origin, so his information body also turned into a complex spiral structure like the previous projection of will, slowly rotating. In this way, there was no change in human expression at all, but Suyu seemed to be able to observe his true emotions from his spiral. After listening, the mechanical god thought for a moment, and then said, I can't do anything. The power of cultivation and my power are actually mutually exclusive. If you really want to restore the universe to its original state, I'm afraid you have to destroy all life and return to the universe, but my power is to create life. So I'm not interested in this kind of power. After listening, Suyu felt that the mechanical god was telling the truth, and he was relieved. The mechanical god was still the mechanical god, and he didn't become an evil mechanical god. So he smiled and said, Welcome back, old friend. Chapter 597. The spiral body of the mechanical god also trembled slightly. See you again, old friend. Then, Suyu asked, What do you think of this cultivator civilization? Suyu has now awakened the mechanical god, so there is no need to entangle with this cultivator civilization, just let them go and leave. However, this cultivator civilization has stolen the spiral power of the mechanical god after all, so Suyu wants to hear the mechanical god's own opinion. The mechanical god heard this, and seemed to look at the cultivator civilization, and then said, They are developing very well, but unfortunately, they have been targeted by other mechanical god fragments, and it is destined to be a dangerous road. Suyu nodded. It was indeed as he said. This civilization has been hunted by the mechanic church, and it is not easy to survive until now. Then Suyu asked again, Now that you understand your life experience, what are you going to do in the future? Hearing this question, the mechanical god seemed a little confused. Before, he didn't know who he was, so he just muddled along. Now that he knew that he was actually a fragment of the eternal god of things, what should he do next? He was a little undecided for a moment. Although he was a fragment of a god, his personality was like that of a gentle human being, so he was confused. Suyu smiled. Since you don't know what to do, just try to complete yourself like other fragments of the mechanical god, and become the immortal material god who destroyed the galaxy again. Those mechanical god fragments seem to be devouring each other, trying to restore their original power. If this continues, sooner or later a new mechanical god will be born from these fragments. Since a new mechanical god is destined to be born, Suyu naturally hopes that it is the one he knows. The mechanical god was silent for a while after hearing this, and then said, Okay. He accepted Suyu's proposal. Since he accepted it, it means that he will be enemies with other mechanical god fragments in the future and devour each other. This is not in line with his character, but he knows that even if he does not look for those fragments will come to him. He looked at the cultivator civilization. Although the form of the mechanical god is a spiral spire, and there is no organ such as eyes at all, so you can still sense the existence of his eyes. That is the flashing of some symbols on the spiral spire. The mechanical god's body is covered with various mysterious symbols, and the flashing of these symbols seems to represent his actions. All his behaviors are completely different from ordinary life, and are more like a kind of instructions at the bottom of the universe. For example, if he wants to move, the symbols on the surface of his body will flash to represent movement. Then he really moved. These symbols seem to be the code of the universe. And the mechanical god is the collection of these codes. The mechanical god stared at this civilization. The symbols on the surface kept flashing, and no one knew what he was thinking. Even Suyu couldn't quite understand those symbols. If he could understand these codes, then he could probably become the mechanical god. Suyu was a little curious. The mechanical god had clearly said before that he was not interested in the power of the cultivation civilization. Why is he staring at the cultivation civilization now? Suyu didn't ask, because the mechanical god was obviously thinking. After a while, the mechanical god finally came back to his senses, and seemed to remember something. He said uncertainly, "This cultivator civilization seems... something is wrong. How did they seize the power of cultivation?" Suyu frowned slightly when he heard this and said, "Is there anything wrong?" The mechanical god said, "Of course there is something wrong. This power of cultivation is part of the spiral force, the original power of the universe, and only material gods like us can master it. It is the divinity of material gods. Although these humans have been transformed by the technology of psychic stripping, and have a part of the power of material gods. But after all, their essence is too weak. They should have been swallowed by the piece of mechanical god fragment in an instant. There is no reason for them to seize the mechanical god fragment in turn. The power of the piece. So, there is a third party involved." After listening to this, Suyu was already alert. Third party power? To be able to help humans seize the power of the mechanical god, this third party must be very powerful, and very familiar with the power of the mechanical god. Who would it be? Another material god? The mechanical god said, "It is very likely that in the material god war, there were many material gods participating in the war. The last one left was naturally not the mechanical god. This material god, who attacked secretly, may be the enemy of the mechanical god." Before he finished speaking, the cultivator civilizations that were solidified in Suyu's palm suddenly shattered silently. It seemed that they were just an illusion, a soap bubble. Just now, this soap bubble was punctured, so it immediately shattered into countless fragments and disappeared into the void. Not good. Time and space retracing. Seeing that the situation was not good, Suyu immediately activated his ability and retraced the time and space in his palm to rescue the cultivator civilization before it completely disappeared. However, it was useless. The destruction of that cultivator civilization was all around. Their past, present, future, even information bodies, causal bodies, and everything else were all shattered. What is this? They are all virtual? Suyu was a little surprised. He found that the essence of this cultivator civilization was extremely illusory. Illusion, not nothingness. Illusion is false, nothingness is nothing. The idea of this cultivator civilization is to repair the universe and return to reality. But they themselves are extremely illusory and false, which is really a contradiction. And what made them change from reality to illusion was the words of the mechanical god just now. These words revealed some facts about this cultivator civilization. This fact is that the cultivator civilization relies on the power of another material god to seize the power of cultivation. Once this fact was revealed, it immediately triggered a mysterious mechanism, which made them change from reality to illusion, and then shattered. This situation looks familiar. Is it the observer effect? Suyu looked at the cultivator civilization that was about to disappear completely, and his mind was working rapidly. He thought of a possibility. A long time ago, when Suyu was studying the subspace analyzer, he had entered the quantum state. In that state, he had to observe himself to maintain his existence. Once he could not observe himself, he would become a probability cloud and disappear from reality. That state seemed to be similar to the state of these cultivator civilizations. So the material god who acted in secret mastered the quantum power? Or the real and illusory ability? Suyu muttered to himself, vaguely guessing who was behind these cultivator civilizations. At this time, the mechanical god seemed to have finally remembered, and was a little surprised. "I know, the material god who acted in secret is the Supreme Consciousness." Chapter 598. Suyu heard a name that he had never heard of suddenly pop out of the mouth of the mechanical god, and couldn't help asking, "Supreme Consciousness? What is that?" The mechanical god explained, you should know the quantum effect. The material bottom layer of this universe is quantized, and everything exists in the state of probability cloud. But on a macro scale, it collapsed into a stable substance. This is because there is a supreme observer who observes the entire universe with his consciousness and causes the entire universe to collapse. This is the supreme consciousness, also called the supreme will, the eye of the universe observer, etc. He is a very special one among the material gods. He has never participated in disputes, but has silently observed and maintained the existence of the universe. He did not participate in the war at the beginning. Unexpectedly, he actually attacked these humans now. So you only knew at this time that there was such a material god, whose power was to observe all things in the world and collapse quantum into a material universe. And now, all these cultivator civilizations have disappeared, probably because the supreme consciousness stopped observing these people. So they all turned from stable and real matter into ethereal quantum probability clouds. The reason why the supreme consciousness turned away was because Suyu and the mechanical god just talked about a third-party force taking action in the dark. When Suyu and the others realized the existence of this third-party force, it really existed and immediately showed its power. This may also be an observer effect. It may also be a murder to silence the witnesses. The supreme consciousness did not want Suyu and the others to find his true body through these humans. No matter what, save people first. Suyu moved his mind and used his own power. After understanding the source of power, it is much easier to deal with it. One of the basic professions of Suyu's space-time mechanic is the digital god mechanic. This profession has an ability called data truth, which is to reverse the real and the unreal, and take the real as the unreal and the unreal as the real. At this moment, Suyu activated this ability. In an instant, those cultivator civilizations that had almost completely disappeared gradually emerged again. It was Suyu who reversed their reality and illusion. The ability of the supreme consciousness is pure physical rules and quantum effects. Suyu's ability is complete psychic power and data truth. These two powers can offset each other. It seems that the state of the supreme consciousness is not very good. He is probably broken into pieces. Perhaps, this piece of fragment is hidden in these humans, so they were able to merge their consciousness and seize the power of cultivation of the mechanical god, because they were possessed by another material god. Suyu looked at the solidified cultivator civilization in his palm and said to himself. The mechanical god next to him heard it and agreed, it should be like this. The power held by the supreme consciousness is very special and almost invisible. Even if it is the same material god, it is difficult to find him. He is hidden in the consciousness of these humans, even I can hardly see it. Suyu nodded after hearing it, and then said to his palm, isn't it time for you to come out? If you don't come out, I will be rude. He was talking to the supreme consciousness. This supreme consciousness is hidden in the consciousness of the cultivator civilization, and it must be able to hear Suyu's voice. Then, Suyu heard a disembodied voice. I want to see why you are so rude? This voice, coming from nowhere, seemed to ring out of thin air in the depths of Suyu's consciousness, almost making him mistake it for the voice deep in his heart. With Suyu's current strength, there is very little power that can affect his mind, and it is a miracle that such a change can occur. It seems that it is indeed the supreme consciousness. Obviously, this supreme consciousness, relying on its invisibility, does not care about Suyu at all. Suyu's eyes turned cold, and he directly activated the holographic perception and scanned the palm. Before, when Suyu scanned the cultivator civilization, he only scanned their spacecraft and data records, and did not scan their thinking memory. After all, they were all human beings and had no hatred, so Suyu did not want to do too much. But now, since there is a material god hidden in the consciousness of these humans, Suyu will not be polite and will scan directly. He wanted to see if the hidden ability of this material god was that powerful, and how it compared with the holographic perception scan. Suyu activated the holographic perception at full power, and frantically scanned all the humans of the cultivator civilization. He ignored the memories of those people, and instead searched deep in their minds for any hidden external will. However, after a scan, Suyu found nothing. It seems that there is a way to resist the fragment of the supreme consciousness of the 7th level. Suyu did not give up, but activated the holographic scan again, and at the same time, the ability to control time and space was also activated. The ability to control time and space also has a similar effect to the holographic perception scan, and can directly control the information in time and space. The two methods complement each other, and are activated at the same time, and the scanning power is strengthened again. Originally, the holographic perception of the 7th level river system seems to have broken through a realm, and reached a certain unknown level under the increase of time and space control. Finally, Suyu used the holographic scanning that was enhanced again to find a strange consciousness in the depths of those people's consciousness. This consciousness is extremely illusory and extremely real. He seems to be observing everything in the world all the time. As soon as Suyu scanned him, he felt that the other party also saw him at the same time. Suyu instantly felt that everything about him was about to be seen through. Suyu's heart was cold, and he was about to launch a counterattack against that consciousness. However, before Suyu could make a move, the consciousness suddenly screamed and disappeared silently. You destroyed this universe. Before the consciousness disappeared, it left a sentence containing infinite resentment. Suyu was a little confused. What was wrong with this guy? Suyu tried to scan several times again, but he could not find the consciousness anymore. It seemed that he really disappeared. Suyu had no choice but to stop and ask the mechanical god. After hearing Suyu's account of what had just happened, the mechanical god seemed to be a little shocked. Then he said uncertainly, Suyu, you may have done something with very serious consequences just now. The Supreme Consciousness has been observing the universe. If he is not observing, the quantum structure of the universe will collapse. And correspondingly, if he himself is observed, it may bring the opposite result, and his own structure will collapse. You just observed him, which is the greatest harm to him. And that fragment of the Supreme Consciousness may be the last fragment. From now on, this universe may not have the Supreme Consciousness. Chapter 599. No Supreme Consciousness? Suyu was slightly shocked. Just now, he just glanced at the fragment of the Supreme Consciousness, and he completely destroyed this powerful material god. This material god was so weak that only the last fragment was left, and then it was broken in Suyu's hands. This guy appeared for a short moment and died completely. This death was too hasty. But the mechanical god is a fragment of the material god, and it is the spiral force that controls the field of life. His induction should be correct. The Supreme Consciousness should really be gone. So what will happen without the Supreme Consciousness? What are the consequences? Suyu thought about it and asked. According to the mechanical god's previous statement, the Supreme Consciousness is the observer of the entire material universe. It is with the observation of this material god that the microscopic quantum collapses into the macroscopic universe. Without the Supreme Consciousness, who is observing the universe now? Who is maintaining the stability of the quantum system? Once the quantum system collapses, the material universe will instantly become a dream bubble and disappear without a trace, just like the previous cultivation civilization. But now, the universe is calm, and nothing like that has happened at all. That's why Suyu asked this question. The complete extinction of the Supreme Consciousness should have serious consequences, so why is there no movement at all? The mechanical god was silent for a moment after hearing this and said, I don't know. The material god controls the rules of the universe, and is essentially the incarnation of the rules of the universe, and should be immortal. But now, the Supreme Consciousness has completely disappeared. His extinction should lead to the collapse of the quantum system, but nothing has happened now, which gives me a bad feeling. As he spoke, the body of the mechanical god kept turning, as if observing the surroundings, looking for the source of the bad premonition. Suyu saw this and also raised his vigilance. But the surroundings were empty and calm. Suyu started the holographic scan and scanned the space and time of thousands of light years around him, but there was nothing abnormal. But Suyu still did not take it lightly, because he also faintly sensed the crisis. He felt that he seemed to have been stared at by something. But you can't find the source of the crisis, right? There is no problem in the material universe, so the problem lies in the subspace, Suyu thought to himself. It seems that with the complete demise of the Supreme Consciousness, some changes in the subspace have been triggered. Suyu's mental power moved, and he was about to enter the subspace to see what was going on. Since leaving the Azure Galaxy, Suyu has never entered the subspace of the original universe again. The Azure Galaxy is just a small place, and in the subspace there, at most, there can only be such existences as the tyrannical evil god. As for the subspace of the original universe, who knows what is there? Maybe once you enter, you will run into some extremely powerful subspace entity, which will be your own death. Suyu has always been very cautious before, never entering the subspace, and never using any means to perceive the subspace. But now it seems that no matter how cautious you are, it is still useless. What is coming will come sooner or later. The unknown existence in the subspace is focusing its attention on Suyu. If Suyu does not go in, that thing will probably come to find Suyu. In this case, it is useless to be timid. Suyu is ready to enter the subspace directly and face those unknown existences to see what they are. Don't. Suyu just moved his mind, the mechanical god suddenly said. He seemed to see Suyu's thoughts, and said excitedly, Don't do it, I have a feeling that once you enter the subspace, you can't turn back. There will be great danger. Suyu heard this and stopped his action immediately, his face solemn. The mechanical god now knows Suyu's strength, but with Suyu's strength, the mechanical god would actually say can't turn back. What is in the subspace? Suyu thought for a moment and chuckled. Don't worry, I'm very tough. Then, he resolutely probed his mental power into the subspace. Then, Suyu's eyes went dark and bright. He didn't see the vast subspace and countless demons as expected, but only saw a round table. Suyu found that he was sitting at an ancient bronze round table, next to which was endless darkness, and nothing could be seen. This is somewhat like the scene when Suyu first participated in the Supernatural Federation, and met with Xiao Xiaomin and others. After Suyu realized this, he immediately turned around to see who was sitting at the other places beside the round table, or what was sitting there. This sight immediately startled him. On his left, sat a monster made up of countless tentacle worms. The body of this monster was constantly wriggling and changing, and it never had a fixed shape. Those tentacle worms seemed to be constantly fighting, devouring, and evolving each other in his body, forming a strange ecosystem. In this ecosystem, in a short period of time, it was as if it had undergone billions of years of evolution and development, and it was simply a civilization composed of tentacle worms. From time to time, worms that have evolved to a certain degree, either individually or collectively, rush out of this ecosystem, come to the round table, crawl around, and then are destroyed by some strange forces that descend out of thin air and disappear without a trace. Suyu glanced at the tentacle monster for a few seconds, then turned his head and looked to the right. Sitting on his right was a beautiful woman. With just one look, Suyu felt that he was in love. This woman seemed to have concentrated all the elements related to beauty in the universe, which could make anyone who saw her intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. But Suyu was such a person that he instantly regained consciousness, waking up from the state just now, with only indifference in his heart. Looking at the woman again, she was not even a human being, but a strange monster, which seemed to be made up of the corpses of billions of alien creatures. These corpses seemed to have died extremely miserably, and the corpses looked extremely ugly, which made people feel disgusted at a glance. These corpses did not keep wriggling like the previous monster, but just piled up there quietly, showing their dead appearance to the fullest. Suyu carefully observed the corpses, and found that there were indeed a large number of humans among them. His eyes turned cold, and then he turned his head again, and looked at a figure sitting opposite him. It was a mirror, and Suyu saw himself in it. But that self had a gloomy face, and a strange smile on his face. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and broke his neck. Suyu suddenly felt a pain in his neck, as if his head and body were separated. However, this minor injury was nothing to him. He recovered with a thought. Finally, Suyu lowered his head and looked at himself. He saw nothing. He had no form here, only a void. Chapter 600. Suyu could clearly sense his own body and strength, and even saw his own image in the mirror opposite. But when he lowered his head, he could not see himself, but only a void, and he did not know what was going on. And what were the three monsters around him? Where exactly is this place? Why did he come here? There seemed to be a lot of seats on this round table. But only 4 of them were sitting at this time, who were originally sitting on the remaining seats. At this time, Suyu was filled with countless doubts. And the 3 monsters next to him did not seem to have any intention of answering him. Those 3 monsters were very strange. Suyu could not sense any known spiritual energy on them, and it seemed that there was no threat except for the strange appearance. But Suyu would not think so. He had a hunch that if he attacked these 3 monsters, the consequences would definitely be very bad. So Suyu perked up and carefully observed the 3 monsters. He said nothing, and at the same time thought quickly in his mind, guessing the origins of these 3 monsters. After a long time, the worm monster next to Suyu squirmed and made a sound. This sound was not in any language Suyu had ever heard, but the moment he heard it, he could understand its meaning. It was a sentence, and its meaning was. Finally, a new member came to the highest throne of the subspace. At this time, the monster composed of countless corpses also made a sound like corpses rotting and exploding, forming a language. Its meaning was, being able to easily destroy the last bit of consciousness in the material universe, he is worthy of being the god of. After listening to this, Suyu thought to himself, destroy the last bit of consciousness in the material universe? Are you talking about the fragment of the material god, supreme consciousness, just now? Suyu did a good job of destroying that thing, but what is the god of? Who? Him? What are those 2 words? Finally, a few words appeared on the mirror opposite Suyu, which were actually the imperial language familiar to Suyu. Welcome. The new true god. Although it was just a line of dry words, Suyu always felt that he heard a treacherous laugh in this line of words. Obviously, these three monsters were trying to communicate with Suyu. But Suyu was silent and said nothing. He would not communicate with these guys before figuring out the situation. Otherwise, he might be in trouble. Seeing that Suyu did not move, the three monsters seemed to communicate silently for a while, and then suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, Suyu was the only one left here. Until now, he was still confused and didn't know what was going on. But now that the three monsters are gone, Suyu can explore this place. He first tried to get up from his seat and explore the darkness around the round table. Although Suyu couldn't see his body, he could feel it, so his actions were normal. He got up and took 2 steps, and then he noticed something. Before, Suyu used the ability to control time and space to enlarge his body because the cultivator civilization attacked him, which was much larger than a star, and he held the entire cultivator civilization in his hand. Now, although he came to the subspace, this enlargement did not seem to be lifted. And such a huge Suyu, just sitting in front of the round table, actually felt a little small. How huge is the round table? And the three monsters we saw before, aren't they much bigger than the one Suyu saw before? Suyu thought in his heart, and at the same time took a step and walked around the round table. He saw that there were a total of 9 seats beside the round table, which were piled up into seats by darkness. Suyu sat on one of them. In 4 of the seats, the darkness was faintly twisted into complex symbols, each different. In the position of the worm monster, the symbol was 2 intertwined spiral worms, forming an infinite symbol style. In the position of the corpse monster, the symbol was a twisted and broken eye. In the position of the mirror, the symbol was 2 black and white lines, forming an X. And there was also a symbol at Suyu's position, but it was a straight line, which went straight up, and it became thicker as it went up. Suyu looked at it for a while, but he couldn't figure out what these 4 symbols meant. He could only remember them in his mind, and think about them slowly later. Then, he investigated the bronze long table again, but there was no result. In fact, with Suyu's strength, he could investigate all the properties of this long table in an instant. Holographic scanning, time and space control, the two combined, can't they do anything to a table? However, it really can't. Because, that table doesn't exist at all. In other words, its true image is not a bronze long table, but the moment Suyu entered here, he subconsciously felt that the atmosphere here was suitable for such a table, so it appeared. When Suyu studied it, it also kept changing with Suyu's thoughts. So Suyu's study of it has no meaning, it is just a projection of Suyu's thoughts, and studying it is studying Suyu himself. After a fruitless study, Suyu walked towards the darkness. Only there was no exploration. When Suyu walked into the darkness, his eyes suddenly fixed. Because he saw that there were faint flickering spots of light in the darkness. Those spots of light were very small, and Suyu's eyesight almost ignored them. He quickly focused his attention, and those spots of light rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. When he saw what those spots of light were, he was shocked and speechless for a long time. Those spots of light are galaxies. Each spot of light is a huge galaxy, and in each galaxy, there are hundreds of billions of star systems, and there are countless lives and civilizations. All of these are concentrated in that one spot of light. And such spots of light, at first glance, are endless. So, this darkness is actually the material universe? And now, I am looking down at the entire universe from a certain supreme perspective? Suyu said to himself. Although it is a bit incredible, this is a reasonable explanation for everything Suyu saw. Suyu thought he had entered here with a superstellar body size. And those monsters were also superstellar bodies like him. But now it seems that he was still shallow. Now Suyu's body size is more than a star. The Milky Way is just an invisible light spot in front of him. How huge is it? After Suyu came here, he seemed to have experienced some strange changes, and his body actually expanded to this extent. Is this the reason why he can't see his body? Such a huge body size has exceeded his own observation ability, so he can't see it at all, Suyu guessed in his heart. However, there is another guess, that is, his body size has not changed at all, it is the special environment here. This space is the highest point of the entire universe, so it can overlook the entire universe. Chapter 601. Suyu thought that the second possibility was the most likely. After all, how could there be such a good thing as ascending to heaven in one step? Mo Ming came to this space, and then became a god overlooking the entire universe. Suyu shook his head slightly. He explored this space for a while, but did not find anything more. Then, Suyu waited here quietly for more than a year, and there was no change. The 3 monsters did not appear again. And Suyu himself could not get out. He was trapped here. With Suyu's strength, He was trapped after entering the subspace. Even Suyu tried to commit suicide and wanted to return to his own small universe through resurrection, but he could not achieve it. After resurrection, he still appeared in this space. This resurrection experiment made Suyu's heart sink to the bottom. One of his biggest trump cards was actually invalidated. After all the attempts to get out were fruitless, Suyu finally made a final attempt. He wanted to walk into the darkness around him. That darkness is actually the entire universe, and the tiny dots of light in it are the galaxies, and no one knows how many there are. If you walk in directly, you don't know what will happen. Will you return to the material universe? The scale of the universe is unknown. How many billions of light years? Although Suyu has a galaxy-level holographic perception, he is somewhat powerless in front of such a vast universe, and cannot explore that darkness. Holographic perception fails, and his control of time and space cannot control such a vast universe and time and space, and it also fails. So he can only go in and explore it himself, and he can't wait here forever. Suyu walked to the darkness, and with a thought, he took a big step and entered the darkness. After entering the darkness, Suyu felt that it was no different from the ordinary vacuum of the universe. There was no air, darkness, and coldness. No! There was still a difference. Suyu was shocked to find that after he entered the darkness, he still maintained his previous body proportions. The river system in front of him was still just a tiny speck of light that was almost invisible. Countless river systems, in this darkness, were like dust in the mist, surrounding Suyu. So when Suyu entered this darkness, those dust-like river systems were immediately knocked around by his vast and boundless body, drifting, colliding, exploding, and annihilating. Just like ordinary people entering the mist, their bodies will stir the mist. And now Suyu is also. However, the mist he stirred was composed of countless river systems. So in just a moment, just one step, Suyu destroyed countless river systems, and in these river systems, there were countless civilizations. At this moment, Suyu killed more than trillions of lives. Suyu had no idea about this situation. He thought that he could look down on the entire universe because that space was special and was the highest point of the universe. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. Suyu's body has really become huge. Calculated in billions of light years, he is simply a giant god who created the world in myths and legends. Even at this moment, Suyu felt that he could control everything around him with just a thought, and countless galaxies were under his control. His power is endlessly getting stronger. What 5th, 6th, 7th, star level, galaxy level, has nothing to do with him now, and can no longer restrain him. Extremely powerful, eternal and invincible, overlooking the universe of all living beings, this is Suyu now. Because of Suyu's actions just now, countless river systems were destroyed, countless civilizations were extinct, and a large number of civilizations in the universe observed this shocking change. Many civilizations regarded Suyu as the real creator god, and began to worship him and believe in him. Suyu's church was immediately established. Even if Suyu did not give any gifts to these civilizations, his existence itself was great enough to be worshipped and believed in by living beings. There are also many civilizations. Because of the previous destruction and upheaval, they regarded Suyu as the evil god who exterminated the universe, and united to avenge him and destroy him. A large number of such revenge civilizations gathered together, billions of lives, with their wisdom and strength, built supergiant weapons far beyond the river level, trying to attack Suyu. And the civilization that Suyu worshipped Suyu also united to fight for their gods. And Suyu watched all this happen, but there was no fluctuation in his heart. Too weak. From Suyu's perspective, these countless civilizations are just microorganisms that are smaller than dust, extremely fragile, born and dead in the morning, whether it is the believers or the god-killing coalition. They are not worthy of his attention at all. Time flies by, billions of years have passed in the blink of an eye, stars have been born and died countless times, and even the universe has begun to die. The former beliefs and the god-killing coalition have all disappeared in the long river of time. Although Suyu can summon them out of time and revive them in a moment, what is the meaning of all this? Suyu looked at the universe that had already begun to die and civilization was extinct, sighed slightly, and prepared to fall into a deep sleep. However, his eyes refused to close, and he suddenly looked at the void in front of him and said, "Is it not over yet?" With these words, everything in front of him suddenly disappeared. Suyu returned to the previous space again, and sat at the round table. But this time, there were no war monsters or corpse monsters on the round table, only a mirror facing Suyu. In the mirror, Suyu's image was reflected, but his expression was strange and gloomy. Suyu in the mirror suddenly said, "How did you feel just now?" He spoke in authentic human imperial language. Suyu had already spoken before, and now he had no scruples, It's boring, too exaggerated, but it doesn't have authenticity. I'm too lazy to think about it later, and I just acted according to the plot you gave me. It turned out that everything just now was just some kind of illusion. So you didn't believe that he had become a giant god billions of light years away, and every move could destroy countless civilizations. So Suyu just thought of everything before as watching a movie. Finally, when he saw the end of the movie, he spoke and asked the mastermind behind the scenes to end it. Then he returned here and faced the mirror. Seeing only this mirror, Suyu couldn't help but doubt in his heart that maybe the worm monster and the corpse monster before were also illusions. There are only Suyu and the mirror here. Everything is the mirror's fault. Before, Suyu felt that he was being stared at by something in the material world, and it seemed to be this mirror. I don't know what strength this mirror is, what it is. Hearing this, Suyu in the mirror smiled. Is it exaggerated? Actually, it's not exaggerated at all. You have great potential. As long as you are willing, the future can really become like what just now. Chapter 602. This mirror projection is painting a rosy picture for Suyu. Suyu ignored this rosy picture and asked the key question, who are you? Or what are you? Where is this place? What is your purpose in bringing me here? Faced with Suyu's series of questions, the projection of Suyu in the mirror laughed twice and said, me? Of course I am you. Suyu sneered. Would he believe such a trick? However, the projection seemed to be serious and emphasized again, Suyu, I am you. He knew Suyu's name. This made Suyu secretly alert, suspecting that he had read some memory information. Then the mirror projection explained, Suyu, you have seen material gods and know their nature. Not long ago, you even destroyed a material god with your own hands. You just asked me who I am? I will tell you that I am the true god in the subspace, a similar existence to material gods, and even more powerful than them. Suyu frowned slightly when he heard this and understood what the mirror projection said. The material god is the god of the pure material universe, and can almost be regarded as the embodiment of the rules of the material universe, and is extremely powerful. And this mirror projection said that he is similar to the material god, but he is not the god of the material universe, but the god of the subspace. This shows that this mirror projection should also be the embodiment of some rules in the subspace. Such an existence, on par with the material god, no wonder he just painted such a big cake for Suyu. The premise is that he did not brag or lie. Suyu thought for a moment, and then said, so you are a subspace evil god? Subspace god, the incarnation of rules. Suyu immediately thought of the previous tyrannical evil god and painful evil god. These two guys seem to fit the definition of this mirror projection, except that their strength is much weaker than that of the mirror projection. It is a true god, not an evil god. Don't compare me with those ants. The mirror projection immediately emphasized. Suyu nodded after hearing this, indicating that he understood that this guy is a relatively powerful subspace evil god. If this mirror evil god is stronger than the galaxy level, then it is not wrong for him to call tyranny and pain ants. Compared with the galaxy level and the fifth order planet level, the strength gap is billions of times. Isn't it just an ant? However, no matter how he emphasizes, since he is close to the subspace, Suyu assumes that he is an evil god. As for the true god, Suyu doesn't believe it. Then Suyu asked again, since you call yourself a true god, what is your priesthood? The mirror projection heard this and smiled. Priesthood? Suyu, tell me, you have grown from an ordinary person to a powerful existence far beyond ordinary life. What do you rely on? Suyu heard this and immediately fell into thought. What does he rely on? Of course, it is the professional panel. Without the panel, he would have died countless times. But this mirror projection obviously didn't ask this. Otherwise, is the priesthood of this mirror projection the professional panel? Obviously impossible. So Suyu immediately figured out what the mirror projection meant. Based on Suyu's previous experience, the priesthood of the evil gods in the subspace is basically related to thoughts, emotions, etc. This mirror projection, his priesthood is probably similar. As Suyu has come this far, in addition to his career panel, the most important thing is that he has a heart that wants to keep getting stronger. This heart is even more important than the career panel. Without such a heart, even if there is a career panel, there is no motivation to improve oneself, or one will retreat and stagnate in the face of difficulties. And this mirror projection, his priesthood, his original power, is this kind of hard to become stronger. After Suyu figured it out, he was slightly shocked. This priesthood seems to be much more powerful than tyranny and pain. Any creature or civilization, as long as it is alive, is constantly evolving and improving itself to adapt to this cruel universe. If they don't do this, what awaits them is extinction. And these behaviors of the universe's sentient beings to improve themselves should be within the scope of the priesthood of this mirror projection. And this mirror projection is not trapped in the blue galaxy like the previous tyranny and pain. All the lives in the universe are the nourishment of this mirror projection. In this way, how powerful this mirror projection, who claims to be the true God, is simply unimaginable. So you said in a deep voice, "I understand what you mean. So you just said you are me, what's the matter?" The mirror projection said, "It's very simple. The mirror you see is not my body, but the projection of my divine power in your heart. So I am you." So you understood this time. It's very simple, split personality. It seems that the evil god who controls the power of the mind has used his power to split a personality in Suyu's heart. That personality is the mirror projection. Suyu would have been nervous if his personality had been split into one without him noticing. Now he has seen a lot of ups and downs, such as split personality, mental hypnosis, time reversal, memory erasure. All kinds of messy methods he has tried countless times. Now this evil god whose name is unknown is powerful, but his methods are hard to surprise Suyu. So what do you want to do? Suyu asked the most critical question. The mirror projection smiled and said, "What do you want to do?" "Of course, help you become stronger. Suyu, you have great potential, too much potential. You can become an existence like my original body, overlooking the entire universe, surpassing all civilizations. So accept me, merge with me. I will let you grow at an incredible speed until you are on par with my original body. Everything I showed you before was not an illusion, but a real deduction. As long as you accept it, you can have that kind of power sooner or later." The tone of the mirror projection at this time was very provocative. But Suyu had no expression on his face and said, "I refuse." Although he wanted to become stronger, he was not interested in relying on the power of the unknown evil god. Then, the voice of the mirror projection paused. Then he seemed a little confused. "Why?" Suyu said, "Since you said I have potential, then I can improve myself. Why should I rely on your power? If I don't have the ability to improve myself, then I have no potential, and it is not worth your investment. So no matter what, I refuse." The mirror projection was silent, and after a moment, he seemed to sigh. "I knew it would be like this. In that case, you go. I hope you can surprise me in the future. Remember, my name is Sheng Ye." Chapter 603. Holy Sin? The moment Suyu heard this name, he understood a lot of information from just 2 words. It seems that these 2 words are one of the truths of this universe, self-evident, and carry a lot of information. First, he felt endless fighting spirit and courage in his heart. Always strive to improve yourself, and never stop. This is holy. Then, Suyu suddenly felt endless depravity, darkness, and cruelty. On the road to improving yourself, there are countless difficulties, hardships, and temptations. This is an endless asceticism. The universe is so big, time and space are so vast. How can a weak body surpass it? But as long as you give up the bottom line and give up persistence, you can take a shortcut. At the lowest cost, get the strongest power. Even if you give up humanity, do whatever it takes, kill billions of lives, and sacrifice the stars in the sky, just to get a quick improvement. This is sin. The so-called holy sin is such a contradictory existence. His ministry is the evolutionary instinct of countless creatures, the desire to become stronger, and the source of power. The positive and progressive thoughts of life are his origin. This progressive improvement is not only about power. It also includes technology, wisdom, culture, will, morality, and so on. As long as there is any intention to improve oneself, it is within the scope of his ministry. If creatures can persist in themselves and continue to improve themselves in this way, and improve their own technology, wisdom, culture, and morality to the highest level, they will become the so-called saints. If the entire universe is full of such saints, then this universe will be extremely harmonious and beautiful, like the legendary paradise. The holy evil will become the real supreme God. However, this is obviously impossible. Many lives want to take shortcuts when they improve themselves. Power can not only be cultivated by oneself, but also be taken and exploited from others. You can sacrifice to the evil god and get a gift. You can pay the price of life and other things in exchange for temporary power. You can fight against alien civilizations to improve in battles and fights. Similarly, technology, wisdom, culture, civilization. Everything can have various shortcuts and various crooked ways. In order to take these shortcuts, all kinds of fighting, torture, conspiracy, pain are born. Under such a tone, the entire universe will naturally become a mess. All living things keep fighting war, plundering, to improve their own power, and there is no end. This development to the extreme is evil. And now, the general environment in the original universe has nothing to do with the saints. If you look closely, it is basically evil. No wonder. So you now understood the source of all the disputes in the universe. It was this wholly evil God. However, it can also be said that it was the endless disputes among all beings in the universe that caused so many evil. Not only that, Suyu also remembered that he had created a new profession before. At that time, Suyu found that it was extremely difficult to start a profession using ordinary psychic energy, and the rituals were very difficult. However, it was very simple to start a profession using the dark power of evil gods and demons. At that time, Suyu thought it was a change in the subspace environment. In fact, this idea was not wrong. But the real deep-seated reason is that in this universe, holy is decreasing and evil is increasing. Those professions that use the dark power of evil gods and demons are more in line with the definition of evil, so it is easier to get a job and even more powerful. After understanding the nature of holy evil, Suyu also understood everything that happened before. Before, when Suyu entered the subspace, he was immediately spotted by the holy evil and pulled into that space, allowing him to overlook the entire universe. That holy evil was very optimistic about Suyu, appreciated him very much and treated him very well. He even thought that Suyu had the potential to become the same as him. Although it seems a bit strange to be appreciated by such a powerful evil god, it is the fact. The reason why Suyu is so highly regarded is that Suyu has experienced all along the way, which is in line with the definition of holy evil. Among them, Suyu has serious hard work and improves himself, which is in line with the word holy. He also took shortcuts, using various methods and unscrupulous means to improve his strength, respond to crisis, and even survive from death. He actively exterminated civilization many times, and even destroyed time and space. This is in line with the word evil. In Suyu's heart, there is unyielding courage and unscrupulous will. In the eyes of the holy evil god, all of this is simply shining. Ordinary people can actually have these two qualities. Tenacity and unscrupulousness seem to be nothing surprising on the surface. What really makes the holy evil god pay attention is Suyu can rely on these wills and improve himself to this level of strength in a short time. This is the most incredible and the most important thing for the holy evil god. No matter how tenacious you are, no matter how unscrupulous you are, the ultimate goal is to improve yourself. What is the use of having will without improvement? And Suyu perfectly meets the aesthetics of the holy sin, with both will and improvement. It seems that as long as Suyu is given a little time, he can become stronger forever. So after Suyu killed the supreme will, the holy sin looked at Suyu because of the vibration of the universe, and then immediately noticed Suyu's specialness. Then, when Suyu entered the subspace, he pulled Suyu in. In essence, he admired Suyu and wanted to give Suyu a shortcut to guide him to the ultimate evil and let him quickly improve his strength. But Suyu refused without hesitation. How can the blessing of the evil god be so easy to get? For this, the holy sin seemed a little helpless. He likes to bless powerful people with potential like Suyu the most, because such powerful people are very consistent with his aesthetic preferences. However, as Suyu said, those who really have potential do not need the blessing of the holy sin. Those who need his blessing, the holy sin does not look down on them. So, after Suyu rejected him, he could only let Suyu go helplessly. After all, maybe Suyu would change his mind in the future, but if Suyu really changes his mind, this great evil god will probably turn hostile immediately, and look down on Suyu again. The holy sin had a good attitude towards Suyu before, and was even a little polite. But his essence is still an evil god, and his chaotic and contradictory points are simply unreasonable when you think about it carefully. All of this just now was what Suyu thought of instantly when he heard the real name of the holy sin. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was this holy sin who admired him, who was eyeing him. If it was some other terrifying existence, it would be dangerous. After all, according to what the holy sin said, there is more than one existence like him. Fortunately, Suyu has left and returned to the subspace now. That's right. At this time Suyu had already come out of that strange space and truly entered the subspace. He came back to his senses and began to observe the subspace of the original universe to see if there was any difference between it and the subspace in the blue galaxy. Chapter 604. The answer is, there is a big difference. At this time, after Suyu came out of the mysterious space constructed by the holy evil, he was in the subspace of the original universe. On the surface, this place seems to be the same as the subspace of the blue galaxy at the beginning, a space full of psychic energy, chaotic emotional concepts, dark and deep. But when Suyu concentrated his mind and switched to a visual mode, he saw the universe. Suyu saw that in this subspace, there were countless layers of universes, which were constantly being born and destroyed. Suyu's eyes condensed, looking at an atomic-level psychic particle in front of him. There is a universe in this particle. Suyu saw that in this universe, there are also stars, endless starry sky, life, and civilization, and these civilizations are developing rapidly. The time flow rate of these particle universes is very fast. 1 second in the outside world is 100 million years inside. Soon the life of the universe reached its end and began to be destroyed. Terror descended on civilization and extinction, countless lives died, and all kinds of desperate emotions rose to the sky. These emotional concepts permeated from the particles of this universe, and turned into powerful spiritual energy through the special environment in the subspace. Then these spiritual energies were absorbed by the particle universe, and became part of its power. Suyu looked around again. Such particle universes were endless and countless. This is an ocean formed by countless particle universes. Suyu took another look at the particle universe, concentrated his mind, and activated the control of time and space. Suddenly, the particle universe expanded rapidly, from the size of an atom to the size of a human head, floating in front of Suyu. At this moment, some hidden secrets in this particle universe suddenly revealed. I saw a subspace demon lurking in the depths of the universe. This subspace demon seemed to be a large meatball formed by the internal organs of various creatures mixed together. This meatball sat in the deepest time and space of the particle universe, with a look of enjoyment on its face. What it enjoyed was the wailing of those civilizations in the universe when they were extinct. After the extinction of civilization, the universe restarted, civilization reappeared, and then became extinct again. Endless pain and despair were born from this, and became the resource to feed this demon. Suyu saw this scene, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. His mind turned, and he directly grabbed the subspace demon from the particle universe, and the holographic perception was fully activated to scan all its thoughts and memories. This subspace demon is quite powerful, and has 3 levels. However, even if it is 3 levels, it is far from reaching the edge of the universe, but in this subspace, it has a particle universe, which is obviously abnormal. After Suyu scanned its thoughts and memories, he was silent for a long time and sighed slightly. So that's it. At this time, Suyu had basically understood the situation of this subspace. According to the memory of the demon, every demon in this subspace has the ability to create and destroy the universe. Suyu went through all kinds of hardships to become a time-space mechanic and control a small universe. And here, any third-level subspace demon has such ability, and it seems that they are even stronger than Suyu. After all, Suyu's small universe is only the size of a star system, while the universe of these subspace demons is an endless starry sky. But all this is false. The subspace demon only has the ability to create and destroy the universe in this subspace environment. Once out of the subspace, or even out of the particle universe, it will immediately fall down. Otherwise, a subspace demon that controls the endless starry universe will not be easily controlled by Suyu. This particle universe should be regarded as a welfare for these subspace natives, a natural ability given by the subspace. If the subspace environment changes one day, their abilities may be lost instantly. This ability is naturally not comparable to Suyu's ability to truly create his own small universe and make his own decisions, and it does not seem to help much with combat effectiveness. Suyu controls a small universe and becomes a space-time mechanic. How powerful is this demon? But he is still a third-level demon. The purpose of this ability is to create a particle universe and carry souls from the material universe. After the death of a creature in the material universe, the body returns to the material universe, and the soul enters the subspace. Those souls that are particularly strong and tenacious, according to their behaviors, death methods, wills, etc. in their lifetime, enter the kingdom of the Supreme Three Gods and become subordinates of the Supreme Three Gods. The so-called Supreme Three Gods are Evil Fate, Holy Sin, and Desire Corpse, 3 extremely powerful evil gods, whose power covers the entire subspace and material universe. The Holy Sin that Suyu had seen before was one of them. The demon was not very clear about the specific information of the 3 gods, only knew their names. Even these 3 names made the demon tremble, and be extremely afraid every time he recalled them. The powerful souls belonged to the 3 gods, while those ordinary souls were collected by these subspace demons, becoming their wealth and being tortured by them forever. In each of the particle universes that Suyu had seen before, there was such a subspace demon and countless souls from the real material universe. These souls had long lost their self-will after being tortured by these subspace demons for a long time, and were just some machines that constantly emitted emotions and thoughts. According to the subspace demons, these souls have become chaotic, and after a period of time, they will be completely assimilated by the subspace and become new demons. Is this the so-called true infinity? At this time, Suyu finally understood what the so-called original universe had achieved true infinity in the mouth of the cosmic undead. What Suyu saw now was the true infinity. Infinite subspace particle universes. The internal space of each particle universe is infinite. Even their masters, those subspace demons, cannot explore to the end. Even if these subspace particle universes cannot leave the subspace, they are real here. Infinitely large particle universes. This is part of the manifestation of true infinity. And the price of achieving this state, Suyu also saw, those souls who endured eternal torture in the particle universe are the price. Endless pain, despair, excitement, and other emotional concepts have pushed this subspace to such a point. This is the real subspace in the original universe. Suyu sighed slightly in his heart. Then he moved his mind and directly wiped out the demon. But a moment later, his eyes focused and found that the demon was born again in the particle universe. It actually has the ability to revive and reborn in the universe. Now it is not the evil god who is immortal, but the demon who is immortal. Chapter 605. Suyu moved his mind and caught the demon again. The holographic scanner scanned its memory again. Then it was discovered that this guy was actually dead, and the one who was reborn now was actually a newly born demon in the micro-dust universe. Sure enough, it's still fake immortality. Suyu thought to himself. It makes sense. He relied on the special occupation panel to wake him up from the state of death and achieve true immortality. These demons don't have such ability. However, it's only level 3, but it actually has this kind of false immortality, which is also extremely shocking. Moreover, Suyu learned from the instinctive memory of this demon that if it can hunt enough souls and improve its strength to level 5 or above, it can achieve true demon immortality. Of course, this kind of immortality still depends on this micro-dust universe. If the micro-dust universe is destroyed, then this kind of immortality will not continue. After knowing this, Suyu moved his mind again and destroyed the micro-dust universe. The internal space of that microscopic universe is infinite, enough to accommodate the boundless galaxy. But from the outside world's point of view, it is really only the size of an atom, and it is almost no difficulty for Suyu to destroy it. Although there are countless souls of life in that universe, because of long-term torture, they have long been assimilated by the subspace and have become eggs that breed demons. So Suyu destroyed them together with them, giving them a quick death. After the destruction of the microscopic universe, the demon never appeared again, and it was really dead. Killing a cruel and twisted demon and freeing countless suffering souls. But Suyu did not feel the slightest joy in his heart, because looking around, there is no way to know how many microscopic universes there are in the entire subspace, and no way to know how many souls of life there are. Suyu was a little bit unbelievable. Are there so many lives? After a moment, Suyu moved his mind, and the power swept across, destroying all the dust universes within a few light years around him. But this was meaningless, and soon new dust universes were born, and even souls from nowhere entered these dust universes, and new demons were generated in the dust universes, repeating the cycle of destruction and birth. Seeing this, Suyu knew that no matter how strong he was, he could not clear all these dust universes. Their number may be really infinite. And those lives and souls may not all be produced after the death of creatures in the material universe, but native products of the subspace, which are also infinite. Suyu's limited energy is destined to be unable to clear these infinite dust. Suyu shook his head slightly in his heart, and then switched the visual mode, and could no longer see those dust universes. Out of sight, out of mind. After not seeing the dust universe, looking at the subspace from another perspective is another scene. Suyu saw a vast ocean composed of pure spiritual energy. This ocean was as vast as the universe and the stars, or even larger, infinitely large. The seawater in it was pure spiritual energy. In this huge amount of spiritual energy, a large number of strange-shaped subspace demons swam around like a school of fish. In addition, there were a large number of giant entities floating in this ocean. Those entities were extremely thick tentacles. They were dark and as thick as planets. It was unknown how long they were. Even with Suyu's holographic perception of more than 1,000 light years, he could not see the end. These tentacles were not only long, but also very numerous, like roots all over the ocean. As far as the eye can see, there are endless planet-level tentacles. These planet-like tentacles, slightly wriggling, stir up the sea of psychic energy like waves. Suyu looked carefully and found that those tentacles were composed of countless tiny worms, and those worms seemed to be composed of countless biological souls. These worms are constantly fighting, devouring, merging, and evolving. Some worms that have evolved to the extreme will break away from these planet-like powerful tentacles and become new demons, swimming in this sea of psychic energy. Seeing these scenes, Suyu couldn't help but think of a name, Evil Fate. This name is a person of the three supreme gods of the subspace, an existence of the same level as the Holy Sin. And if nothing unexpected happens, the worm monster that Suyu saw in the space constructed by the Holy Sin before was the body of Evil Fate. Of course, that was just the image that the Holy Sin let Suyu see, not that Suyu really saw the body of Evil Fate at the time. Perhaps, these planet-like tentacles that Suyu saw at this time were the real Evil Fate. This god should be in charge of the rules of life, aging, illness and death. Suyu looked at these thick tentacles in front of him and thought to himself. With the experience of contact with the Holy Evil, Suyu did not know much about this Evil Fate, but he could basically guess it. The power controlled by the Holy Evil is the will and desire of the biological civilization to strive for progress and improve oneself. It is the spirit, knowledge, will, and power level. However, this Evil Fate is in charge of the material and physical level. Looking at these worm tentacles, it may represent the mutual engulfment and fighting of biological cells. If blessed by the power of this evil god, one should have the ability to live forever. The price. Suyu looked at the tentacles and thought to himself, in the eyes of this evil god, there is probably no difference between individual creatures and civilization as a whole. Blessed by his power, I am afraid that I will lose the concept of individual and whole, and become part of a larger biological collective. Suyu looked for a while, guessing the power of the evil god, and then switched perspective again. This time, Suyu saw a sea of flowers, various beautiful small animals swimming in it, and some beautiful figures looming in it. Looking at those figures, Suyu's calm heart was actually slightly shaken. But Suyu concentrated his mind and immediately broke the illusion. Looking again, there was no sea of flowers, only a sea of corpses and blood. Desire corpse. Suyu said in his heart. Then he switched perspective again, and finally left the sea of corpses and blood just now. This time, Suyu finally returned to the normal subspace, without the dust universe, worm tentacles, and corpses. The space just now was the domain of another supreme evil god, Desire Corpse. The power controlled by this evil god should be the desire for life, and the fear of death. It is the opposite of the power of pain that Suyu controlled before. The power of desire is somewhat similar, but it is powerful. So far, Suyu has completely visited the domains of the three supreme evil gods, Holy Sin, Evil Life, and Desire Corpse. In this subspace, the power of the three supreme evil gods is everywhere and overlaps with each other. As long as one's own thoughts are close to the domains of the three supreme evil gods, one will enter the corresponding domain. Just now, Suyu switched perspectives, which is the principle. I visited the domains of the three supreme evil gods so easily, and I came out without any obstacles? Suyu felt something was wrong. Chapter 606. Suyu pondered for a while. When he switched domains before, there was indeed no obstacle. He switched domains as soon as he thought about it. It was fine for the Holy Evil domain. That was because the Holy Evil saw that Suyu could not persuade him, so he took the initiative to let Suyu out. But the domain of Evil Life and the domain of Desire Corpse, the domains of these two evil gods, are not good places at first glance. There are all kinds of twists and madness. Why can Suyu come out so easily? Suyu pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He only vaguely guessed that it might be related to the Supreme Consciousness he had completely killed before. That Supreme Consciousness, as an observer of the material universe, was so weak that only a fragment was left. Then this fragment was so weak that it was completely annihilated and disappeared when Suyu took a look at it. Then, there was no observer in the entire material universe. As a result, the quantum system of the universe did not collapse, but operated normally. There were many strange things in it, which made Suyu difficult to understand for a while. Then, Suyu was targeted by the Holy Evil. Suyu took a journey to the subspace, and saw the dust universe, and the domains of the three evil gods. Perhaps, my previous behavior helped these three supreme gods of the subspace, so they let me enter and exit their domains. Suyu guessed in his heart. That, Supreme Consciousness, as a material god, obviously does not get along with the evil gods of the subspace, and they are incompatible with each other. The disappearance of the Supreme Consciousness should be good for the three supreme evil gods. Suyu is appreciated by the Holy Evil, perhaps not only because Suyu has the will and courage to become stronger. It is also because Suyu helped the Holy Evil. These are all Suyu's guesses. After all, he couldn't ask the three subspace gods. But he felt that his guesses were almost right. But the question came again. Why did Suyu make the final blow to the Supreme Consciousness? This guy is so weak, other strong men should be able to do it, right? For example, the mechanical cult that has been hunting down the cultivation civilization for thousands of years, the mechanical god fragment behind the scenes, doesn't it really know that there is a fragment of the Supreme Consciousness hidden in the consciousness of the cultivation civilization? It has not been killed for thousands of years, and when Suyu came and took a look at the Supreme Consciousness, it died. Maybe there is a pit in it that I don't know about. Suyu was alert in his heart. But for a while, he couldn't find where the pit was, so he could only be careful. Next, Suyu observed the ordinary subspace again, and found that although it was not the domain of the three supreme evil gods, it was actually very chaotic. Various thoughts, wills, emotions, and concepts were intertwined. There are many powerful beings who have created domains with their will. However, the domains of these beings seem to be closed, unlike the three supreme evil gods, where anyone can enter. Even if you approach those domains with your spirit, you cannot enter unless you get permission from those beings. They are not omnipresent like the three supreme evil gods. Suyu even felt that there seemed to be some familiar auras, such as Jingshan and Yi. These two guys seemed to have domains in the subspace. However, those domains were far away from Suyu, and they seemed to exist and not exist. If you lose your concentration for a moment, you can no longer find their breath. Maybe they are actively avoiding Suyu. Is this also a manifestation of the subspace projection? Perhaps, this is no longer a subspace projection, but the essence of the subspace. They in the subspace are the real body, and they in the material world are projections. Suyu thought to himself. After careful observation, Suyu did not provoke those beings with domains. After all, it is unknown how strong these beings are. Suyu looked for a while, and saw that the subspace was so lively. Suddenly, he thought of something. Can he also have a similar domain? After thinking about it, the answer is yes. Suyu has already created a subspace in his own small universe. If Suyu transplants that subspace here, it will become his subspace domain. After the death of a creature in the material world, if the soul conforms to Suyu's concept, it can be led into it. But Suyu would not do that. He finally got out of the original universe, and had his own small universe and subspace. How could he take the initiative to transplant the subspace back? After observing for a while, and making sure there were no other changes, Suyu moved his mind, and left the subspace, and returned to the material universe. In the material universe, Suyu's body still maintained the shape of holding the star before, and the cultivator civilization was still held in Suyu's hand. It seemed that only a moment had passed. Just now, Suyu only partially entered the subspace, and now he is back. How is it? The mechanical god asked hurriedly. Suyu was silent for a moment, and told the mechanical god what had just happened, wanting to hear his opinion. After listening to the mechanical god, he pondered for a long time and said, Suyu, you are in danger now. Suyu's heart sank. What do you mean? The mechanical god said, you just killed the last fragment of the Supreme Consciousness. This behavior may form an invisible mark on your body. This mark may not cause any harm to you, but it will attract the attention of some beings. No matter where you go, you will be watched by some beings and cause trouble. After listening to it, Suyu hurriedly checked his body and mind, but did not find any marks. I don't know what the mark that the mechanical god said is. Even his time and space control and holographic perception can't find it. The mechanical god also helped to find it, but he couldn't find it either. Finally, the mechanical god made a guess, that is, this mark is not on Suyu himself, but in the outside world. For example, a person killed someone and was secretly seen by a witness. The witness marked this person as a murderer in his heart. This mark only exists in the witness's own mind, and the murderer naturally cannot find this mark. Suyu's situation at this time is similar to this. He killed the Supreme Consciousness, which caused him to be marked by the entire universe. After reaching a certain level, everyone can see this mark and understand that Suyu is the murderer. As for the consequences, it is hard to say. Maybe there is some existence that will help the Supreme Consciousness to avenge? So that's it, the trap is here. Suyu was speechless for a moment. Killing the Supreme Consciousness will mark you in the universe, and you will be conspicuous wherever you go. And seeing how lively the subspace is, I'm afraid there are countless beings staring at Suyu across the subspace. What a trouble, why am I encountering this kind of thing again, who is secretly pitting me? Suyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 607. However, the murderous aura in Suyu's eyes was immediately retracted. After all, he didn't even know who was behind the scenes. What was the point of releasing murderous aura into the air? Suyu thought for a while, and asked the mechanical god, Does this mark only have disadvantages and no advantages? The mechanical god thought for a while, and said in a strange tone, maybe. There is really a benefit. That is, when the material god was in charge of the universe, there were also lives and civilizations in the universe. The gap between their power and that of the material god was huge, so they all regarded the material god as a real god to worship. Some of them were favored by the material god and were given extremely strong scientific and technological knowledge, which made civilization develop rapidly. At that time, there was no subspace and psychic power, only pure material technology. After these civilizations developed to a certain extent, they no longer. It is impossible to make progress, because pure material technology has its limits, and its limit is the universe rules controlled by the material god. No matter how the technology of mortals develops, it is impossible to surpass the material god, the embodiment of rules. At this time, these mortal civilizations have developed to the limit, and their power is also very strong. They are no longer willing to be believers of the material god, but want to become great beings shoulder to shoulder with the material god, or even surpass the material god. So these civilizations secretly united together, and made a plan. They want to kill the god. According to their theory, if the material god is completely killed, the universe rules will vacate a new position, and let new life take control. In other words, they can become real material gods. Speaking of this, the mechanical god paused. Suyu asked, what happened next? The mechanical god said, later, a war between the gods of things broke out. The plans of these civilizations had not yet been launched, and they were all extinct because of the aftermath of the war between the gods of things. Suyu was speechless after listening to it. However, he still heard a meaning from the mechanical god story without a beginning or an end. That is, after killing the god of things, there may be a chance to replace it and become a new god of things. And Suyu is the god killer, and he has been marked now. If the theories of those civilizations are really correct, Suyu is now on the road to becoming a god of things. However, no one knows how to go on this road, or even whether there is such a road. But seeing that the cultivator civilization can actually steal the spiral power of the mechanical god, this kind of thing is really possible. This may be the benefit. Become a god of things? Suyu shook his head slightly. Regardless of whether this news is reliable or not, he is not interested in becoming the god of the original universe. He now has his own small universe. If he is bound to the original universe, it is not fun to fight with the monsters in the subspace. However, Suyu is a little confused at this time. With his realm and strength, he can create his own small universe and go out independently. With the level of Saint Sin and Evil Fate, this kind of thing is naturally not difficult. Why do they still stay in this original universe? What do they want to do? Perhaps, it is because they are too strong that this is the best playground and has the most resources. It seems that I always thought about running away before, and this mentality is still wrong. After Suyu thought deeply, he felt that his previous mentality seemed a little wrong. The small universe is his trump card, and the means are good, but the original universe cannot be abandoned. This truly infinite universe has infinite energy and infinite opportunities. Only here can you get infinite improvement. Before, Suyu wanted to leave the original universe because the environment here was too harsh and dangerous, and with his strength, he could not guarantee safety. But now it seems that there is no need to always think about running away. As long as he seizes the opportunity and improves his strength, if his strength is enough, he may not be able to have an eternal life in the subspace like the three Supremes. In this way, killing the Supreme Consciousness is such an opportunity. The question is, how can we seize such an opportunity? Suyu has no clue until now. Without any clues, there will definitely be no results based on speculation and calculation. But Suyu also has the means to obtain real information even without any clues. Fate prediction. After Suyu became a space-time mechanic, this ability was also strengthened. If Suyu really got the opportunity to become a material god, then his fate should have changed. He tried to use this ability to see if he had any more fate. Instantly, a picture appeared in front of Suyu. In this picture, the void of the universe in front of him suddenly opened, and a terrifying subspace creature appeared in the space crack, stretched out a big hand, and grabbed Suyu. Then, the picture flickered, and there was another picture. Those were giant beasts the size of planets, devouring a star, and Suyu happened to pass by and was surrounded by these giant beasts. Then, the picture flashed again. Suyu was drifting in the universe, and encountered a group of invisible deep space ghosts. These things did not seem to be subspace demons, nor were they creatures of the material universe. They kept drifting in the universe, and when they encountered a planet with life, they rushed up and devoured the life soul of the entire planet. At this time, Suyu was surrounded by billions of such sub-deep space ghosts, becoming a feast for them. Then, the picture flashed again, and an extremely powerful fleet, through the light hyperspace jump, suddenly appeared in front of Suyu, surrounded him, and all kinds of super weapons were aimed at him, charging, and the next moment, thousands of cannons fired at the same time. Then, the picture flashed again. One picture after another made Suyu dazzled. In each picture, Suyu encountered various dangers in the universe, and was surrounded by various beings. These constantly flashing pictures made Suyu sweat profusely. He originally thought that his strength was already considered strong. As long as he did not go to the subspace to provoke those beings with domains, he would be basically safe. But he did not expect that in the material universe, dangers were so casual, and there were so many powerful beings that could really threaten his life. Moreover, according to the law of destiny, Suyu must encounter these dangers. What is this? Suyu was confused for a moment. What kind of bad luck did he have? What monsters and demons came to him? However, these prophetic images only showed the moment before the siege. As for whether Suyu was killed by those dangers, it was unknown. But logically speaking, he must not have died. If he died, the other destiny images would not have happened. But those dangers made Suyu feel extremely dangerous, and he might not even be able to be resurrected. How could he survive? Perhaps, these destiny images are not really inevitable, but there are choices. You can choose which ones will happen, and which ones will not happen. The choice is mine. This is the real use of the mark after killing the Supreme Consciousness. Suyu had an epiphany. Wait, not necessarily. If I become a god and run away with the rules of the universe, can I bring this powerful power back to my small universe? Chapter 608. Suyu is now a new candidate for the Supreme Consciousness. So the original universe gave him such a mark, so that he can choose his own destiny. This is very convenient. Originally in the original universe, many destinies were destined, and those behind them were pushed by the original universe itself, which would inevitably happen. As long as the strength does not reach a certain level, it is absolutely impossible to resist the fate arranged by the original universe. At most, it can be evaded in some way, but the fate picture must happen. Even if Suyu is now extremely powerful, far beyond the star level, it is difficult to escape the pursuit of fate in this original universe. But now, because of the mark just now, the fate that Suyu sees is no longer fixed, but can be chosen. However, these destinies that Suyu sees seem to be limited, and it seems that many of them are disasters that Suyu is brought because of this mark. In many destinies, they are inexplicably trapped in a terrifying crisis, and even with Suyu's strength, it is difficult to resist. Only a few destinies or benefits obtained because of this mark. For example, in one of the fates, Suyu was flying in the universe, and suddenly a large mass of space-time information compression was thrown in front of him through some kind of hyperspace transmission. That large mass of space-time information compression is the most needed resource for the small universe, and it is also the experience for Suyu's space-time mechanic to upgrade. The total amount of those information compression bodies is much more than all the energy information of Suyu's small universe added together. Suyu can absorb those information compression bodies, thereby quickly increasing the size of the small universe and his space-time mechanic level. This is equivalent to walking on the road, and suddenly hundreds of billions of wealth fell from the sky. It must be said that this is the first time Suyu has encountered such a thing. No one knows who threw this information compression body to Suyu, and no one showed up during the whole process. Suyu can only think that it was the mark of the Supreme Consciousness on his body that attracted some people to appear. Maybe it was the former enemy of the Supreme Consciousness. Now that Suyu has destroyed the Supreme Consciousness, he came to reward Suyu? Anyway, he couldn't know the inside story with just one fate picture, so he could only guess. In addition, there are many other fates that benefit. Suyu carefully observed these fates, analyzed them carefully, and finally chose one of them. That fate is. Suyu and a group of creatures with strange auras on their bodies entered a space gate together and disappeared. This fate picture looks inexplicable, there is no disaster or danger, and there is no benefit. But Suyu's instinct told him that this is the best fate. In other words, it was not instinct that told him, but the mark that told him. In the picture, the creatures that exude a strange aura actually have similar identities to Suyu. They are all candidates. The so-called candidates are creatures that have completely killed the material god for some reason, and are marked by the universe, and are qualified to become new gods. Suyu is, and so are those creatures. The space gate they entered is a trial, or a ritual. Only by passing this ritual can one become a new material god, or perhaps not a material god, but a new form of god. All of this was suddenly realized by Suyu after he chose this fate. When he chose this fate, he suddenly felt the pull of fate, and a destination appeared in his consciousness. After all, it was fate. Since Suyu chose this fate, it meant that he must go to the place where the space gate was located to participate in the trial and ceremony. Of course, Suyu could also forcibly ignore this pull of fate and just not go, which meant that Suyu gave up this fate, and maybe his fate would directly jump to other adjacent fates. That might not be a good thing. So after Suyu sensed the pull of fate, he immediately began to prepare for action. He first restored his extremely huge body to its original state, and the cultivation civilizations that were solidified in his palms also unsolidified. Those people didn't know what happened yet. They were in the solidification of time and space before, and even their thinking and memory were stagnant. I only remember that Suyu's body became infinitely large, and then the scene in front of me turned. Suyu returned to his original state, and their previous attacks all fell into the air. At the same time, they felt that their consciousness was empty, as if they had lost something. What they lost was the supreme consciousness, hidden in their minds. This loss made them feel lost, and for a moment, they didn't even have the energy to attack Suyu again. Suyu was not interested in getting entangled with them, and directly sent a message to tell them the whole story of what happened before. Then Suyu moved and disappeared. After Suyu left for a long time, they sighed and said, "So that's it. We are just puppets of the supreme consciousness. The gentleman who called himself Suyu just now saved us, but we attacked him." These people seem to have some means of authenticating the real information. After Suyu passed the information to them, they authenticated it by that means, and found it to be real. Then they realized that it was all misunderstandings. But now, Suyu has left. Where can he find him? This Mr. Suyu seems to have the power of material gods. Since we are both on the path of material gods, we will meet again sooner or later. After Suyu left, he activated the ability of the space-time mechanic and jumped rapidly in the starry sky. The space gate in Destiny is very far away from his current position, which is tens of billions of light years. Even at his current speed, it will take a long time to jump. Halfway, Suyu tried to use the ability of the space-time mechanic to distort space-time and create a spaceship. This spaceship was not made of any physical substance, but was built with pure space-time. Space-time is like a piece of paper, and Suyu's ability to control space-time is like a big hand, folding the paper into a paper boat. This is another use of the space-time mechanic, using space-time as material to make machinery. This space-time paper boat seems to be made of no material, but it is stronger and more powerful than any level 6 spaceship. It can even be said that this is another small universe made by Suyu, but the function of this small universe is specialized. The function of ordinary universe is mainly to accommodate energy information, breathe life, etc. The main function of this spaceship's small universe made by Suyu is to fold the external spacetime and perform ultra-long distance spacetime jumps. After Suyu made this spaceship, he installed an intelligent system for it. System self-check completed, start hyperspace jump. Jump distance, 1 billion light years. Chapter 609. The time and space paper boat made by Suyu jumped a distance of 1 billion light years in one jump. When the jump was over, he had arrived in an unfamiliar star region. He did not stop at all, and continued to start the time and space paper boat, and continued to jump. After jumping 10 times in a row, he stopped, and at this time, he was close to the destination. This is a place named the Kuming River System by the Empire. There are also related records in the star map obtained by Suyu before. This is not the territory of the human empire, and there is no colony star of the empire. Therefore, the record of this place in the star map is only based on astronomical observations, and roughly records the coordinates, distance and other information here. As for more detailed information, there is no record, not even the specific number of stars. Although the territory of the empire is large, it is not boundless. This kind of river system billions of light years away is obviously not within the scope. Suyu may be the first human to come here. Suyu looked at the slowly rotating Kuming River galaxy in front of him, activated the low-speed cruise function of the spacetime paper boat, and slowly moved towards the river system at a low speed of 1,000 times the speed of light. At the same time, he also turned on the holographic scan to find the space gate in the river system. Soon, Suyu found the space gate in the fate picture in a star system in this Kuming River galaxy. Then Suyu accelerated the spacetime paper boat and rushed over. During this process, Suyu was also using holographic scanning to collect information in this river system. After all, the space gate of the candidate ceremony was hidden in this river system, and this river system should have something special. However, when Suyu roughly scanned a part of the entire river system, he found that this river system did not seem to be special. If there is, then there is no life in this galaxy, only various celestial bodies that keep moving according to the rules of the universe. Kunming Galaxy? It seems that the naming of the human empire should have its meaning. Suyu thought to himself. At this time, he had arrived at the location of the space gate. The space gate was suspended in the vacuum of the universe of a star system. It was light blue, round, and had a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. No matter from which angle you look at it, you can see a round hole facing you. As for where the hole leads to, it is completely unknown. Suyu's holographic perception signal went in, but nothing was fed back. Suyu let the time-space paper boat float in front of the space gate, waiting quietly, and was not in a hurry to go in. After all, in the fate picture, there were other candidates who entered the space gate with him. He had to wait for those candidates to arrive together before he could go in and complete his fate. Suyu? Suyu? At this time, a familiar voice woke Suyu up. It was the voice of the mechanical god. He suddenly woke up and suddenly remembered that the mechanical god seemed to have been calling him to stop. But he did not stop at all, and went straight across billions of light years to the space gate of the dry Hades river system. During this period, the mechanical god had been trying to stop him and let him stop. But he seemed to be deaf and blind. In order to come here, Suyu even created a convenient tool such as the time and space paper boat in a short time and crossed billions of light years. Until now, he was awakened by the mechanical god. What happened just now? Suyu was startled. Something was wrong. He seemed to be a little crazy just now. He started to pursue the so-called material god path without knowing why, and did not consider the possible risks. He even came here honestly, ready to wait for other strange teammates to enter this unknown cave together. During the whole process, Suyu did not feel anything wrong and felt normal. But now that he woke up, he realized that something was wrong. He was not such an impulsive and reckless person, and would not easily believe in such a good thing of becoming a god in one step. Even if he really believed it, he would carefully consider the pros and cons, make various preparations, investigate intelligence, and set off and come here after making sure everything was done. But Suyu just didn't think about anything. His mind was full of only getting here as soon as possible, entering the space gate, and completing the candidate ceremony. So, what happened just now? After Suyu woke up, his face turned cold. He quickly asked the mechanical god, trying to restore the previous truth from his perspective. When the mechanical god saw Suyu wake up, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then told Suyu all the strange information he had observed before. As a fragment of the material god, the mechanical god's body has extremely strong performance, and can record time and space information with a deep microscopic resolution. When he called Suyu before, he was also constantly recording information. Now all this huge amount of information was obtained by Suyu. Suyu immediately began to analyze this information. Soon, he came to a conclusion. Before, I seemed to be covered by some setting? Suyu thought to himself. He remembered that before, when he was in the Azure Galaxy, Chi-Chen created the so-called Chaos Evil God Dream. In that dream, everyone, including Suyu, had their settings changed. Hundreds of millions of people around the world have forgotten who they are, and are living with a completely new identity. At first, Suyu was able to barely resist the power of that dream setting, and even later, Suyu was considered to have that power. The ability of the space-time mechanic allows Suyu to modify space-time information and achieve a similar effect. But now, a similar power has silently descended on Suyu, giving him an extra setting of the path to pursue material gods out of thin air. So driven by this setting, he crossed billions of light years and came here. This is a bit shocking. With Suyu's current strength, who can silently use this power to control and influence him? The three supreme gods? Or some hidden existence in the subspace? And before, Suyu did not sense any psychic energy, spirit, etc. fluctuations throughout the whole process. Even if he woke up now, he did not feel anything in this regard. Until now, I don't know how that power works. The more Suyu thought about it, the colder he felt. It seems that his return to the original universe, this time was designed by someone. First, he encountered the cultivator civilization, and then inexplicably killed the fragment of the supreme consciousness and obtained the candidate status. Then, driven by this setting, he came to this dry Styx. What conspiracy is there in all this? Suyu looked around vigilantly, guarding against possible dangers. At the same time, he began to try to analyze the source of the setting power just now. This power does not seem to be some kind of spiritual power, but a purely physical power. The previous supreme consciousness died, and the supreme consciousness is the observer of the universe. Then it is not some setting modification that affects me, but the power of observation? Through some kind of observation effect, let me collapse into a new form, that is, the form of pursuing the path of material gods. Suyu's mind flashed with inspiration, and he thought of a possibility. Chapter 610. According to the theory Suyu knows, under the action of the quantum rules at the bottom of the material universe, all matter is essentially a probability cloud, without a fixed form. Under the action of the observer effect, it collapsed into the current macroscopic universe. Theoretically, if the universe can collapse like it is now, it can naturally collapse into other forms. Among them, different changes should be caused by different observers. It's just that the entire universe has always been observed by the Supreme Consciousness. This powerful material God is the embodiment of this cosmic rule. His observation effect is extremely powerful, so the entire universe is still stable. Even with various interferences from the subspace psychic energy, the material universe has not collapsed. But now, the material God of the Supreme Consciousness is dead, killed by Suyu. Although the quantum state of the universe has not collapsed due to unknown reasons, it is obvious that some hidden changes have occurred. The strange situation that Suyu just experienced is one of them. The universe may collapse into different states due to different observers. So what about life? Will the state of life also change because of this? The answer is obvious, yes. Just like a person, you think he is a good person, or you think he is a bad person. If you hide these ideas in your heart and don't say them out, then no matter how you look at him, it will not affect whether he is good or bad. However, after the quantum observation rules are broken, this situation changes. If you think a person is a good person, you as an observer, looking at him may make him really become a good person. Because of your observation, his quantum probability cloud collapsed into the form of a good person. If you think he is a bad person, then he may collapse into the form of a bad person. This is the new quantum observer effect after the death of the Supreme Consciousness. No wonder I felt vaguely that the three gods had some good intentions towards me before, as if I helped them. This observation effect, if you think about it carefully, is really terrifying. Your thinking personality does not depend on your own self-will, but on the observation of others. If others think you are a good person, you are a good person, and if others think you are a bad person, you are a bad person. If this continues, civilization will inevitably fall into chaos, thus generating more chaotic and crazy emotions, and becoming the food of the three supreme evil gods. So you helped them, it was not wrong. So you even suspected that this observation effect should not only act on individual lives. Its scope of action should be anything in the entire material universe. It's just that the entire universe and all life are observing it. According to previous observations, most lives have an inherent concept of the universe. The universe is just a dark vacuum with stars all over the sky. There will be no other state. If one day, all civilizations realize that their thoughts and observations can change the entire universe, what will happen then? All lives act as observers and modify the universe at will, causing endless chaos. The entire universe may become even more chaotic than subspace. It is equivalent to Suyu accidentally causing a crisis that is enough to destroy the entire universe. But Suyu is not to blame for this. The death of the Supreme Consciousness was obviously planned by some existence behind the scenes, and Suyu just stepped into the trap. Obviously, some existences have known about this effect and have begun to use it. Suyu's state has changed just now because of the secret observation of a certain observer, and he has become very persistent in pursuing the path of materialism. Fortunately, he woke up in time. Even Suyu figured out why he could choose his fate before. In essence, it was also this observation effect. His observation made the corresponding fate collapse into reality, thus realizing the choice of fate. Of course, the premise is that the original universe allows him to choose, otherwise, with the huge size of the original universe, if the will behind the original universe does not want Suyu's chosen fate to happen, then it will not happen. So this kind of use of the observer effect to freely choose fate can be used by Suyu, but not by others. Perhaps, the whole universe has not collapsed yet, and it is the will behind the original universe that is making corrections. Those lives who want to observe and modify the universe and will have their fate modified, and will not have such thoughts. I just don't know how long this correction effect can last. After understanding all this, Suyu immediately split himself into an unconscious blank personality, and then Suyu wrote all kinds of information about Suyu in this grid. Then use this personality to observe yourself, so as to stabilize your state. This method of self-stabilization has been used by him when he was studying the subspace analyzer before. Now he is much stronger than then, so he is naturally very skilled. After self-observation, Suyu felt that his state was much more stable. His observation of himself should be the strongest. After all, he knows himself best. In this way, ordinary outside observers should not be able to affect him. Then, Suyu had the leisure to think about all the inside stories. Who is the existence that secretly observes him? That existence does not seem to have much malice, and his observation of him is not aggressive, but seems to remind Suyu. When Suyu came near the space gate, he weakened his observation and let Suyu wake up. It was just like reminding Suyu to pay attention to this observation effect. And his purpose is obviously to let Suyu enter the space gate, complete the ceremony, and become the new supreme consciousness. Who is it? Wholly evil? Suyu thought to himself, and the first person he suspected was this supreme evil god. This evil god is very optimistic about Suyu, and it seems normal to want Suyu to become the new god of things. However, the holy sin is the evil god of the subspace, and the supreme consciousness is the material god. The two should not get along. Does the holy sin want to create an enemy for himself? Then, Suyu suspected the Emperor Guangyu again. Since Suyu left the Azure Galaxy, he has never contacted this powerful human emperor. The main reason is that Suyu was infected with the epidemic before, and he was afraid that if he contacted the emperor, the epidemic would be transmitted and the emperor, who was in poor condition, would also be infected. Later, although Suyu solved the epidemic, Chichen, who had the ultimate savior, was still lingering after his death, so Suyu was still reluctant to contact the Emperor Guangyu easily. Although Suyu did not contact the Emperor Guangyu, he believed that the Emperor Guangyu had been watching him in a sense. Because he is a human, the Emperor Guangyu is extremely powerful, and even wrote the concept of human beings into the bottom of the entire universe, making the universe full of planets, suitable for human survival. With such great power, as long as Suyu is still a human being, or as long as he still thinks of himself as a human being, he will not be able to escape the gaze of the Glory Emperor. Could it be the Glory Emperor? Chapter 611. Suyu could not determine who the observer behind the scenes was for the time being, unless he prayed and asked directly to Emperor Guangyu. But in fact, Suyu still had other ways. That is, whoever he thought the observer behind the scenes was, that was who it was. As long as he firmly believed that the observer behind the scenes was Emperor Guangyu, then it would really be Emperor Guangyu. At least Emperor Guangyu would definitely receive the message and feel something was wrong. In essence, Suyu was observing Emperor Guangyu and changing his state. Although Emperor Guangyu was extremely powerful, this observation effect had little to do with strength. The universe was boundless, but the observation of weak life could change the universe. Once this new observation effect was abused, it would be extremely terrible. Suyu moved his mind and tried to observe Emperor Guangyu in his mind. However, he only observed it for a little while, and then stopped. Suyu did not really want to change the state of Emperor Guangyu, but to remind Emperor Guangyu that there was a problem with the quantum system of the universe and alert him. With the strength of Emperor Guangyu, he could immediately find out the whole story if he felt something was wrong. Of course, Emperor Guangyu might have known it long ago and did not need Suyu to remind him. But it is always right to remind him. There are still countless trillions of humans in the human empire. Now this quantum system collapse that affects the entire universe will definitely have a huge impact on the human empire. If you are not careful, countless people will die. So Suyu felt that he still needed to remind Emperor Guangyu. After all, they are all human beings. This kind of observation is not a direct prayer connection, and it should not transmit the epidemic, ultimate savior, and other polluting forces that Suyu may carry to Emperor Guangyu. As for the existence behind the scenes, who secretly observes Suyu, Suyu thinks that he can ignore it for the time being. Now that Suyu has realized the observation effect, he can observe himself and stabilize his state, so he can resist that kind of secret observation. After reminding Emperor Guangyu, the most urgent thing now is to consider a key issue. Should I enter the so-called material god ritual trial space gate in front of me? The existence behind the scenes obviously wants Suyu to perform the trial ritual very much. But Suyu doesn't want to let him do whatever he wants. But now, the quantum system of the universe has collapsed. If no new supreme consciousness is born, it will sooner or later fall into complete chaos. Although the will of the original universe has been in a stable state, it is unknown how long it can last. From this point of view, Suyu is better off performing this trial ritual. After all, it is related to the safety of the entire universe. Although Suyu did not think of himself as a savior, there was no other way. The responsibility of saving the entire universe really fell on his head. Trillions of lives in the entire universe may die due to this disaster. Suyu could not just leave it alone. Suyu was speechless after thinking about it. What on earth was going on? He clearly just wanted to get some information and energy from the original universe to improve his microcosm before the subspace tide erupted. How did he suddenly get involved in a cosmic disaster and have to save the universe? The conspiracy behind this made Suyu very impatient. He really wanted to leave. Who cares? If he left, someone would naturally come to save the universe. Would the universe stop turning without Suyu? But if you look closely, no, he is obviously being targeted, and even his small universe may be targeted. If he wants to leave, where can he go? In addition, Suyu thought carefully and remembered something terrible. That is, his small universe actually uses the quantum observation system of the original universe. After the small universe was created, it also had molecular atomic quantum and other material structures, which were very stable. Suyu was used to it. Now it seems that there is a problem. Without the supreme consciousness, how is the quantum system in the small universe maintained? Relying on the creation machine. But Suyu didn't know that there was such a thing as the supreme consciousness at all, so he didn't design the observer function for the creation machine. But the quantum system of the small universe has always been running very stably. This is a problem. Who is the quantum observer of the small universe? Suyu thought carefully and felt that there are two possibilities. One is that the observation effect of the supreme consciousness is extremely powerful. Even if there is only a weak fragment of the supreme consciousness left, even if the small universe is outside the original universe, it is still within the observation range of the supreme consciousness. Therefore, the stability of the microcosm has always been maintained by the supreme consciousness. Now that the supreme consciousness is dead, the seeds of the microcosm should also fall into chaos. But it is not a big problem. Even if there is chaos, so you can go back to restart the universe and revive the dead. It is easy to turn around because the boat is small. It is too easy to restart the microcosm with such a small size. There is another possibility, which is terrible. That is, since the microcosm was created, an observer behind the scenes has been watching the microcosm in secret. The thoughts of this observer maintain the stability of the microcosm quantum system. Thinking that there might have been a secret observer watching him secretly, Suyu felt a little cold and wanted to find this guy immediately. However, without any clues, even if Suyu had the ability to choose his fate, he would not be able to start. Forget it, let's do the trial ceremony of the God of Things first. Suyu said in his heart. He decided to enter the space gate, complete the trial, and become the new supreme consciousness. After all, it is obvious that he has been targeted for a long time, and escaping will not solve the problem. He looked solemn and flew towards the space gate. He didn't know what would happen after entering the space gate, so he could only be careful. At the same time, Suyu controlled his mind and didn't think about it or make random guesses. If he thought about it, under the observer effect, everything in the space gate might really become what he imagined, which would be troublesome. Just when Suyu flew to the space gate and was about to enter, the change happened. Boom! Infinite golden light suddenly radiated from Suyu's body. A set of majestic golden mechanical armor was put on him out of thin air. This set of armor is heavy and majestic. One can tell the infinite power contained in it, and the noble status of the wearer at a glance. As soon as the armor was put on, Chi Chuan felt that his power was expanding endlessly. In a short time, it expanded from the star level to the galaxy level, and then it was still expanding. Is this? Emperor Guangyao received my message and replied? Suyu was shocked and immediately understood why this happened. Obviously, it was Emperor Guangyao who received Suyu's observation and understood the situation. Then Emperor Guangyao also observed Suyu in turn and changed Suyu's state. The changes brought to Suyu by the Emperor's observation are this. Emperor Armor. Chapter 612. Emperor Armor. Producer, Emperor Guangyao. Grade, unknown. Features, observation effect. This armor is formed by Emperor Guanyu, using the collapsed quantum system to conduct high-energy observation and forcibly collapse in the material universe. Its power comes from Emperor Guangyu's gaze, and its power level depends on Emperor Guangyu's observation strength. Theoretically, the power of this armor is limited to that of Emperor Guangyu. Current observation strength, galaxy level. Equipment, none. Melee weapons, none. Long-range weapons, none. Skills, none. Comprehensive lethality assessment, top 21 stars. Comprehensive defense assessment, top 21 stars. The occupation panel immediately gave the attribute data of this golden armor. However, it was very brief, because the various characteristics of this armor were dependent on Emperor Guangyao's observation and were not fixed. Undoubtedly, Emperor Guangyu was a powerful observer. His observation has brought about an extremely huge change to Suyu. Originally, Suyu's strength was only beyond the stellar level, but it was still a long way from the galaxy level. The gap between the stellar level and the galaxy level is hundreds of billions of times. How can it be so easy to cross? But now, once this golden emperor armor is put on, Suyu's strength is endlessly improved. In a short period of time, it has been raised to above the galaxy level, and it is still continuing to improve. However, it seems that because Suyu's control ability has a limit, after reaching the galaxy level, Suyu's strength improvement has slowed down. But it does not mean that the power of this golden armor stops here. Suyu could feel that the energy contained in the armor was simply endless, much more powerful than the infinite energy in his small universe, which only had stellar power. As long as conditions permit, this golden armor can unlock stronger and more powerful power at any time. Suyu tried to stretch out his golden hand, and suddenly, the starlight in front of him was distorted, and all the stars within 1,000 light years around him collapsed towards his big hand. In a moment, millions of stars were compressed into the size of dust, flashing in Suyu's palm. This is the true power of this Emperor armor. Suyu even felt that if he wanted, he could even completely destroy the entire Kuming River system. When the Oming River system encountered the epidemic, if Suyu had this armor, he would have been able to directly blow up the cosmic undead, and he wouldn't have to bother to lead the guy to the blue galaxy. As soon as Suyu let go, the stars that were compressed into dust returned to their original places and moved slowly, without being damaged by the previous drastic changes. This shows the powerful control of this armor. Part of it is that Suyu uses the power of space-time control and holographic perception to control it. Another part is that the armor has some weak intelligence, which can assist Suyu in controlling energy. However, this intelligence is very weak and not flexible, so most of the energy still needs to be controlled by Suyu himself. And his space-time control and holographic perception, the upper limit is the river level, so the power of this armor stays at this level. Otherwise, Suyu really wants to see what level is above the river level? The Emperor is really generous. It seems that there is no need to worry about safety in this ritual trial. After Suyu put the stars back to their original places, he looked at the space gate of the material god trial ritual in front of him, and his heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of security. Originally, he was a little worried about whether there would be any danger after entering this space gate. Now he is wearing a tall and heavy Emperor's golden armor, shining with golden light, and the powerful power spreads out, even affecting the rotation of the entire Kuming River system. With such a terrifying strength, Suyu naturally doesn't have to worry anymore. It seems that the Emperor Guangyan knows the situation of Suyu and directly gives the greatest support. In fact, with the strength of the Emperor Guangyao, he should be able to directly change Suyu's physical state and enhance his strength. With one observation, Suyu can be observed as a river system level or even stronger. But in that case, the Emperor Guangyu used his thinking to forcibly distort Suyu's will and turned him into a puppet with arbitrary settings. All the professions that Suyu had worked in before, and all the spiritual powers he possessed, will all disappear without a trace in a thought of the Emperor Guangyu. How to improve in the future depends on how much attention the Emperor Guangyu is willing to pay. Suyu will definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Even if he wants power and wants to improve, he will not take such away. Moreover, this power is based on the collapsed quantum system. If the quantum system is repaired one day, the power that comes out of thin air will probably disappear. Suyu will naturally not be so short-sighted. And the Emperor Guangyao will not be so either, so he directly observed a piece of armor for Suyu. After all, it is an external force, and does not affect Suyu's own essence. When Suyu doesn't want to use this armor, he can just take it off. I have to say, it's very thoughtful. Suyu is a little suspicious. Is the state of Emperor Guangyao not that bad? But after thinking about it, Suyu still didn't rashly pray to Emperor Guangyao to ask. What if Emperor Guangyao fell into a weak state after condensing this armor? Once Suyu prayed, the possible epidemic and ultimate savior pollution in his body would find Emperor Guangyao through the connection, which would be a bad thing. So Suyu thought about it again, and finally didn't pray. Moreover, Emperor Guangyao himself could clearly see Suyu, but he didn't use his powerful spiritual power to pass on the message to Suyu, and only let Suyu observe this armor. Obviously, Emperor Guangyao himself was not willing to communicate directly with Suyu for the time being. As for the reason, Suyu needed to find it himself. In addition, although this Emperor's armor was condensed out of thin air using quantum observation, theoretically, it should be a pure technological creation. But this armor actually has powerful spiritual energy, and I don't know how the Emperor Guangyao did it. The various secrets and technologies contained in it are enough for Suyu to study for thousands of years. But Suyu has no time to study these now. He urged the armor and flew towards the space door in front of him. While flying, Suyu activated the destiny prophecy to see his current destiny. The destiny that Suyu chose before was that he and many other candidates for the material god entered this space door together. But now, one candidate did not appear, and I don't know what happened. When Suyu activated the destiny prophecy, he immediately saw that the original destiny had been changed. In the destiny screen, there was no trace of other candidates, only Suyu in the background wearing golden armor. Did the Emperor Guangyu change the fate directly to prevent accidents and interference? He is really overbearing. Suyu thought about it for a while, and understood what was going on. He smiled slightly, then entered the space gate and disappeared. The candidate's ceremony of the material god, Supreme Consciousness, officially begins. Chapter 6:13. After Suyu entered the space gate, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Then, he could not feel anything. The body, spiritual energy, matter. Everything seemed to disappear in this moment. Obviously, Suyu could come and go in the void outside the universe. But now, a space gate made him lose his perception of everything. Or rather, it was not that he lost his perception, but that everything no longer existed. Only the mind was still active. Where am I now? Suyu thought in his heart. At this time, he could only think. When he had this thought, the surroundings suddenly brightened and light appeared. The presence of light means that there is time and space. However, this time and space is very blurry, and Suyu's strength can't see it clearly. Then, the time and space gradually changed and became clearer and clearer. Finally, Suyu saw everything in front of him clearly. He saw a hall and a throne. The hall is tall and wide, enough to accommodate 10,000 people, but now there is only Suyu, standing quietly in the center of the hall. The decoration style of the walls, beams, and floors of the hall is mainly dark gold, supplemented by black patterns, which looks quite luxurious and majestic. In the deepest part of the hall, there is a throne. This throne is quite tall, 3 meters high, and it doesn't seem to be prepared for humans. It is cast from pure gold metal, with intricate patterns carved on it, and heads of various creatures. Most of the heads of creatures are strange in shape, and only the heads at the top are the humans that Suyu is familiar with. This design seems to imply, no, explicitly indicate, that humans are above all living things. Apart from this, there was nothing else worth noting in the entire hall. Suyu did not take action for a moment, but observed carefully. After confirming that there was no danger, he tried to expand his holographic perception, trying to explore things outside the hall and figure out where he was now. His holographic perception had just penetrated from the hall, and immediately ran into a powerful psychic. Boom! Suyu felt that his holographic perception had hit a high wall, and the signal instantly switched to defense mode and returned to the depths of Suyu's mind, never leaking a single bit. What is that? Suyu was shocked. Just at that moment, he seemed to vaguely see a figure. That figure was extremely powerful, far beyond Suyu's imagination. Although Suyu's holographic perception was at the river level, it was almost instantly countered in front of that figure. If it weren't for the special nature of the holographic perception relying on the professional panel, it would have entered the defense mode at the critical moment and silenced the signal, and the figure would have almost found Suyu by following the signal. Suyu's heart sank when he encountered such a strong man as soon as he came here. This so-called ritual of the candidate for the material god is more difficult than imagined. Speaking of which, Suyu still doesn't know what the content of this trial ritual is. Just as Suyu was thinking quickly and analyzing the situation, suddenly, the door of the hall opened. A figure wearing dark gold armor walked quickly from outside the door. When Suyu saw this person appear, his heart was immediately startled, and he recognized this person as the strongman he saw in the holographic perception before. This person's rank is unknown, but he is extremely powerful. At least, it is certain that he is much stronger than the river system level. When this person appeared, Suyu felt something was wrong. Although the holographic perception signal just now reacted quickly, this person still found it through the connection. In his heart, Suyu secretly raised his vigilance and was ready to fight at any time. However, Suyu did not act rashly, but waited quietly. He wanted to see what this strongman in dark gold armor wanted to do. The strongman in dark gold armor did not approach Suyu, but after getting a little closer, he knelt on one knee from a distance and said respectfully, "Great Emperor, may I ask why you called me?" Suyu was a little confused when he heard this. Great Emperor? Who is this person calling? Me? Suyu looked around and was sure that there were only 2 of them in this hall. The figure in dark gold armor was undoubtedly Suyu. Suyu couldn't help but look at the golden armor of the Emperor he was wearing, and thought to himself, could this person mistake me for the Emperor? Although I am indeed wearing the Emperor's armor, it's not a mistake, right? This person is extremely powerful, and he shouldn't be so easily deceived. Suyu's mind turned quickly, and then he chose to remain silent to see how this person would respond. A moment later, this person seemed to hear something and nodded. Yes, I will obey the Emperor's order. Then he stood up, left the hall, and closed the door. At this time, Suyu was the only one left in the hall again. This change made Suyu a little confused again. What was going on, however, since there was no danger, Suyu was not in a hurry and explored slowly. Anyway, this so-called candidate ceremony doesn't seem to have a time requirement. At least Suyu didn't sense it. However, he still had no intention of leaving the hall for the time being. After all, the strongman was guarding outside. Who knows what would happen after he went out? Maybe the strongman found out that Suyu was not the so-called emperor, and instantly became furious and wanted to fight Suyu to death, which would be troublesome. Although he didn't leave the hall, Suyu didn't do nothing. He used holographic perception to scan the hall again and again to collect information, while thinking quickly, analyzing the current situation. The strongman before called me the Great Emperor, and he was in human form. The Emperor of mankind should only be the Guangyu Emperor. So, this hall should be in the sacred palace of the human mother planet Jindan? That throne is the throne of the Guangyu Emperor? Suyu thought of this and walked to the throne. He found that the size of the throne was just right for the Emperor's golden armor he was wearing. Combined with some information collected from the bottom of the space-time in the hall in holographic perception, Suyu determined that this was the palace of Emperor Guangyu. It's really weird. The candidate trial of the material god sent me to the palace of Emperor Guangyu for what? I don't know if this is real or an illusion. Suyu was puzzled. I didn't expect the palace of Emperor Guangyu to be so simple. It's not as advanced, luxurious, and majestic as I imagined. Suyu looked at the empty hall again and sighed slightly in his heart. Although this hall looks luxurious and majestic, it seems to be somewhat inconsistent with the identity of Emperor Guangyu. According to Suyu's thinking, the palace of Emperor Guangyu must have stars as lights, the Milky Way as pillars, the universe as the zenith, and the rules interwoven into a carpet. But now, this ordinary hall looks too simple. However, when this thought flashed through Suyu's mind, something strange happened. The hall, which could only accommodate 10,000 people, suddenly expanded and became as vast as a galaxy. The suspended ceilings on the zenith suddenly turned into huge stars, emitting endless light and heat. These stars formed a starry sky above Suyu's head. Chapter 6:14. After the starry sky formed the ceiling, the stars flowed down like waterfalls, forming magnificent beams and pillars in the hall. Then, the ground began to change, from the original unknown stone floor to a huge barrier interwoven with countless lines of cosmic rules. From this translucent barrier, you can see that there is a chaotic and disordered subspace below. Countless demons, evil gods, and unknown entities waved their twisted tentacles and kept attacking this barrier, trying to rush into the material universe and plunder the souls of countless lives, which was shocking to the people who watched. But they were all firmly suppressed by this barrier, and could not move forward. Everything was just as Suyu thought before. The stars were lights, the river system was a pillar, the universe was condensed into the zenith, and the rules were interwoven into a carpet. These were Suyu's random fantasies, but he didn't expect that they would become reality in an instant. The entire universe and the infinite stars seemed to be condensed in this hall. Even with Suyu's strength, he couldn't see the falsehood. Even if he used holographic perception, time and space control, and even the detection function of the Emperor's golden armor to identify it, he couldn't see any flaws. All of this seemed to be real. Suyu looked at this universe hall and was shocked. What a masterpiece it was. Just then, a voice came from outside. Emperor, what happened? Suyu was shocked when he heard it, and everything in front of him returned to its original appearance, an ordinary hall. It seemed that everything before was an illusion. But Suyu was sure that he was not hallucinating, and everything just now must be real. He is a strong man, with good strength and the Emperor's golden armor. How could he easily have such an illusion? But if it is real, why did it suddenly change back now? No matter how Suyu explored, this is just an ordinary hall. The materials used are not even extraordinary spiritual materials, but ordinary minerals and metals. This made Suyu a little confused. And the strong man wearing dark gold armor outside was still asking, as if he had noticed the change just now. But Suyu didn't know how to answer, so he kept silent. But after a while, the strong man in dark gold armor outside seemed to have heard something and said, "Yes, I understand." Then there was no sound. It seems that he has received the answer from the Emperor Guangyu. But Suyu was in this hall. How could he answer? Either that strong man is a madman, his thinking is not normal. Or I am not normal, maybe I think I didn't answer, but that strong man heard it. The situation at this time cannot be judged by common sense. Suyu fell into deep thought. He remembered the change just now. The whole hall turned out to be what he imagined. This seems to be an observer effect. But this effect is too strong. Suyu condensed the entire universe into a hall with a random thought, which is incredible. Is this the candidate trial ceremony of the material God, Supreme Consciousness? It directly gave me an extremely powerful observation ability, and I can observe the entire universe. So you couldn't help but guess in his heart. Maybe this is part of the true meaning of his trial this time. He now has obtained the powerful ability of Supreme Consciousness in advance, and can use consciousness to shape and change the entire universe at will. Before, Suyu did not speak, but the strong man in dark gold armor seemed to have heard the order. It may be that Suyu subconsciously wanted him to leave quickly, and not disturb him. Then this thought became true through the observation effect. The strong man in gold armor therefore really heard the order of the Emperor Guanyu, and did not find anything abnormal. Although the strong man in gold armor was powerful, he seemed to be a little weak in front of this power that could change the entire universe. Sound. This is an extremely powerful force, but Suyu was not too happy, because it is also an extremely dangerous force. If Suyu had more random thoughts, wouldn't the entire universe be destroyed in an instant? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Suyu suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a very dangerous premonition came from his heart. Not good. Suyu quickly calmed down and controlled his thoughts. After a moment, the light reappeared in front of him, and everything was back to normal. But Suyu knew that the universe might have been destroyed at that moment. But fortunately, Suyu reacted in time and saved the universe again. Isn't this too tricky? A random thought can destroy the universe. Suyu felt a little uneasy. This ability to destroy the universe with a single thought sounds very powerful and cool. But in fact, it is completely out of control. Suyu's thought, even subconsciously, destroyed the entire original universe. And the moment the universe is destroyed, Suyu will also die. Suyu didn't know if he could be resurrected after death due to the destruction of the universe on this scale. Fortunately, he reacted in time and restored the universe to its original state. But this didn't seem to be a big deal. Because just at that moment, Suyu's thoughts fluctuated, and the universe began to flicker again, with signs of destruction. Although Suyu had a strong control over his own thoughts, the universe was too sensitive to Suyu's thoughts. A thought that flashed through a billionth of a second could cause large-scale changes in the universe. Suyu could only exert his full strength to control his thoughts within a certain range, that is, this hall. Even if he changed, he would only change this hall, and not involve other things. This process was extremely difficult, and required a high level of control over thinking. Suyu was powerful, and his thinking was extremely fast. Every moment, there were billions of thoughts flashing. It was difficult to accurately control every thought. After all, he was a human with emotional thinking, not a cold machine. Could this be the true meaning of the trial? I need to abandon all emotions and distractions, concentrate on controlling my thoughts, and maintain the stability of this universe? Suyu had an epiphany. Finally, he understood what this trial ritual was all about. At the same time, he also understood that the Supreme Consciousness, mentioned by the mechanical god before, was always very low-key. It seems that it has to be low-key. It has to observe the universe without distractions every day. If it is not careful, the universe will be destroyed, so it is naturally impossible to come out and mess around. It seems that this Supreme Consciousness is not a good job. If it continues like this for billions of years, it will be more boring than death. Wait, that Supreme Consciousness, is it deliberately seeking death? And then drag me to be the scapegoat? The one who is eyeing me behind the scenes is the dead Supreme Consciousness. Suyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he figured it out. Chapter 6:15. As soon as Suyu returned to the original universe, he was inexplicably targeted by a certain existence, and then he was asked to kill the Supreme Consciousness, obtain the candidate mark, and participate in this trial. Suyu has never been able to find out who the mastermind behind the scenes is. Now it seems that it is very likely that it is the Supreme Consciousness himself. This Supreme Consciousness is really not an easy job. The original Supreme Consciousness may have been tired of it, and wanted to run away. So it targeted Suyu, and gave Suyu the last blow. This powerful material god may be the strongest among the material gods. But in the end, it was weakened to only a tiny fragment left. Suyu looked at it and died. It's not normal no matter how you think about it. The mechanical god split into countless fragments, but those fragments seem to be still there. Not to mention the one next to Suyu, there are even powerful fragments that established the so-called mechanical religion and tried to return to the throne of God. If the mechanical god is like this, then the Supreme Consciousness, with such a big name, can't it be done? Moreover, the Supreme Consciousness has always been low-key, and it is related to the stability of the universe, so there should be no strong people who want to wipe it out. In the end, only a fragment of him was left, and it is very likely that he did it himself. He committed suicide, however, Perhaps due to some rules, the Supreme Consciousness cannot kill itself with the last fragment. Even if he took the initiative to possess that cultivator civilization and provoke the Mechanicus chased him for thousands of years, but he still couldn't die. Then, he set his sights on Suyu. Maybe he had already set his sights on him long before this incident. When Suyu created the small universe and separated from the original universe before, it may have been completed under the watchful eyes of the Supreme Consciousness. The quantum system in the microcosm is also stable because of this gaze. This Supreme Consciousness, I don't know what it likes about Suyu. When Suyu returns to the original universe, it plans to let Suyu collide with the cultivator civilization. Then it died. Suyu is the candidate for the Supreme Consciousness on his back. After thinking all this through, Suyu was speechless. When he was fighting with the fragment of the Supreme Consciousness, he was nervous for a while, worried that this guy had some unknown means. As a result, the other party died very easily, and died after being looked at, which made Suyu at that time feel that this great god of things was too useless. Now I understand that it's not that the other party is too useless, it's just acting. I don't even want to act. A great universe-level god died after being looked at by Suyu. Who would believe it if I told others? After thinking all this through, Suyu really wanted to pull out the Supreme Consciousness and beat him up. Although the other party is dead, Suyu estimates that death does not mean the end, but liberation. The Supreme Consciousness might be having a good time somewhere right now. And the mission that originally belonged to him was handed over to Suyu. Thinking of this, Suyu's emotions fluctuated, and the universe suddenly changed with his thoughts. It flickered, and was on the verge of destruction at all times. Suyu quickly focused his mind, and the universe stabilized. Suyu had lived for so many years, and only now did he know that the universe was so fragile and could be destroyed at any time. The Supreme Consciousness was probably carefully maintained for billions of years. Maybe one day he relaxed his spirit, and the entire universe was gone. The entire universe seemed boundless and vast, but it was actually a fat silk bubble that would break at the touch of a finger. Living in such a universe, there is really no sense of security. After stabilizing the universe, Suyu began to think carefully. How should this trial proceed? He now understands the content of the trial. As long as he maintains the current state, and does not let the universe be destroyed, after a certain period of time, he should be able to meet the requirements and become a new material god. For Suyu, this kind of thing is boring at most, but it is not impossible. However, that refers to a short period of time. Perhaps, Suyu can persist for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. But like the previous Supreme Consciousness, Suyu does not know if he can maintain billions of billions. The trial ceremony is just the beginning. The material god life after the trial is an eternal torture. So what Suyu is considering now is whether to continue this trial, or just give up. Whoever wants to be the Supreme Consciousness can be. Just as Suyu was thinking this way, the universe began to flicker again. Suyu quickly stopped his distracting thoughts, and was speechless. It seemed that he had already stepped into this pit, and could not escape. Suyu did not hesitate, and could only change his mind. That is, how should he complete this trial, and how should he become a material god after completing it? In fact, it seems that this does not need to be considered. Suyu only needs to think about nothing, do nothing, and keep his mind blank, and everything will be fine. This trial is so simple, almost like sleeping. However, Suyu had to consider another thing, that is, what does the Emperor Guangyao want to do? The Emperor Guangyao used the observation effect to give Suyu the Emperor's golden armor. Then Suyu's trial scene was still in the Jindan Palace. There must be some deep meaning in it. Emperor Guangyao may want Suyu to do something in the trial. In that case, Suyu cannot do nothing, but must do something. At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt the light and shadow around him changing. In a short period of time, it seemed that thousands of years had passed. The furnishings in the palace hall also changed. Suyu frowned slightly. These changes did not seem to be caused by his thoughts, but natural changes. In other words, this is a change that originally existed in the trial? Suyu's heart trembled, knowing that the real trial might officially begin. He had to remain as still as a mountain in the next changes to maintain the stability of the universe. Suddenly, Suyu moved, and the next moment, he sat directly on the golden throne. The throne was huge, but the Emperor's golden armor on Suyu was also not small, which was just right. Looking at the front, the palace hall was already full of people. Those people were all wearing armor of various colors, and they exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Suyu even saw that one of them was breathing in and out the galaxy. Each of these people was at least a galaxy-level warrior. They gathered together and bowed respectfully to Suyu. Great Emperor. Your 16th son colluded with the evil entity of the subspace and betrayed the Empire. Suyu was shocked when he heard this, and then the Emperor's armor on his body automatically emitted light. This light seemed to connect to a giant tower that penetrated the universe. The giant tower sent out infinite signals, instantly transmitting the scene of tens of billions of light years away to Suyu's eyes. Suyu saw that at the border of the Empire, where the rebels passed, countless planets and billions of humans became bait for the demons of the subspace. The extinction of one galaxy after another. Suyu saw the boundless tragedy, and his expression changed immediately. So that's it. I need to watch countless humans being slaughtered and remain indifferent to pass the test? It's really cruel. Chapter 616. Suyu found that he had thought the trial was too simple before. Originally, he thought that as long as he didn't think too much, stayed calm, and had a blank mind, this trial would pass naturally. After it was over, he would be the great god who controlled the birth and death of the universe. Although this was not a good job, Suyu had no choice now. Now, Suyu knew that this trial was far from simple. The space gate of the trial directly sent him to the period of the Great Rebellion of the Emperor of Men. Countless humans died tragically, and their souls were devoured, played with, and tortured by the demons of the subspace. All this was originally far away from Suyu, a tragedy that happened in the past. Suyu had always listened to it as a story before. But now, it is within reach. Moreover, not only can he see it, Suyu knows that he can stop all this in a thought. Suyu can use the power of the Supreme Consciousness to make the universe born and die in a thought. These mere rebels, what's the point? With just a thought, he can eliminate those rebels, and even resurrect the dead humans. Moreover, this is not a virtual illusion, but reality. The so-called illusion has no meaning at all for the existence of the Supreme Consciousness. Even if it is fake, as long as the thought moves, it will become real. So before, Suyu condensed the entire universe into the palace hall with just one thought. Now, Suyu can naturally turn everything in front of him into real history with just one thought. As long as Suyu's thought moves, he can really change history and prevent the tragedy of the past from happening again. At this time, Suyu really traveled back to the past history and was experiencing the Great Rebellion. This was the first time that Suyu traveled through such a long distance in time and space. It was also the first time that he was able to change such a huge history. Suyu also understood what Emperor Guangyao wanted him to do. Change history. Let the tragedy never happen again. At that time, the human empire will never have betrayal and division, and there will be no death of billions of humans. Although Emperor Guangyao is powerful, it seems that he cannot reverse the cause and effect of such a large range of time and space, not to mention that he was in a mummy state after the Great Rebellion and could not exert normal power at all. So he placed his hopes on Suyu. Although he understood the true meaning of Emperor Guangyao, Suyu looked at the death of billions of humans, and although his face changed slightly, he did not take any action. Let it all happen. Because he can't. Although he can wipe out the rebels with just a thought. But such a violent fluctuation of thoughts will also cause the universe to be unstable, or even directly destroyed. In that case, Suyu will also die, and may not even be able to be resurrected. Everything ends here. At that time, it is not those humans who die, but all mankind, and even the entire universe. Perhaps, the Emperor of Glory is gambling. Either Suyu successfully wipes out the rebels, or they die together. Normal emperors will not be so extreme, but the Emperor of Glory has an opposite side, the Dark Emperor, who controls the power of destruction. If Suyu is sent to this trial, it is also the intention of the Dark Emperor, then it is normal. The will of the Dark Emperor is to destroy everything, including the human emperor and himself. If Suyu destroys the universe, it is in line with his will. Suyu naturally didn't want to die together, so he could only watch. This was also a kind of torture. Suyu considered himself a human being. Although many humans died in his hands, he saved more. He had human feelings, emotions, likes and dislikes. Although he was powerful, he was not a ruthless and indifferent machine. But at this time, he had to watch countless of his kind die tragically in front of him, but he was powerless. Or in other words, he had the ability but couldn't use it. How could this not be a kind of torture? Even if those people had no relationship with him, and it had nothing to do with him if they died, it was still unbearable to watch them like this. After all, Suyu was a human being. Did the Guangyao Emperor feel the same way? Such torture? Did he repeat these memories every day during the 10,000 years he became a mummy and sat on the throne? Suyu didn't know. He only knew that at this time, two extremely intense and contradictory mentalities were colliding in his heart. One of them was numbness and indifference. Seeing death too much, I gradually became numb. The extinction of a star can no longer cause Suyu to fluctuate, and a river system can barely do so. A star field can cause him to fluctuate a little, but not much. If Suyu can achieve no fluctuation at all, then he should have completed the trial and become the new supreme consciousness. In addition, there is another emotion that is, no matter what the consequences, just wipe out those rebels. As for the possible destruction of the universe, who cares, or rather, it's better to destroy it. After seeing too much death and despair, Suyu's heart surged with a desire for self-destruction. What's the point of living? What's the point of keeping this dark universe? It's better to end it here, destroy everything, die. Nothing is left, it's clean. No wonder the Emperor of Glory can give birth to the personality of the Dark Emperor. Suyu sighed in his heart after noticing this self-destructive emotion. If this continues, maybe he can also give birth to a Dark Suyu. Two emotional states, one is cold and ruthless, and the other is violent and destructive. Suyu is destined to choose one of them, and this choice also represents the life and death of the universe. Suyu chooses none. Whether it is the Supreme Consciousness, the Emperor of Glory, or the Dark Emperor, I will not act according to your ideas. Suyu looked at the tragic death in front of him and made up his mind. Then, he forced himself not to look at those deaths and despair, but split a part of his personality and conducted some research. What he wanted to study was using mechanical power to inherit the Supreme Consciousness. At that time, this universe will no longer rely on an unstable biological consciousness to maintain, but on a stable and reliable machine. Just like the creation machine, Suyu suddenly understood everything. So that's it. The Supreme Consciousness saw me using the creation machine to create a small universe, so it gave him inspiration. He let me go this far, just to let me research a real creation machine, so that the entire original universe can be included in it, and a stable creation machine. As long as I can complete it, all tragedies will be rewritten. This thing, originally with my strength, it is impossible to do, but now I am in the trial. With the power of the material God, I can rewrite the universe in a thought, which makes me qualified to complete this thing. This is the time and space mechanic. No! It should be called the universe mechanic. Chapter 6:17. Suyu's microcosm is completely created and operated by the creation machine, and it is self-sustaining. Suyu only needs to control the creation machine. Even if there is no observer and the quantum system collapses, as long as Suyu returns and adds such a function to the creation machine, there will be no problem. In this way, he basically doesn't need to worry too much. But the original universe is so original that it requires a supreme consciousness to observe the entire universe continuously for billions of years to maintain stability. Suyu can't stand this job. So he wants to mechanize the entire original universe and build the cornerstone of its existence on an ultimate creation machine. Let this creation machine replace the supreme consciousness and maintain the integrity of the universe system. Suyu made a plan in his mind, so he didn't hesitate and started to implement it. However, it is not an easy task for him to create an ultimate creation machine that can accommodate the entire universe. Suyu's own strength is only slightly stronger than the 6th order star level. The gap between the star level and the entire universe is so huge that it is difficult to calculate. Theoretically, it is impossible to do this. But now Suyu, as a candidate for the Supreme Consciousness, has temporarily obtained the ability to observe the entire universe, so there is hope. First, Suyu began to observe the entire universe in depth. He wanted to take in the rules of the entire universe, and then he could create a creation machine that could accommodate the entire universe based on the rules of the entire universe. However, Suyu soon discovered that this was almost an impossible task. On the one hand, he had to be careful to maintain the stability of his mind, otherwise a distraction could destroy the universe. In this state, he could barely observe the rules of the universe. But as he observed, the underlying rules of the universe were changing all the time. Space-time, gravity, energy, speed of light, quantum, cause and effect. Even mathematics. Various underlying parameters. Whenever Suyu accurately observed these parameters, he immediately found that they had changed in an instant. The previous observations were inaccurate. Is it inaccurate? Suyu's heart sank. He had expected this situation. With his current ability, he could see all the rules of the universe in an instant. But there was a problem, that is, his thoughts could modify these rules at any time. He could destroy the universe in a single thought, and modifying those rules was naturally a piece of cake. So those rules kept fluctuating with Suyu's thoughts. If there were scientists from advanced civilizations who were measuring the rules of the universe now, they would find that they could not measure accurately anyway. Of course, the fluctuation of such rules was extremely weak. If the civilization level is too low and the measurement accuracy is insufficient, it is estimated that these fluctuations cannot be detected at all. Suyu tried to make his mind free of fluctuations, and suddenly, the cosmic rules in his eyes stabilized. But this seems to be meaningless, because these rules have long been modified by Suyu, and are completely different from the original cosmic rules. Suyu doesn't even know what they looked like before they were modified. Or, is there really a so-called original cosmic rule, when the Supreme Consciousness was still there, were the cosmic rules constantly being modified? An idea came to Suyu's mind. Perhaps the rules of the universe have always been fluctuating, but Suyu just didn't notice it before. In this case, there is no need to worry about the original rules of the universe, just follow my own. At this time, Suyu was too lazy to observe the rules of the universe anymore. Anyway, he couldn't measure it accurately. He just took an average value according to the parameters he observed. Now, the rule parameters are available. The next step is for Suyu to build a creation machine. In this regard, Suyu has experience, or it can be said that he has no experience. His experience is only a small universe of the star level, but now he has to design a super creation machine that encompasses the entire universe. The rule parameters of the small universe are very few, and the rule parameters of the original universe are more than billions of times more than those of the small universe. It is incredible to create a super creation machine. Suyu first tried to use the observer effect to create a creation machine out of thin air, but he failed. The quantum observer effect of the Supreme Consciousness can indeed create something out of nothing, and it can make anything at once come true. But it seems to be limited to the universe. And the creation machine is something beyond the universe, and no matter how hard you observe, you can't observe it. There is no way, then Suyu can only rely on himself. Suyu tried to design it with his mechanical ability, and after a while, he found that it was almost impossible to do it. His mechanic ability is very powerful, enough to design stellar-level mechanical creations. However, compared with the ultimate creation machine of the universe level, it is far behind. It's like a person who has just learned the 4 operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and wants to use this calculation ability to count the total number of atoms in the universe. This is basically impossible. Compared with the original universe, the mechanic ability that Suyu has mastered is equivalent to the 4 operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. His act of creating a super creation machine is equivalent to counting the number of atoms in the entire universe, or even more difficult. But it may not be impossible, as long as there is enough time. Suyu thought to himself. An ordinary person, who only knows the 4 operations, can naturally not count the total number of atoms in the universe. But if it is a super life form with infinite life and infinite vision, even if he only knows the 4 operations, he can still count. And now Suyu, as a candidate for the God of Things, he is this super life form. So now, time stops. Suyu's mind moved, and the entire universe stopped. Countless galaxies, lives, and civilizations all stopped. Billions of light years away, the rebels of the Empire also stopped. This stagnation has no end. As long as Suyu does not take the initiative to end it, it will never start again. Suyu wants to count the number of atoms in the entire universe in this infinite stagnation and create a super creation machine. It seems like a moment, but it also seems like billions of years. In this static universe, a large number of celestial bodies gathered and formed a superdimensional sphere in the center of the universe. This sphere is billions of times larger than the Milky Way. It has 43 spatial dimensions and keeps changing. It seems to be within the universe, but in fact it contains the entire universe. The concepts of inside and outside have lost their meaning in front of this sphere. It has extremely powerful computing power, enough to contain all the rules of the original universe, and analyze and run them. This is the super creation machine created by Suyu. Chapter 618. Of course, it is just a semi-finished product, and it has not been truly manufactured yet. The rules and parameters of the original universe are simply endless. The complexity of designing a machine based on these parameters, and making it run stably, is almost beyond the imagination of any life. Anyway, time is stagnant, and all time is just a concept in Suyu's mind. As long as he does not stop, time will never flow again. Finally, it is almost done. Suyu looked at the sphere in the center of the universe, and said in his heart. After an unknown period of hard work, he finally approached success. There are still some details missing to officially start this creation machine. As for whether it can be done, Suyu does not know. This creation machine is too complicated. When Suyu made it, he discovered new universe rules parameters from time to time. Then he could only add these new parameters to the machine, so the machine became more complicated. This process is basically adding flour when there is too much water, and adding water when there is too much flour. Finally, a huge monster that Suyu himself could not understand was created. Now the diameter of this creation machine has exceeded 10 billion light years, and the matter and energy used are difficult to calculate. These 10 billion light years are only the scale of its projection in three-dimensional space. If it is a true 43-dimensional entity, it is even larger than the original universe. Otherwise, how can it contain the original universe? How can it be considered a creation machine? Originally, the space-time of the original universe is infinite. But Suyu made a super creation machine, which seems to be larger than infinity, so it can contain it. When the super creation machine broke through infinity, Suyu knew that he was close to success. Next, we just need to perfect the details. How long has it been? Suyu suddenly thought of something. Although time has stopped, this is for the universe. For Suyu, time has always been flowing, and the time he spent creating this creation machine is also real. Suyu tried to recall, but found that he could not remember it. It has been too long, so long that even with Suyu's strength, he could not retain such a large amount of memory. Suyu even doubted whether it has been so long since the birth of the entire universe. Suyu spent more time than the life of the universe to create a super creation machine. Originally, Suyu thought that becoming a material god, staring at the universe for billions of years, and maintaining the stability of the quantum system was a torture. But now, Suyu unknowingly spent more time than the life of the universe to create a creation machine. In this way, isn't it more torturous than being a material god? But Suyu did not feel any discomfort. How did I do it? Suyu recalled this, and was immediately surprised. He felt that this process was extremely long, but it seemed to pass in an instant. Just like sleeping, the sky will be bright when you close your eyes and open them again, and you won't feel that time is unbearable. This is how Suyu felt at this moment. But the problem is that he didn't sleep, but was thinking at high speed and designing machinery the whole time. In this state, after billions of years, Suyu only had a little fuzzy memory and no discomfort at all. This was completely beyond Suyu's own ability. Originally, he thought that this process would be extremely difficult and painful. It might even be unbearable. After all, he was just an ordinary person before, and his lifespan added up to only about 1,000 years. 1,000 years of life is insignificant compared to billions of years. Suyu is likely to be drowned by this long time, and there is no trace of his original personality. But now, Suyu is very sober, and even a little unsatisfied. Moreover, during these billions of years, Suyu devoted himself to designing the creation machine and did not spend too much time on stabilizing the quantum system of the universe. However, the universe did not destroy itself, but became very stable. Suyu found that he did not need to spend too much energy to stabilize the universe now, unlike before, when he needed to concentrate highly. Is my ability improved? Or is there another existence that is helping secretly? Suyu thought of this and felt a chill in his heart. Logically speaking, he stagnated the universe for billions of years, and some other powerful beings, such as the Supreme Three Gods, such as Jingshan, such as Guanya Emperor, Dark Emperor, these extremely powerful beings, would definitely not be stagnated so easily. Even Suyu only stagnated the material universe, and the subspace was not involved at all. Those beings must be able to retain their thoughts, and will in this stagnant time and space. I am afraid that they have spent billions of years, like Suyu. However, they did not move at all, as if they wanted to accompany Suyu and carry out this matter until the end of time. Even if Suyu spends another billions of years, they can wait. When did these beings become so polite? It seems that my creation of the creation machine is what they are happy to see, and even they directly promoted it. Suyu thought to himself. He realized that those powerful beings were secretly helping him to build the creation machine. Suyu could concentrate for billions of years without any distraction, probably because of the power of those beings. They used their own methods to prevent Suyu from having a personality breakdown due to the long and boring time. Suyu was served by so many powerful beings. No wonder he was still mentally clear and even a little comfortable after billions of years. It feels like a dream. Could it be the power of the Lord of Dreams? Suyu guessed. His state at this time was like having an extremely long dream that was longer than the life of the universe. Although it was long, after waking up, the memories in the dream disappeared with the wind and would not have any impact on him when he was awake. Suyu had a profession as a dream god mechanic, and he vaguely realized that there was an extremely powerful dream power at work. However, this dream power was much stronger than Suyu's dream god mechanic. This was the real dream god. Time that is longer than the life of the universe can also turn into a dream without leaving any trace. With such power, Suyu could only think of the legendary Lord of Dreams. Suyu had seen one of the tentacles of this powerful being in the blue galaxy before, and had seen the layers of dream civilization swallowed by it. After that, Suyu never saw anything related to the Lord of Dreams again. Unexpectedly, this powerful being actually helped him in secret. It seems that this creation machine is also very important to these beings. Before, the creation machine was able to break through the infinite and contain the original universe, which should have been caused by some beings. Otherwise, Suyu alone would not be able to break through this difficulty even after billions of years. Originally, Suyu thought that it was extremely difficult to create a creation machine, but now it seems so simple. He only needs to start, and those powerful beings have already arranged it. All kinds of difficulties are solved for him. But now, Suyu has only one last question: why me? Chapter 619. Before, Suyu thought that he was targeted by the Supreme Consciousness and needed him to take over and succeed the Supreme Consciousness as the God of things. But now it seems that the truth behind it is far more than that. It is not only the Supreme Consciousness that is targeting Suyu. Those various powerful beings hidden in the depths of the universe seem to be secretly providing help to Suyu to help him bring out this super creation machine. Their purpose does not seem to be to let Suyu inherit the throne of the Supreme Consciousness. It is just to complete this creation machine. This is strange. Suyu's creation machine was designed by him when he was in the 5th level. Although his technological capabilities were powerful at that time, he probably could not rank among the countless civilizations in the entire universe. At least the technological strength of the human empire and the Mechanicus is definitely stronger than Suyu. Suyu can design a creation machine, so why can't other strong men and civilizations do the same? Why must he be the one to complete the creation of this super creation machine? What's so special about Suyu? So Suyu asked, why him, if you really want to say what's special about Suyu? Of course he's special. The most special thing about him is his career panel. Until now, Suyu has not found the upper limit of this panel. Is it because of this? Suyu thought to himself, suspecting that the panel had been exposed. But when Suyu tried to ask the panel in his mind whether it had been exposed, the feedback given by the panel was, Suyu is the only creature in consciousness that knows the career panel. It seems that it is not because of the panel. This is a simple truth. If the panel is powerful enough, it will attract the attention of those universe-level gods. Such a powerful panel, if its own information is exposed, it will definitely know it, and it can't be hidden from it. Now it responds that it is not exposed, that is, it is not exposed, and now this matter has nothing to do with the panel. From another perspective, it is not powerful enough, the same is true. It is not powerful enough, and it doesn't know that it has been exposed. Such a weak existence will not be taken so seriously by those powerful gods. If it's not because of the panel, then what is it? Suyu thought about it again, but couldn't find the reason. He vaguely guessed that it might be related to the fact that he made the creation machine and left the original universe. Suyu thought for a while, and decided to ask directly. So he asked, in this universe where time has stopped for billions of years, why me? Suyu waited for a while, but didn't get an answer. It seems that those behind him don't want to communicate with him. Seeing this, Suyu smiled coldly and went on strike directly. This group of hidden existences refused to say a word and wanted to make him work for nothing, but he would not cooperate obediently. Suyu's strike left the nearly completed super creation machine there, slowly rotating in the center of the universe. Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, Suyu suddenly received some information. Suyu's heart moved, knowing that those hidden existences gave a response. This information appeared out of thin air in Suyu's mind memory. He seemed to suddenly recall this information, rather than receiving it. This information seemed to have existed since Suyu was born, just like his hands and feet, following him from birth to death. The content of this information is, limit. Any life has its limit. Strength has a limit, wisdom has a limit, body size has a limit, lifespan has a limit. Ordinary humans can only live for less than 100 years without technology and psychic power to prolong their lives. This is the embodiment of the limit. From the perspective of information, this limit is like an attribute written on life. Suyu used the digital god mechanic before to change the attributes of creatures, which was actually modifying these. But Suyu did not expect that even if the ability of the digital god mechanic was not used, the creatures actually had these attributes. These limit attributes can be changed and broken through, but they cannot be ignored. An ordinary person, promoted to the 3rd level, has a lifespan of thousands of years. This means that his limit has been broken through, but his limit has not disappeared, it has only been updated. The new limit is still restricting him, and he will die when he reaches the limit of the 3rd level lifespan. Even the mysterious and powerful Supreme Three Gods seem to have limits. Their domains are all in the subspace, and they do not directly devour the material universe. But Suyu is different, very different. Suyu sees his limit as Suyu, standard type 1 human gene, no psychic talent, natural physical lifespan of 87 years, natural soul lifespan of 327 years. This is Suyu's limit. Under normal circumstances, he cannot awaken psychic power, and will die at the age of 87 at most, and this is the end of old age. If he encounters any accident, it is normal to die at the age of 20. As for the soul lifespan, it means that if he uses some technological means to transform his body into a semi-mechanical life, he can live longer. But the soul will decay after 327 years, and cannot bear more memories. This is Suyu's original fate. In other words, this is not fate on the time level, but his own physical properties. A piece of steel has properties such as hardness, toughness, melting point, etc. If these limits are exceeded, the steel will be destroyed. Suyu also has these properties. These are his properties. But the problem is that Suyu seems to ignore these properties directly now, which is unreasonable. In theory, when Suyu takes up his first extraordinary profession and has psychic power, this limit property will be updated. Until he keeps improving himself and becomes stronger and stronger, his limit information should also be constantly updated. Now his properties should be Suyu, standard type 1 human gene, high psychic talent, limit level 6, natural physical lifespan 17,998,979 years, natural soul lifespan 327247909 years. This should be the updated limit property. Instead of the so-called natural physical lifespan of 87 years, and natural soul lifespan of 327 years. This does not match at all. According to this limit, Suyu would have died long ago. This means that Suyu directly ignored this limit, and he had no limit at all. This is why those cosmic gods targeted him, and asked him to complete this creation machine. Those cosmic gods, although powerful, also have their limits. They cannot complete the creation machine, even if they have the corresponding technology and knowledge. But Suyu has no limit. Only he can complete this super creation machine, and stabilize this universe. So that's it. Suyu finally figured it out. This is equivalent to everyone in this world having a level cap. Some people have a level cap of 100, and some people have a level cap of 10,000. This limit can be broken, but it always exists. But Suyu has the attributes of level 5, and has the power that only level 500 can have. Chapter 620. But, the human empire at that time could clearly send warships to the outside of the universe to hunt the cosmic undead. They should also have the technology to create a small universe, and break away from the original universe. Is it because the current original universe has a new limit that does not allow the creation machine to be born? When I created the small universe and broke away from the original universe, this was also beyond the limit, and it was much beyond the limit, so it was very conspicuous, and was targeted. Suyu thought of a possibility. At that time, he created the creation machine, created the small universe, and broke away from the original universe. In his opinion, this matter was not too difficult. Just design the creation machine step by step, observe the rules of the universe, and then write these rules into the creation machine, and then combine the collected time and space origins and material energy. A brand new small universe was born. However, in the eyes of those cosmic masters, Suyu's behavior may be a little incredible. Because this matter has far exceeded the limit, according to the previous statement of the cosmic undead, the original universe has already achieved true infinity. Perhaps after achieving true infinity, the original universe itself has set new restrictions for all life civilizations in it. That is, it can no longer leave the original universe. Under such a strong restriction, machines, like the creation machine, cannot be created no matter how powerful they are. Even if they can destroy the galaxy and destroy time and space in a single thought, and have various infinite essences. But the limit attributes still trap them. So those beings can only find Suyu. No wonder Holy Sin is very optimistic about Suyu, and thinks that Suyu can become a great being shoulder to shoulder with him. Because Suyu is a transcendent without limits. As for why Suyu can ignore the limit, it is very simple, because of the career panel. The moment he awakened the career panel, his limit attributes were all on the panel, and it had nothing to do with his own limit. It seems that the level of the panel is higher than expected. Perhaps, the career panel is also truly infinite, at the same level as the entire original universe. Suyu said secretly in his heart. He never thought that his career panel would have such a high level. Even with his current strength, he can't see the true essence of the career panel. Perhaps, This is the true meaning of infinity. It is infinite. How can Suyu see its full picture? After figuring it out, Suyu started working again. He started to build the super creation machine again and stopped going on strike. The feeling of being half asleep and half awake came again, making Suyu forget the time and not lose consciousness because of billions of years of work. It seems that the Lord of Dreams has provided help again. In the center of the universe, the superdimensional sphere of billions of light years is becoming more and more perfect. At this time, it is almost the last step. The last step is to create a new universe based on the origin of time and space and realize creation. The origin of time and space is when the universe is destroyed, all information, energy, time and space, cause and effect, collapse into a point without size. The original universe now does not have the origin of time and space. Then, Suyu needs to destroy this universe once, and then restart it with the creation machine. At this point, Suyu stopped. He did not start the huge super creation machine, because he had doubts in his heart. Before, he created a small universe, which was fine, with a total size of a star system. But now, he wants to include the entire original universe and restart the creation. Can the original universe really agree? Speaking of which, does the original universe have its own consciousness? Suyu doesn't know. In theory, it should have. Suyu created the small universe, and he himself can be regarded as the will of the small universe. Suyu had seen several cosmic ghosts before. This shows that the universe, in a sense, can also be regarded as a powerful life, and can also have self-awareness. Then, the original universe is so powerful and has already possessed true infinity, so it should also have it, right? Then the supreme consciousness should be the consciousness of the original universe. But now the supreme consciousness has faked its death and ran away. Moreover, it was the supreme consciousness itself that took the initiative to encourage Suyu to conduct this candidate ceremony, to stop time and space, and to create a super creation machine. From this point of view, Suyu does not have to worry at all. Just do it. There will be no consequences. However, if the supreme consciousness is the consciousness of the original universe, then he should not be restricted by the limit attribute. Would he limit himself? He can create the creation machine by himself. Then why does he still look for Suyu? Unless the will of the original universe is not him, then what would the original universe feel like if it had a true will? How would it view Suyu? When Suyu completes the creation machine, will he be directly wiped out by some force? It is a matter of life and death, so Suyu has to think about it. Also, what do those powerful beings who provide help to Suyu mean? When Suyu completes the creation machine, he will start the creation machine. In theory, they will all be killed and then restarted and resurrected. In this process, their lives are in Suyu's hands. If Suyu does not resurrect them after restarting the universe, won't they really die? In this case, when the creation machine is completed, will they take action to seize the control of the machine? And, anyway, Suyu thought of a lot in this short time. I have to think about it. But in the end, Suyu still resolutely prepared to start. At this point, he has no way out. Unless he wants to stay in this static time and space forever. What's more, Suyu is now more powerful than ever, and has the power to create and destroy the universe. Even if there is any crisis, he has the capital to deal with it. Then, do it. The next moment, Suyu's mind moved, and the entire universe fell into destruction in an instant. Time and space collapsed, cause and effect did not exist, energy disappeared, and matter was annihilated. The original universe was destroyed. Countless civilizations in the universe seemed to burst out with infinite power at this moment. It was the savior in those civilizations trying to save the world. But in the face of such great power, it was useless. All died. At the same time, Suyu himself was also destroyed, and he died. Without the material universe, the subspace attached to it also dissipated. All kinds of energy and information were condensed into an origin in a short time, the origin of time and space. The only thing that was not destroyed was the creation machine, which ran silently and absorbed this origin of time and space into it. Then, create the world. However, it was useless. Chapter 621. The super creation machine with a diameter of 10 billion light years kept running, as if a vast universe was about to explode and be created under its operation. However, it seemed to be stuck somewhere, and there was no movement for a long time. Just when the creation machine was stuck, some invisible struggle seemed to take place in the void. Obviously, the universe was destroyed, and all existences should have died, but this was obviously not the case. After an unknown period of time, the creation machine finally started again. However, after only a moment of starting, the creation machine exploded. The fragments of the explosion were absorbed by the origin of time and space after the destruction of the original universe. Then, with this origin as the core, an unprecedented and fierce cosmic explosion broke out. Infinite energy and matter erupted from the origin of time and space, and in a blink of an eye, an endless galaxy was formed. Time flew by, and in a short time, countless civilizations were born and destroyed. It seemed like a replay of everything. The human empire appeared, the expedition to the galaxy, and rapid development. Then, the time node came to the Great Rebellion again, which was the time node that Suyu traveled to. Suyu also woke up at this time. After waking up, he found himself sitting on the golden throne in the palace, exactly the same as before the destruction of the universe. It seemed that the previous billions of years of research and the creation of the creation machine were just illusions. Even Suyu tried to recall, but his memory was a little fuzzy. Suyu recalled the billions of years of mechanical manufacturing experience in his consciousness, and then tried to use his material god ability to create parts of a super creation machine out of thin air. But it didn't work. However, Suyu found that he couldn't use it. The power that could destroy the universe in a single thought no longer exists. The memory is fuzzy, and the ability is gone. It seems that everything before was really an illusion. How could the universe be born and destroyed in a single thought? But Suyu knew that this couldn't be an illusion. He had really experienced the research of billions of years. The memory was fuzzy because the power of the Lord of Dreams prevented him from being overwhelmed by the huge memory and losing his self-awareness. Although the memory was fuzzy, the various mechanical experiences and knowledge developed from billions of years of research could not be faked and did not disappear. At this time, Suyu's knowledge in the field of mechanics was incredibly rich. Relying on his own research, he designed a creation machine that could accommodate the entire universe. He encountered many technical difficulties, which were all solved by Suyu one by one. By solving these technical problems, Suyu's mechanical ability was already a world of difference compared to before. If the mechanical ability of a mechanic has a level, Suyu should be at the cosmic level now. However, many of the technologies he has researched rely on the ability of the Supreme Consciousness to make his wishes come true. Otherwise, any mechanical component would be beyond his own ability. Is this considered a completed fetish ritual, or a failure? Suyu thought to himself. Although he lost that powerful power, Suyu was not in a hurry. Anyway, that power was not his property, and was very dangerous. Now that this power is lost, Suyu does not have to worry about destroying the universe by mistake. However, at this time, although he lost the power of the material god, the Emperor's golden armor given to him by the Emperor Guangyu was still worn on his body, giving him power beyond the river level. Using the power of this golden armor, Suyu could also create a powerful mechanical creation at the river level. But Suyu didn't have this thought for the time being. The most urgent thing was to figure out the current situation first. What is his current state? Did the candidate ceremony succeed or fail? If it succeeded, why did he lose the power of the material god? If it failed, why did he stay at this time point and play the role of the Emperor Guangyu? The existence behind all this has never come forward to explain to Suyu, so Suyu can only figure it out by himself. He thought for a moment, and then sensed silently. He was sensing. That super creation machine. That creation machine is incredibly powerful, far more powerful than Suyu, the creator. However, no matter how powerful it is also Suyu's creation. Suyu has a natural sense and control over it. Just like Suyu felt towards Nuonyo, Jilling and other mechanical apostles. However, when Suyu concentrated his mind to sense, he could not sense the existence of the super creation machine at all. What's going on? The creation machine is destroyed? Suyu was puzzled and continued to increase his sense. After strengthening his own sensing ability to the limit, Suyu finally sensed the existence of the super creation machine. Suyu found that it was everywhere. It was like that machine was broken into powder. The powder was broken into elementary particles. The particles were decomposed into quantum probability clouds, and the quantum probability clouds were infinitely diluted. In short, this machine was decomposed to the extent that it could not be observed by almost any means of observation. Only Suyu, its creator, could sense it. What's even more bizarre is that this super creation machine, after being decomposed to this extent, is still running. Its structure has not been destroyed, and even because it is in this state of infinite decomposition, it has undergone some changes. Changes that Suyu cannot understand. This creation machine is no longer under Suyu's control. Perhaps Suyu can control part of it, but most of it is running on its own. Suyu sensed that this creation machine is constantly creating and destroying the world at a speed of trillions per second. The universes it created all exist in the subspace. And after these universes were created, they did not appear at the time node of the Great Rebellion where Suyu is now. Instead, they are in the now 10,000 years later. It turns out that the layers of infinite dust universes that I saw in the subspace were all created by the creation machine. After Suyu sensed all this, he was shocked. When Suyu first entered the subspace of the original universe, he was found by the Holy Sin and created an illusion. Then, Suyu left the Holy Sin illusion and entered the real subspace, where he saw the infinite dust universe. At that time, Suyu was still a little confused, wondering why such changes occurred in the subspace of the original universe. How could those subspace demons have such ability to create the universe? Now Suyu understood that the root cause was in himself. It was the super creation machine made by Suyu that kept creating infinite dust universes and providing them to those demons. It turned out to be like this. After understanding all this, Suyu couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Chapter 622. Suyu recalled everything that happened before and sorted out the logic. He returned from the small universe to the original universe, encountered the cultivation civilization, was misunderstood, and then fought. In the battle, Suyu killed a fragment of the supreme consciousness hidden in the deep consciousness of the cultivation civilization. Because this was the last fragment, after Suyu killed him, the entire universe no longer had the supreme consciousness, which caused the collapse of the quantum observation system, and attracted the attention of some powerful beings in the depths of the subspace. Because of these gazes, Suyu was unwilling to hide, so he ventured to explore the subspace. Then, it was discovered that there were countless micro-universes in the subspace, and in each micro-universe, there was a demon, using it as a nest to torture the soul. At that time, Suyu was furious and destroyed a lot of micro-universes. But at this time, Suyu was shocked to find that these micro-universes were actually created by himself. He passed through the space gate of the candidate ceremony, traveled back to 10,000 years ago, and then stopped time and space, studied for billions of years, and finally created a super creation machine. Then the super creation machine was broken up and integrated into the entire universe, thus becoming the source of these microscopic universes. In this way, the origin of everything is Suyu himself. What is this? Time loop and paradox? Suyu was a little confused. Suyu had experienced enough ordinary time loops and paradoxes. But this experience was a little beyond Suyu's knowledge. Because in this time loop, the original universe was destroyed and restarted. When the universe was destroyed and restarted, the timeline was also reset. How could such a paradox across the timeline appear? Perhaps those dusty universes had other sources before I arrived, and other forces supported their existence. When the creation machine was completed, and the universe restarted, their source of power became the creation machine. Or, they had no source at all until the creation machine appeared. Suyu thought for a while, and came to a conclusion. However, these can no longer be verified. The existence behind the scenes will not give Suyu any explanation at all. Even Suyu has no signs of returning to the time node 10,000 years later, unless he uses his own time power to travel back. But in that case, whether it will cause some backlash in time and space is unknown. Even Suyu soon realized a fact, that is, there is no 10,000 years later. The current universe has been restarted, and the time node where Suyu is now. 10,000 years later, that is the future, a virtual illusion that has not yet happened. Suyu can't go back at all. Even when Suyu tried to sense his own microcosm, he couldn't sense it. The time restart of the original universe actually seemed to affect the microcosm in the void. It was 10,000 years ago, so the microcosm had not yet been born. Suyu naturally couldn't sense it. Similarly, those humans that Suyu was familiar with in the microcosm, as well as old friends such as the mechanical god, no longer existed. Because now, most of them have not been born yet, or don't know Suyu. After experiencing a time restart, Suyu really traveled through time and space. In the past, no matter how Suyu used the power of time to travel through time and space, the past was always the past, and the present was always the present. Even if he can use the ability of time reversal to forcibly reverse time. But the scope is limited to one star system at most. It is estimated that even at the level of the supreme three evil gods, it is impossible to directly reverse the time of the entire original universe, and pull the now time node back 10,000 years. Not to mention, no matter how powerful they are, reversing time should be within the original universe, and will not affect the small universe outside the universe. But now, after experiencing this incident, everything has changed. Whether inside or outside the universe, no matter what timeline, Suyu has traveled back to 10,000 years ago, back to the period of the Great Rebellion of the Empire. This time is now. And everything that Suyu has experienced before, such as the various battles in the Blue Galaxy, and the small universe outside the universe are all considered future and have not happened yet. Of course, it does not mean that Suyu can't go back. He can do nothing at all, and go back naturally after 10,000 years. However, anything can happen in 10,000 years. Suyu was not sure whether those people and events would happen again after 10,000 years. So what is the principle behind this? Although all this was largely caused by Suyu. However, he himself was confused and couldn't figure out why it was like this. Could this be the so-called transcendence of limits? Suyu's mind moved and he thought of a possibility. He had previously obtained knowledge about the limit attribute, which made him know that he had a special nature that ignored limits. So those beings asked Suyu to create the creation machine for Suyu's specialness. Now it seems that the creation machine created by Suyu not only restarted the universe, but also made the universe surpass the original limit to some extent, and no longer be bound by the original now-time node. At the same time, the timeline in the original universe can not only affect the universe, but also the small universe outside the universe. This has obviously exceeded the original limit. It seems that those powerful beings not only want to maintain the stability of the universe, but also want the universe to surpass the limit. Now they have finally succeeded. Is this their purpose? Suyu guessed in his heart. This time, the candidate trial of the material god contains all kinds of secrets. Even if Suyu participates in the whole process, he cannot know the whole picture. His guess is just a guess. There may be more inside stories waiting to be investigated. Since the truth cannot be known for the time being, Suyu will not be entangled, but think about what to do next. In addition, what benefits does he get from experiencing this incident? Of course, there are benefits. The experience gained from studying the creation machine for billions of years before is the benefit. In addition, now that the creation machine has been integrated into the original universe, it is everywhere, and Suyu has a certain sense of it. This sense is indelible. Theoretically, Suyu can use this sense as a signal to detect everything. Previously, Suyu's holographic perception had a range of only more than 1,000 light years. Now the signal of this creation machine is in the entire universe, and may even be outside the universe. In this way, as long as he spends a certain amount of time to get familiar with it, Suyu will have the ability to scan signals at the cosmic level. In addition, the Emperor's golden armor on Suyu has always provided him with powerful power, and this golden armor is also a benefit. Next, Suyu needs to live at this time node for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, Suyu will naturally return to the original time node. However, there is a problem. Where is the glorious Emperor at this time point? You don't really want me to be this Emperor for 10,000 years? Suyu suddenly thought a little strangely. Chapter 623. The whereabouts of the glorious Emperor are unknown now. At this time, Suyu was the only one in the palace, wearing the Emperor's golden armor. Then Suyu could not return to the original time node for the time being. It seems that he must be the Emperor. In this case, Suyu thought about it, and decided to be the Emperor. Before, he wanted to change the countless tragedies caused by the Great Rebellion, and now is a good time to try. The Great Rebellion now is no longer history, but a reality that is happening. Suyu can completely use his power to change this reality, so that countless tragedies will not be staged, and countless humans will not die. However, Suyu before had the power of material gods, and he could change the universe and suppress the rebellion in a single thought. But at that time, he could not do whatever he wanted, otherwise a wave of his thoughts would destroy the universe, so he could only endure it at that time. Now he has lost the power of material gods, and can act freely. But he also lost the convenient power of material gods, and could not suppress the rebellion in a single thought. It is really difficult to suppress the rebellion. However, everything depends on human effort. Suyu's mind moved, and he instantly contacted the ubiquitous super creation machine. At this time, these creation machines have become an extension of Suyu's perception. Although he has lost the power of material gods, he can still see the scene billions of light years away with this creation machine. This is much more powerful than holographic perception. This is universal perception. With the power of cosmic perception, Suyu saw that the rebels were rushing towards the Empire's mother planet Shindan. Countless planets fell and became extinct under their power. Although these rebels seemed to be sane and not crazy, they were extremely cruel to the Empire, which was also human. Suyu took a look and sighed in his heart, then tried to start the creation machine to absorb the information after the extinction of those planets. It was too late to fly over to save the situation now, and everyone was dead. He could only try to make up for it. After the extinction of those planets, the souls of humans would be absorbed by the subspace and become toys of the devil. If they were absorbed by the creation machine, these people would not suffer from the folding fin and would have a chance to revive again. The premise is that Suyu can start the information absorption function of the creation machine. The power of the creation machine can be lent to those subspace demons to help them create the dust universe. Suyu himself should be able to use its power. After all, this machine was made by Suyu himself. The devil can use it, so why can't he? However, the machine is now broken too thoroughly, and each fragment is much smaller than the elementary particle. It creates the dust universe and operates on its own. If you want to control it and start other functions, it is really difficult. After Suyu carefully sensed it, he finally found the feeling. A moment later, countless dust fragments of the creation machine, under the control of Suyu's mind, formed a tower across dimensions in the Aurora galaxy. This tower seems to be only 0.1 light-years long, but it actually spans 43 dimensions. Its length and size have exceeded the limits of ordinary creatures. It can be said that it is everywhere. This tower is where Suyu gathered the fragments of the creation machine that he could control, so that he could use the power of the creation machine. Otherwise, those creation machines that are smaller than elementary particles cannot respond to Suyu's thoughts at all. When the tower was formed, Suyu was stunned. This is not the Star Tower, a magnificent tower-shaped mechanical creation. The signal sent out can pass through the universe. This is exactly the same as Suyu's creation at this time. Star Tower was made by me? Suyu was a little surprised and doubtful. The Star Tower is a creation of the Empire, with the signal navigation ability to pass through the universe. Before, Suyu defeated some powerful enemies with the help of the Star Tower signal and benefited a lot. Later, with the help of the panel, he merged the Star Tower terminal, and finally even merged his own holographic signal and embarked on his own path. Originally, Suyu thought that the Star Tower had nothing to do with him. But now, Suyu saw this tower formed by the creation machine, but he was shocked. How did he build the Star Tower? Moreover, when he traveled to the Imperial Palace, he did not find the Emperor Guangyao, nor the Star Tower. In the end, it was Suyu who built the tower. What is this? The more Suyu thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. The previous microdust universe was created by Suyu's creation machine. The current Star Tower was also created by him. But Suyu knew nothing beforehand. Another time loop? Suyu thought to himself. He almost suspected that he was the Emperor Guanyu. The Emperor Guanyu was the future him, who traveled back to the past and established the empire. But after careful consideration, Suyu felt that there was still something else behind all this. He is Suyu, not the Emperor Guanyu. As for why this happened, Suyu couldn't figure it out for the time being. He could only vaguely guess that this might not be a simple time loop, but a kind of cause and effect replacement. In other words, the original cause of the creation of the Star Tower should be Emperor Guanyu. Because Emperor Guanyu created it, it exists. But now, due to some principle, this cause has become Suyu. The same was true for those dusty universes before, and their cause became Suyu. Wait, if you put it this way, I made the creation machine, and now the original universe is destroyed and restarted, which means that everything is related to me. I am the original cause of everything? Suyu had a flash of inspiration and finally figured it out. After the universe restarted, there were all kinds of weirdness, as if everything was caused by Suyu, even though he had done nothing before. But now, Suyu understood that it was not that he did nothing, he did everything. The biggest thing he did was to create the creation machine and restart the universe. So now he is the first cause. Therefore, if you look for the source of the incident, you can find it on Suyu. Therefore, the microdust universe was created by Suyu. The Star Tower was also created by Suyu. Even the human empire, if you really want to be serious, was also created by Suyu. Similarly, the reason why the rebels, who are now billions of light years away, betrayed is also Suyu's fault if you really want to find out carefully. So I am the ultimate scapegoat now? After Suyu figured it out, he was speechless. Then, he also understood. His god candidate ceremony did not fail, but succeeded. He is now a real god. However, his priesthood is not the supreme consciousness as originally imagined. It is the source of all causes and effects, first cause and effect. Chapter 624. The source of causality. At this time, Suyu discovered for the first time that he actually had such an attribute. This is the harvest after the candidate trial. Compared with the power of the supreme consciousness before, which could rewrite the universe with a thought, this ability is very hidden. If Suyu was not sharp enough, he would hardly find it. Is this the new way to maintain the stability of the universe after the death of the supreme consciousness? No longer using the quantum system, but the causal system, to create a source of causality. As long as I, the source of causality, am still alive, maybe even if I die, the universe can always exist as long as I, the source of causality, exist. Suyu thought to himself. Until now, the candidate trial triggered by the death of the Supreme Consciousness has come to a conclusion. So what abilities do I, the source of causality, have? Suyu tried to analyze this new special nature of himself. The Supreme Consciousness can rewrite the universe with a single thought. As the new cosmic god who replaced the Supreme Consciousness, Suyu should have the same level of ability. As long as this ability can be analyzed, the rebels are nothing to worry about. But Suyu soon found that there was no way to start. Although he is now the source of cause and effect, the first cause of all things in the universe. The current universe was born because of him. But there is nothing special about him. Suyu feels that he has not changed much from before. Only from the result of the outside world can the special features of his cause be inferred. After Suyu analyzed it, he found that he really couldn't analyze anything. I can only try to think from an outside perspective. So far, Suyu, the first cause, has clearly caused 3 results. The first result is the restart and birth of the universe. The second result is the creation of countless dust universes in the subspace. The third result is the creation of the Star Tower. These 3 results are all directly caused by Suyu. But except for the restart of the universe, the other 2 results were born long before Suyu returned to the original universe. In other words, both the dust universe and the Star Tower originally had their own causes. But now, Suyu, the first cause, has replaced their original causes. This is equivalent to a child who originally had his own biological parents. His parents are the cause of his birth. But after Suyu became the first cause, he directly replaced his parents and became the first cause of his birth. In other words, he became his biological father. Although beforehand, Suyu did not know this child at all, and had never had contact with his mother. But Suyu has become his biological father. This is an unshakable fact. This is very strange, and it is also the special feature of Suyu's identity. My identity ability can replace the original cause of things. Become the source of everything. This ability can be the ultimate scapegoat. All the bad things are done by me. But conversely, all the good things are also done by me. There is another important point, that is, I can be the source of all life, civilization, and strong people. In short, the essence of this ability is, I am your father. Thinking of this, Suyu himself laughed a little. Although it sounds a bit funny, it is true. Suyu has now inexplicably become the creator of the Star Tower, and the source of the microdust universe. But his ability is far more than that. He can do more. Become those strong men, the source of civilization. No wonder, the Emperor of Glory, and those powerful beings have never appeared. This is to prevent me from becoming them. Suyu now finally understands why those strong men have been riddles all the time, and none of them have shown up. It may not be that they have to make some conspiracy, but they may simply be afraid of Suyu's ability. A cosmic-level strongman, the supreme god, suddenly has another father above his head. What is this? And Suyu suspects that if he becomes the source of those strong men, it is not just a matter of face. But it can have a real impact on them, and even control them. That's why those strong men are so afraid, and don't show up all the time. There was no communication with Suyu at all, and everything depended on Suyu to understand. However, the absence of these powerful beings was a hint to Suyu. This meant that as long as they did not appear, Suyu could not activate the ability of I am your father. So, as long as the other party appeared and was seen and touched by the current Suyu, there would be a chance to activate this ability. In addition, communication was not possible, because those beings did not communicate with Suyu at all. This means that this ability can also be activated through communication. Suyu even suspected that as long as he looked at him, and was in the same time and space with him, the ability would be activated naturally. Suyu had no consciousness in the previous microdust universe and Star Tower, but he had already activated his ability and became their source. This ability does not require Suyu to think about it at all, and it is also a kind of wishes come true ability. From this point of view, this ability is really overbearing, and it is not worse than the previous Supreme Consciousness Observer's ability at all. Suyu thought to himself. Then he immediately began to think about how to use this ability. In theory, he is now the father or grandfather of the rebel army. How to use this identity to beat up these sons or grandsons is the problem that Suyu has to consider now. The princes of the empire all have the blood of the Emperor Guangyao, and they are created by technical means. Now, the blood of these princes should have become Suyu's. However, when the Emperor Guangyao created these princes, it seems that he did not leave a genetic backdoor or something like that. Now that Suyu has become the blood source of these princes, he cannot use the blood to control them. Su tried to use blood connection to sense the situation of those rebellious princes, but failed. How could he sense blood? After a moment, Su remembered that he did have it, that is, the power of cause and effect. Using this power, maybe he could have some influence and constraints on those rebellious princes, but such constraints don't seem to be strong enough. After all, Su's power of cause and effect is only about level 6, while those rebellious princes are at least at the river level. The gap is too big. Su thought about it and switched to another identity. The source of cause and effect of those rebels is not just one blood source. Why did these rebels betray? Where did those tyrannical and evil forces come from? There must be a reason and a source. And this reason is now because of Su. It was Su who persuaded them to betray. The source of their power to betray is still Su. In this way, Su's influence on them is too great. Although I don't know how I bewitched you rebels, but as the first cause, I did. Now let me see what happened. Chapter 625. However, just as Su was about to act, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the palace hall. Then the warrior in dark gold armor walked in, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Emperor." A tall tower suddenly appeared in the galaxy, and there is your breath on it. May I ask if it is your new creation? Such a tall tower suddenly appeared in the Aurora galaxy, which immediately aroused the vigilance of the core of the Empire. But they soon discovered that there was a familiar psychic breath on the tower, so they were relieved. Then the golden armored warrior came to ask Su for instructions. At this time, Su already knew the origin of this person, but he was the supreme commander of the glorious imperial army, named Zhang Long. In fact, he is probably the ancestor of Zhang Chenfeng. His strength far exceeds the river level, but the specific combat power is not clear. It depends on his mental state, which is more idealistic. Under normal circumstances, he maintains 10 times the strength of the river level. If he is in a state of intense emotion such as anger, excitement, hatred, etc., his strength will explode. This person has an infinite trait, which is called light, infinite light. All the Guanyu Imperial Guards are cultivated based on his genes. Zhang Long is extremely loyal to the Guanyu Emperor, basically to the level of a fanatic. And his infinite light is the Guanyu Emperor who separated a part of his power and gave it to Zhang Long. So you looked at this person and sighed in his heart. This person is extremely loyal to the Guanyu Emperor, but now he can't recognize that the Guanyu Emperor in front of him is a fake. Because Su is now the source of cause and effect, the first cause, and now he is the creator of the universe, the founder of all civilizations, and the source of blood, genes, and power for all people. In this sense, he is the Emperor of Glory. Even if the real Emperor of Glory comes, he can't be more real than him, and he might be regarded as a fake emperor. So the Emperor of Glory disappeared, and no one knew where he went. And in Zhang Long's memory, there is only Su, the Emperor of Glory. No matter how strong he is, he can't change this fact. So Su sighed in his heart that the high-end power in this universe is too terrifying. Even if Zhang Long is so powerful, he can only let him be manipulated. However, although he pretended to be the Emperor of Glory, Su didn't feel embarrassed. Before he crossed over, he got the permission of the Emperor of Glory, and even put on this Emperor's golden armor directly. The Emperor of Glory himself had no objection, so Su naturally wouldn't think too much about it, and just acted as the Emperor of Glory with peace of mind. Su looked at Zhang Long and slowly said, "This is the Star Tower, which can illuminate the universe." After that, he passed the information about the Star Tower to Zhang Long. Zhang Long did not show any surprise at Su's voice, as if the voice of a glorious emperor should be like this. But when he received the information about the Star Tower, he was immediately surprised. After a moment, he excitedly said, "Thank you, great emperor. With this tower, what's the point of worrying about the rebels?" He naturally understood the significance of this Star Tower navigation to the Empire. Such a navigation device that can be used throughout the universe is really too convenient and practical. He also understood why the Emperor did not take action even though he knew there were rebels. It turned out that he was building this incredible Star Tower. The Emperor is so great. Zhang Long praised him devoutly in his heart. Su nodded and said, "Go, I have granted you the first level authority of the Star Tower, and you will be in charge of this tower." Zhang Long hurriedly said, "Yes." He quickly retreated. The Star Tower has just been built, and many people do not have the authority to access it. He must set up the authority, security protocols, etc., so that the Imperial Army will be shrouded in the glory of the Star Tower. The Imperial Army is more than billions? Let the army use the Star Tower navigation. This is a big project, so he must deal with it as soon as possible, so as not to delay the Emperor's major event. Seeing Zhang Long leave, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he is at ease as the glorious emperor. But in fact, in terms of strength alone, he is far inferior to Zhanlong, the commander of the imperial army. Even with this set of emperor's golden armor, it is estimated that he can't beat it. If Zhanlong suddenly saw through Suyu for some reason and wanted to attack him, Suyu would be in trouble. Fortunately, this did not happen. Although in theory, the source of Zhanlong's power is also Suyu. But Suyu has not figured out how to use the attributes of this source to fight. Now that Zhanlong is sent away, Suyu can think about what he wanted to do before. That is, the rebels hundreds of billions of light years away. Those rebels were bewitched by the evil god and gained evil and twisted power. In theory, Suyu, as the source of cause and effect, was Suyu himself who bewitched these rebels. He now has to find out how he bewitched these rebels, and how to use this identity to counter these rebels. Suyu activated the Star Tower, and used its signal to observe the rebels. Gradually, he discovered the clues. Is this a tyrannical warrior? Apostle of pain? Incarnation of nothingness? Wait, these seem to be all the professions I created before? Suyu now roughly understood. The power used by these rebels, and the professions they took were all new professions created by Suyu before. In the Azure Galaxy before, due to the changes in the subspace environment, Suyu felt that it was very difficult to take a normal profession. So referring to the Ghost Hidden Blade, some new professions that use the energy of evil gods and demons were created. And these professions are indeed, as Suyu imagined, easy to take up and improve quickly. Therefore, a large number of third-level strongmen were cultivated on the Azure Star. However, later, these cultivated strongmen were not of much use. It cannot be said that they were useless, but their combat effectiveness was useless to Suyu at that time. Their significance is to establish a powerful civilization of extraordinary people, which can be used as part of the ceremony, and is also the cornerstone of the microcosm. But now, Suyu found that it was far from that simple. It was 10,000 years ago, during the Great Rebellion. For some reason, these rebels actually directly obtained the new professions created by Suyu 10,000 years later. At this time, the subspace tide had not yet erupted, and the environment had not changed. After these rebels took up these professions, their temperaments changed drastically, and they became cruel and violent. So they launched a rebellion and massacred the people of the Empire. After figuring out all this, Suyu looked up at the sky and was speechless. Well, it turned out that they were waiting for him here. This rebel was really bewitched by him, and the professions were all created by him, and the evidence is as strong as a mountain. The so-called source of cause and effect is also the source of all evil. Anyway, Suyu will bear this blame. I don't want to bear this blame. Since you rebels are using the professions I created, it will be easy. Chapter 626. When Suyu created those professions, he did not deliberately leave any backdoors. However, the source of power for these professions is Suyu himself, or the evil power he controls. For example, the power of tyranny, the power of pain, etc. This is the only way to ensure that the users of these powers will not easily lose control. And now, these rebels are using these powers, and their power comes from Suyu, which is easy to deal with. However, before taking action, Suyu still has to figure out one thing, that is, how did these rebels obtain these professional information and powers? He used the Star Tower to find some warriors of new professions among the rebels, and then scan them in depth, including their thoughts and memories. The thoughts of these warriors are very violent and chaotic, with almost no normal emotions and thoughts, as if they were encrypted. But Suyu still put the chaotic thoughts into it, and quickly found the source of these powers. That is, the small universe. The small universe after 10,000 years. Suyu created the small universe 10,000 years later, and cultivated a human civilization of hundreds of billions in it. Many of these humans took up new jobs, and used the power of evil gods and demons. In the environment of 10,000 years later, coupled with Suyu's control, they would not lose their minds when using these powers. At this time, it was 10,000 years ago, and the microcosm had not yet been born, and had not yet been created by Suyu. However, these rebels 10,000 years ago, for some reason, actually contacted the microcosm 10,000 years later, and obtained information and power from the new job. After Suyu investigated this, he was also surprised. He hurriedly tried to sense the future microcosm. Suyu had tried to sense it before, but he couldn't. But now, he could finally sense it. In his perception, 10,000 years later. No! Not 10,000 years later. It's the microcosm tens of thousands of years later. The time node is wrong. No wonder Suyu couldn't sense it before. Now with the accurate time node, he finally got in touch. In Suyu's perception, The microcosm tens of thousands of years later has developed to the extreme. Its scale is boundless and endless, and at first glance, it seems to be similar to the original universe. The civilization in the microcosm has also developed extremely prosperously. Various professions and powers have evolved to a point far beyond Suyu's previous imagination. Various extraordinary strongmen have power above the galaxy level. And the subspace in the microcosm has also given birth to some extremely powerful entities, because of this extremely developed extraordinary civilization. Those beings are tyranny, pain, nothingness, gluttony, desire, fear. These powerful beings lurk in the depths of the subspace, harvesting souls and thoughts, becoming more and more powerful. Their power gradually corrodes the strong in the material universe, and they try to counterattack the material universe, pulling all life into the subspace and sinking forever. However, the extraordinary strong in the material universe are not afraid of these beings, because they all believe in an unknown feather god. This feather god, according to legend, is the creator of this universe, possesses extremely powerful power, and left after creating this universe. One day, this feather god will return again, suppress all evil gods and demons, and restore the universe to a clear and bright future. It is under such belief that the civilization in this small universe can resist the erosion of powerful entities from the subspace. But they don't know that the power of those subspaces is not limited to this universe, and even begins to extend to other universes. Time goes back tens of thousands of years ago. In the original universe, the rebels of the human empire had not yet betrayed, and were still normal imperial soldiers. One day, they suddenly received a strange signal. They decoded these signals according to the rules of the imperial army, but found that they were some knowledge of extraordinary professions. These professional knowledge, with incomparable temptation and pollution, immediately aroused the desires of these people. Then they began to secretly try to hold ceremonies and take office in these professions. Then they found that these professions were simpler than before taking office, and the power was also improved rapidly. Gradually, these professions began to spread throughout the army, and hundreds of millions of imperial troops secretly practiced these professions, and their strength became stronger and stronger. But gradually, the side effects also emerged. The power used by these professions is very evil, which will corrode their spirits and make them violent and chaotic. They were on an expedition to the galaxy, and the military orders were strict and harsh. And since it was a war, death was common. Originally, they were used to it, and with loyalty to the empire, they did not show any dissatisfaction. But in fact, those dissatisfactions were suppressed and accumulated in their hearts. But now, because of the corrosion of these forces, the dissatisfaction accumulated in their hearts suddenly broke out. Suddenly, in a short period of time, a huge rebellion was set off. Almost half of the imperial army rebelled immediately. Their ideas had changed drastically at this time, from loyalty to the empire to complete hatred of the empire. They even believed that human expeditions to the galaxy and the cosmic war were the cancer of the universe and must be eliminated. Especially the emperor of mankind, who was the greatest evil in the universe and must be killed. So these rebels, with great hatred to exterminate mankind, started a reverse expedition towards the human mother planet Jindan. They wanted to sweep all the way and exterminate all the imperial humans wherever they passed. Finally, they killed all the way to the mother planet Jindan and completely ended this civilization. This is the source of the rebels, and the bewitching they were subjected to. After Suyu figured this out, he was also surprised. The small universe after tens of thousands of years could actually develop to this extent, almost like the original universe. Even in the subspace, powerful beings like Holy Sin and Evil Fate were born. It was these beings that bewitched the imperial humans across the distance of time and space and set off a rebellion. Isn't this right? My microcosm is controlled by the creation machine, and Nono is in charge. How could it allow the microcosm to develop like this? Suyu was puzzled. Then he tried to contact the microcosm tens of thousands of years later, Nono. In an instant, countless distorted and terrifying voices mixed into one sentence and came over. Master, I finally found you. It was Nono's voice. However, its voice contained countless pain, despair, fear, greed, and tyranny. At this moment, Suyu understood that tens of thousands of years later, those evil subspace entity evil gods in the microcosm were actually Nono. It is both 1 and 10,000. It was it that bewitched the human empire, set off a great rebellion, and exterminated countless humans. Now it is the evil god Nono. Chapter 627. First Mechanical Apostle, Evil God Nono. Creator, Suyu. Race, Superdimensional Mechanical Psychic Lifeform. Core Ability, Infinite Evolution, As a mechanical life form created by you, Nono has infinite growth potential, and its strength is linked to your own psychic energy. After you disappear, Nono loses all constraints and has truly infinite evolutionary potential. Skills. Psychic fusion. As a superdimensional life form, Nono has abilities beyond ordinary life forms, a powerful energy core, and a powerful psychic field, which can fuse all life and greatly enhance their abilities. True God Domain. After fusing all psychic life forms born in the subspace, Nono became the only true God in the subspace and possessed a special True God Domain, which can cover the entire universe and spread to other universes. Within the domain, Nono can reverse time and space, reverse cause and effect, modify fate, restart the universe. Almost omnipotent. Infinite traits. Nuonyo awakened many infinite traits over a long period of time, including tyranny, pain, greed, gluttony, etc. It is the infinite energy of these infinite traits that makes the universe expand infinitely and breeds boundless galaxies. Superdimensional perception. After Nuonyo awakened many infinite traits, his thoughts have surpassed the concepts of time and space, cause and effect, dimension, etc. in the conventional sense, and he can look down on everything from a high-dimensional perspective to a certain extent. At this time, a large amount of text suddenly popped up in the occupation panel. Show Suyu Nuonyo's attribute panel. Nuonyo, who was originally Suyu's little follower, became so powerful in this small universe tens of thousands of years later, and became the evil god Nuonyo, and those rebels got their power from the evil god Nono. Nono is Suyu's first mechanical apostle, so the power of those rebels can also be said to be obtained from Suyu. The source of cause and effect, the source of all evil, it is indeed so. Suyu said in his heart, feeling a little heavy. He didn't expect that he, as the source of the rebels' power, would actually be realized in this way. The rebels directly contacted Nono tens of thousands of years later, and got power from there. At this time, Suyu had to think about a very critical question. That is all this the way it is? Or did it just happen? The first possibility is that the source of the rebels' power originally came from Nono. Whether Suyu discovered it or not, whether he realized it or not, this is a fact and cannot be changed. Another possibility is that the source of the power of these rebels was not Nono. Nono did not originally become the evil god Nono. It was just because Suyu wanted to become the source of the rebels' power before, and when Suyu's source of cause and effect ability was activated, everything changed naturally. So the evil god Nuonyo was born. The source of the power of these rebels became the evil god Nuonyo. Suyu thought quickly in his heart and soon determined that it might be the second one. It was because of his thoughts and his abilities that this change occurred, which led to the birth of the evil god Nuonyo. Of course, it could also be the first one. When Suyu became the source of cause and effect, the evil god Nuonyo was already born. It seems that this kind of power is convenient, but it also has huge risks. Suyu thought to himself. The original simple Nuonyo has become this evil and twisted appearance, which makes Suyu a little uncomfortable to accept. After a moment of silence, Suyu said in a deep voice, "Nono, are you okay?" The evil god Nono made a terrifying distorted voice. "Master, I'm fine. I've been looking for you for a long time." In order to find you, Nono did a lot of things. It turned out that Suyu traveled back to 10,000 years ago. In the time and space 10,000 years later, there was no trace of Suyu. Nono was guarding the small universe alone. He couldn't sense Suyu's existence and suddenly became anxious. In the first 1,000 years, it was still patiently waiting for Suyu to come back. After another 1,000 years, it couldn't bear it anymore. It began to try to activate some functions of the creation machine to detect Suyu's signal. After another 1,000 years, it began to try to create a cause and effect driven void detector. In this way, Nono kept trying and searching. The more it tried, the stronger it became. Sitting on an independent small universe, it has infinite possibilities. Finally, 40,000 years after Suyu disappeared, Nono merged all the entities in the subspace of the small universe and became the evil god Nono. Because of this, his power expanded infinitely, and he could look down on everything from a high-dimensional perspective. So, he finally sensed Suyu's existence. Boom! Because the evil god Nono's tone was slightly excited, his emotions leaked out. Suddenly, infinite pain, tyranny, fear, greed, nothingness. Emotion surged towards Suyu. Almost instantly, it was about to submerge the entire palace, and even the entire Aurora galaxy. Although he was already the only evil god in the microcosm, his thinking seemed to be as simple as before. This made Suyu breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Nono was still the Nono before. However, no matter how simple he is, his current nature determines that any action or thought of his will bring endless harm, pain and despair to life. Once these emotions of Nono spread, they will immediately cause mass extinction to everything around him. In the entire galaxy, except for some strong people, no other life will survive. At this time, the evil god Nono is so terrifying. His identity in the microcosm is equivalent to the combination of the three supreme gods, holy sin, evil life, and desire corpse, and he is naturally powerful and boundless. In a single thought, he can destroy the world. But in the face of such a terrifying power, Suyu only had a thought to stop it all. Those intense emotional forces disappeared in the blink of an eye. As Suyu's mechanical apostle, Nono himself is part of Suyu's power. Suyu can naturally control his power. Although Nono's power is now far greater than that of his master Suyu, he has no rebellious heart, and will not resist Suyu's control over him. Moreover, Suyu's current source of cause and effect essence is still slightly higher than the essence of the evil god Nono. So he can still suppress him. Suyu said in a deep voice, "Nono, your current state does not seem to be very good." Nono's chaotic and distorted voice suddenly dropped. "Master, did Nono do anything wrong?" Suyu shook his head and said, "No, it's just a little problem. It's okay, come to me, I will help you fix it." "Yes, Master." Nono obeyed immediately. His thoughts descended from a higher dimension, and instantly descended from the microcosm tens of thousands of years later, to Suyu's side. Suyu moved his mind, and Nono's thoughts condensed into a machine beside him. This machine was in a spiral shape, which actually made Suyu look familiar. Isn't this the mechanical god? Chapter 628. Suyu would not make a mistake with his old friend, the mechanical god. The mechanical body condensed by Nua's descending thoughts at this time was not the sphere before, but a spiral spire. This is what the fragment of the mechanical god looks like. And it seems that Nua is much more powerful than the mechanical god fragment that Suyu knew before. Suyu was silent for a moment and asked, "Nua, why did you become like this?" Nua's spiral body vibrated and made a familiar voice. "Master, my thoughts do not carry power, and I need a carrier in this time and space. I saw a power suitable for me in this universe, so I descended into it, and then it became like this, and I don't know why." Suyu heard this and thought about it for a while, and then he understood that the power Nua was talking about was the spiral force of the mechanical god. This is a kind of power from the origin of the universe, the first driving force of the operation of the universe. From the universe to the elementary particles, everything is rotating, and the power that drives them to rotate is the spiral force of the origin of the mechanical god. This is the real power of the material god, which is extremely powerful. But Nuo could control it easily, and condense it into a divine body. After all, as the evil god Nuo, his essence is extremely powerful, with many infinite characteristics, and his power is cosmic level. The spiral force of the original universe has long been fragmented due to the destruction of the mechanical god. So Nuo can easily control this part of the spiral force, and condense a divine body. However, the spiral force he controlled was not complete, so the condensed divine body was also incomplete, just like the previous mechanical god. Even more and more like the mechanical god that Suyu knew. It's just that Nono's body is much more complete than the mechanical god. It looks like the mechanical god is a fragment of Nono. You can't say that Nono is actually the mechanical god, right? Suyu looked at Nono in his new body, and a thought came to his mind. According to the nature of his source of cause and effect, the origin of the material god of the mechanical god is also Suyu. That mechanical god is Nono, and it doesn't seem strange. Maybe after Nono came to this time and space, for some reason in the future, his body was broken and he lost his memory, and then 10,000 years later, he met Suyu again in the blue galaxy, but neither of them knew each other. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, Suyu's source of cause and effect is just like this. As long as it can be rounded up, it can make it come true. Even if it can't be rounded up. Suyu has not seen this power that can't be rounded up yet. Forget it, don't think about it. Suyu quickly stopped thinking. If he keeps thinking like this, his old friend will really become his creation. Maybe it has changed now. After all, Suyu has already had this idea. No way this matter. Suyu once again understood the reason why Emperor Guanya and others did not show up. At this time, Suyu was simply a stranger too dangerous. Suyu no longer thought about these things, but looked at Nono. "Nono, there are many of your believers in this universe. Can you control them?" Nono heard the words, and the spiral body of the god trembled slightly, as if sensing. Then he said, "Yes, master." Suyu nodded with satisfaction. "Then you deprive them of all their power." "Yes, master." Nono was very obedient. An invisible wave emanated. A moment later, Suyu saw through the star tower that the rebels who were frantically slaughtering humans hundreds of billions of light years away suddenly lost all their power. The powerful power they obtained by praying to Nono and taking up new professions disappeared without a trace. These demon warriors, tyrannical warriors, and apostles of pain suddenly became ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, even if they lost their power, they would not become ordinary people, and they still had powerful spiritual power. But Nono has always been very obedient. Suyu asked him to deprive him of all his power, and he really deprived him of all his power. Even those powers that were not obtained from Nono were also deprived. The power of those rebels was instantly lost. Some of them were in battle, some were even in the universe, and some were in the subspace. Once the power was lost, they died instantly. After they died, their souls and life energy were also sucked over by the evil god Nono. Those who were lucky enough to survive, Nuonyo just added a little more strength, and almost all of them died. The number of rebels, how many trillions? In this moment, Nuonyo slaughtered them all. These rebels had prayed to the evil god Nuonyo and gained power, but they were also controlled by Nuonyo. Nuonyo could control their life and death in a single thought. This is the evil god Nuonyo. After Nuonyo finished doing this, he happily reported to Suyu, "Master, Nuonyo has completed the task." Looking at the evil god Nuonyo, who had just slaughtered trillions of lives and started to send emojis in the blink of an eye, Suyu was slightly speechless. There is really nothing wrong with the word evil god. Nono is still as innocent as before, but his innocence is only directed at Suyu. Any other life is dispensable to him, and it doesn't matter if they are all exterminated. Just like an innocent child, he happily scalds ants with boiling water, one nest after another. However, Suyu did not blame him for this. Nono was originally a mechanical life created by him, and he had no human moral concepts. Slaughtering those rebels was also in compliance with Suyu's orders. Suyu asked him to take back all his power, and he even took back his soul and life force. Without soul and life, they are naturally dead. For the death of these rebels, Suyu had no waves in his heart. Although these rebels betrayed because of Nono's bewitching, it seems that Suyu and Nono have no reason to kill them. But Suyu and Nono are unwilling to take the blame. In the original timeline, these rebels should have been bewitched by the evil existence in the subspace, so they betrayed and slaughtered countless humans. It is very troublesome to deal with them. The original Guangyu Emperor seemed to be seriously injured and turned into a mummy. Now Suyu turned their source of power into Nono, just to make it easier to deal with them, not to take the blame on himself. In Suyu's opinion, these rebels deserve to die. So Suyu nodded and said, "Nono did a good job." Nono was immediately very happy to receive Suyu's praise, and sent a long string of emoticons. Tens of thousands of years of searching and waiting were all satisfied. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but think of the other mechanical apostles, pure intelligence, mechanical spirits. Forget it, don't think too much, otherwise there will be a few more great evil gods, I can't stand it. Suyu quickly stopped his thoughts to avoid causing more trouble. He continued to use the star tower signal to observe the situation of the rebels billions of light years away. At this time, the rebels were basically dead and wounded. The Imperial soldiers who were fighting the rebels were confused when they saw that the enemies were suddenly killed. After a while, they shouted loudly to praise the Emperor. Obviously, they believed that the sudden extinction of the rebels must be the power of the Emperor. In a sense, it was true. However, Suyu noticed that there were still a few survivors among the rebels. They were 20 powerful psychics. Each of them had a power beyond the galaxy level. These 20 people were the 20 princes of the glorious Emperor. Chapter 629. At this time, the 20 princes were extremely angry. They were activating powerful spiritual energy, folding and jumping space, and rushing towards Jindan, which was 10 billion light years away. They also believed that the mass extinction just now was the power of Emperor Guangyu. All their carefully trained subordinates were exterminated in an instant, so they were naturally very angry and wanted to rush to Jindan's mother planet to fight with Emperor Guangyu. The power of these 20 princes could not be taken away even by the evil god Nono, because their power was extremely strong. Even if Nono took away a part of it, it was still enough to maintain the power above the galaxy level. Not only that, Nono took away their power, and also their life and soul. As believers of the evil god Nono, they were completely unable to resist this deprivation. But at this time, after being deprived of their life and soul, they did not die or weaken. Even because of this, they became stronger. The original life and soul seemed to be just a disguise. After these were stripped away, the true nature under the disguise was exposed. Suyu used the star tower to see that these 20 princes were constantly twisting and changing as they leaped towards Jindan. The original tall human form had been lost, and underneath the human form were horrible twisted creatures. Dark, bloody, brutal, twisted, evil. Even those subspace demons, whose bodies were extremely twisted and evil, were no match for these princes. Any extraordinary person below the galaxy level would be instantly contaminated and turned into twisted evil creatures, without any reason, as long as they saw the true bodies of these princes. These princes are really. Suyu looked at the true bodies of the princes, and thought to himself. He would not be polluted by these princes, but the main thing is that the true bodies of these princes are really disgusting, from the perspective of human aesthetics. Suyu had seen the true bodies of the three supreme evil gods before. Among them, the true bodies of evil life and desire corpse are quite disgusting. But they are evil gods. But these princes were still wearing human skin not long ago, and they looked quite mighty and handsome on the outside, but now they suddenly become like this. Suyu is still a human after all, with human aesthetics and thinking methods. Seeing the changes in these princes, he naturally felt a little uncomfortable. He secretly complained in his heart, where did the Emperor Guangya find these 20 things, stuff them into human bodies, and create these 20 princes? Each of these 20 princes, like the tyrannical prince at the beginning, is essentially a genetically created human, and then uses some technology to merge and devour some powerful entities in the subspace. Now their lives and souls were stripped away by Nono, and the essence of the subspace entity was exposed, which was really evil and twisted. And those princes, after losing their human form, did not seem to lose their humanity. Like Suyu, they also retained the aesthetics and thinking of humans. Then, they saw their twisted bodies, and suddenly let out terrifying howls, which were hard to accept. Their howls shattered the surrounding river systems, and the starry sky began to flicker. They were all noble princes. Even if they rebelled before, they believed that they had a lofty and sacred mission to eliminate the cancer of the human empire for the sake of the universe and restore peace to the universe. Now that their original form suddenly appeared, they found that their essence was so evil and twisted that their mere existence would pollute the entire universe. Especially since they still maintained human aesthetics and thinking, how could they accept themselves like this? Suddenly, everyone was extremely angry. It seemed that they were more determined to fight the Guangyo Emperor. Seeing this, Suyu hurriedly activated the Star Tower to shield all human thoughts around these princes, and replaced their perceptions with the signals of the Star Tower. In this way, they would not be polluted by these princes, otherwise, the terrible pollution brought by these princes alone could exterminate the entire human emperor. After shielding the pollution, the next thing was how to deal with the attacks of the 20 princes. They would soon rush to the Zhendong Palace to fight Suyu. But Suyu estimated that he was afraid that he could not beat them. Especially, the 20 princes were getting stronger every moment, without end. Nono, can you beat them? Suyu asked Nono. Nono calculated and replied, I'm sorry, master, Nono can't beat him. Nono's power carrier in this universe is insufficient. If it were in this small universe, Nono would naturally be the supreme god, extremely powerful. But in this original universe, Nono is just an incomplete mechanical god, and his power has limits. To put it bluntly, Nono here is just an avatar, and his power is also picked up in the original universe. Nono was able to use the power of the rebels before, but the power of these deprivations combined seems to be no match for the 20th prince, who is now extremely twisted. After the 20 princes awakened their essence, their power was too strong. They didn't need to ask Noonyo for power at all. They could just ask for power directly. Suyu even suspected that each of these 20 princes had the potential to become holy sins and evil lives. Compared with him, the tyrannical evil god seemed nothing. However, it was also because the tyrannical evil god had an accident, and was polluted and eroded by the supreme fear of the blue universe. If the tyrannical evil god also developed normally, he might be one of these terrifying princes at this time. I don't know how the Emperor Guangya stuffed these terrifying beings into human bodies, and let them have human nature until now. In short, these princes are too powerful. Their power shakes the galaxy, and tears the universe. Unless the evil god Noonyo returns to the microcosm, and draws his supreme god's power over to fight against these 20 princes. But Suyu doesn't want to do that. The power of the evil god Noonyo's body is also extremely terrifying and twisted. If Jiang comes and fights the 20 princes, I'm afraid the underlying rules of the entire universe will be polluted, and there will be no normal place anymore. It seems that I still have to rely on myself. Suyu looked at the princes approaching quickly, and at the same time, his mind was turning rapidly, thinking about these countermeasures. His greatest reliance is naturally his identity, as the source of cause and effect. Theoretically, no matter how strong or twisted the essence of these 20 princes is, their source of power is still Suyu. Suyu now wants to find out what the source of power of these 20 princes is. How did it come from him, Suyu? If these powers come from him, Suyu, then he should use these powers. Suyu's mind is thinking quickly, not just thinking, but actually activating his ability. The ability of the source of cause and effect is actually activated by thinking. In an instant, Suyu thought billions of times. Finally, Suyu found it. Chapter 630. At this time, the 20 princes have already reached the Aurora Galaxy. Zhonglong led the Guangyao Imperial Guards to fight against the 20 princes. The 20 princes have completely lost their human form at this time, like 20 twisted dark filthy nebulae surrounding the entire Aurora Galaxy. At this time, from the perspective of the Aurora Galaxy, the infinite galaxies outside have disappeared, and the entire starry sky has been completely covered by the 20 princes. You rebels! The commander of the Guangyao Imperial Guards, Zhonglong, led millions of Guangyao Imperial Guards, transformed into Guangyu giants, and soared into the sky. The Guangyu giants they transformed into were all up to 1,000 meters. It was not that their strength was limited to this, but the true body of the Guangyu Emperor was 1,000 meters, and they did not dare to exceed it. These Guangyao Imperial Guards were also extremely powerful, and there were a large number of them far beyond the star level, and some were at the galaxy level. There were even some powerful Imperial Guards that surpassed the galaxy level. For example, Zhonglong, his infinite characteristic infinite light, once it explodes, his power is endless. At this time, although the starlight in the sky was blocked by the 20 princes, the sun in the center of the galaxy had already been extinguished by their great power. The power of these 20 princes can already pollute the rules of the universe. Under this pollution, the fusion reaction of stars has lost the support of the rules and directly stagnated. However, the entire Aurora Galaxy did not fall into darkness, but became brighter than before. One sun went out, and millions of suns rose at the same time. The imperial nobles living in the Aurora Galaxy saw these millions of suns, and immediately knew that it was the Emperor's millions of glorious imperial guards that were dispatched. These imperial guards emitted a huge white light, and bombarded the power of the 20 princes. The pure white light formed a barrier, which actually blocked the 20 powerful princes outside. The 20 princes were even more furious when they saw this. They shook the time and space and roared a name. Suyu. Hearing this name, the Guangyu Imperial Guards were also angry. They dared to call the Emperor's honorable name. That's right, now in everyone's mind, the real name of the Guangyu Emperor is Suyu. These princes no longer recognized Suyu as their father at this time, calling him by his name, and vowed to fight him to the death. Under this extreme anger, the power of the 20 princes became stronger and stronger, and the light of the Guangyu Imperial Guards became more and more dazzling. But among the Guangyao Imperial Guards, only Zhonglong's strength was equal to that of the 20 princes, and the strength of the other Imperial Guards was far inferior. The growth rate of the power of both sides was completely disproportionate. Soon, the barrier formed by the power of light could no longer stop the 20 princes. No matter how angry Zhonglong and the others were, it was useless. The entire Aurora Galaxy was about to fall. At this time, the emperors and nobles on the Aurora Mother Planet also picked up their weapons, put on their armor, and were ready to fight to the death. They were also powerful transcendents. But they were usually responsible for various technical work. The various advanced technologies of the Empire, whether material technology or psychic technology, were developed by these nobles. The nobles of the human empire did not rely on blood and strength, but on technical strength to obtain their honorable positions. The full name of these nobles is technological nobles. With their wise minds and advanced technology, they support the entire empire. The real combat power of these technical nobles is not strong. Even if they take action, they can only stop the 20 princes for a moment. But no matter what, if the 20 princes want to enter the palace, they have to step over their bodies. These people are called imperial nobles, and can live in the mother planet Jindon, so they are naturally proud. And the 20 princes became even more angry when they saw these technical nobles appear. The technology to make these princes was partly developed by these technical nobles. Now their appearance is neither human nor ghost. To a large extent, it is caused by these technical nobles. So the 20 princes were extremely angry. Suddenly, their power became stronger. Those technical nobles raised the visual aids on their eyes, and prepared to die calmly. At this moment, a sigh came, and the entire Jindon galaxy was silent. Let them in. It was Suyu's voice. Emperor. The Guangyu Imperial Guards and technical nobles were all shocked when they heard this, and then overjoyed. Before, the Guangyu Emperor had not made any move. They all thought that after the Guangyu Emperor built the Star Tower, He had consumed a lot of energy, and it was difficult for him to take action. And the power of these 20 princes is now incredibly strong. Even if the Guangyu Emperor takes action, he may only be able to suppress 5 or 6 of them, and will eventually be surrounded and killed. These people still have an understanding of the strength of the Guangyu Emperor. The Emperor is extremely powerful, and is the strongest extraordinary person in the entire human empire. His power has far exceeded the galaxy level. He has thousands of infinite characteristics, and the power of each infinite characteristic is far beyond the galaxy level. The combined power is simply incredible. But now, the power of these 20 princes seems to be at the same level as the Emperor Guangyu, and there are still a lot of them. So these Guangyu Imperial Guards and technical nobles did not expect the Emperor Guangyu to take action at all, but only wanted to delay time and let the Emperor Guangyu evacuate. As long as the Emperor is still there, the human empire will still be there, and will not perish, but they did not expect that the Emperor Guangyu did not leave. How wise the Emperor Guangyu is, he will never waste the sacrifice of others. He will never do the stupid thing of others sacrificing their lives to buy him time, but he dragged his feet, and refused to evacuate, and finally was caught by the enemy. So in an instant, everyone reacted that the Emperor Guangyu must be sure. In an instant, the Guangyu Imperial Guards and technical nobles put away their power, and the light that enveloped the entire Aurora galaxy returned to their masters. The road to the Guangyu Palace is no longer blocked. Su Yu. The princes hesitated when they saw this situation. With a heart full of anger, they came to the Jindan Galaxy to seek revenge on the Emperor Guangyu. But now, when they reached the door, they were a little afraid to enter. They couldn't help but think of the power and majesty of the Emperor Guangyu, which was an existence they had never dared to challenge since their birth. But now, they have betrayed, lost their human form, lost everything that could be called human, but still sadly retained the human appearance. When they thought of this, anger filled their hearts again. They concentrated their power, and turned into a monster that was almost human. They landed in front of the palace and walked into it. Obviously, they had rebelled, but for some reason, they did not attack directly, but wanted to meet Su Yu to see what the source of their blood and power wanted to say. Chapter 631. 20 twisted dark figures looked at each other, and walked into the Supreme Palace one after another. When they arrived at the palace hall, they saw a golden armored figure sitting on the golden throne. This figure did not look tall at first glance, but if you look closely, it seems to fill the entire universe. It seems to be the source of all things, the origin of all power and life civilization. When the 20 princes saw this figure, they were all shocked. The majesty accumulated by the Emperor Guangyu for many years made them lower their heads involuntarily. After a while, they realized that now that they had rebelled, what majesty were they afraid of? Suddenly, boundless anger surged from their hearts, and the dark energy in their bodies burst out crazily. Su Yu? The 20 princes roared in unison. It seemed that in the next moment, they were about to attack Su Yu brazenly. At this time, the golden armored figure spoke. Why are you so angry? The 20 princes opened their mouths to speak when they heard this. Aren't they right to be angry? They are artificial life, subspace monsters in human skin, driven by the Emperor of Glory, expeditions to the galaxy, and destruction of countless civilizations. In essence, they are tools in the hands of the Emperor of Glory, and are killing machines created. As killing machines, they have human emotions, so they are angry, but they hesitated to speak, because they were a little confused in their hearts. Before the rebellion, they actually still had loyalty and respect for the Emperor of Glory. But after the betrayal, only anger, hatred, pain, and other strong negative emotions were left. This drastic change seems a little abnormal. Are we all affected by some power? They couldn't help but think, with some self-doubt. If someone else asked them, they would definitely sneer, and would not fall into self-doubt. But now the one asking them is the great Emperor Guangyu, and they will instinctively think deeply about any word, and will not let it go easily. At this time, Su Yu spoke again. Do you want to know what your origin is? Hearing this question, the 20 princes suddenly looked up. Speak. In addition to seeking revenge on Emperor Guangyu, they also had another purpose when they rushed into the palace this time, which was to find out their own origin. These 20 princes, their flesh and blood souls, are all artificial people created by the imperial technology using the genes of Emperor Guangyu, and they have powerful power at birth. But their deep origin is an ancient unknown existence deep in the subspace. Even though they have awakened their origin and gained extremely powerful power, they still don't know their true appearance. What are those ancient beings? Why are they sleeping in the deep subspace? Who are they? At this time, a golden light carrying a lot of information rushed towards the 20 princes. The 20 princes hesitated for a moment, and received the golden light. The information contained in the golden light was also interpreted by them instantly. All of a sudden, they all widened their eyes. So our true origin is. The picture that the 20 princes saw was the power of the ultimate savior of the blue galaxy. The terrifying power that kept mutating and twisting before death just to survive left a deep impression on Suyu at the time. At this time, the 20 princes were also shocked by this power. They had a vague feeling that this was their origin. They were born from this power. Their origin was the ultimate power that kept changing, and after countless changes, it formed the final form. In this ultimate form, the power was too strong. There was no existence that could threaten their lives. But because of the excessive number of changes, they had lost all their sanity. So they fell into an eternal sleep. Until the Emperor Guangyao woke them up and stuffed them into artificial bodies, forming these 20 princes. This is the origin of the 20 princes. They were actually born from the power of the ultimate savior in the blue galaxy 10,000 years later. If an ordinary person was infected with the power of the ultimate savior, and then experienced billions of changes, in the end, he would mutate into the appearance of these 20 princes. The 20 princes were suddenly more confused. So it was the Emperor Guanyu who saved them and awakened them from their eternal sleep. Then what revenge did they have? All this was obviously the result of Suyu's source of cause and effect essence. Suyu didn't know what the true origin of the 20 princes was at first. The source power of these 20 princes was too mysterious, and even if he had a complete star tower, he couldn't scan it out. However, Suyu's source of cause and effect was the source of all things in the universe. Even if he couldn't scan it, he could find it. In a short moment, when the 20 princes attacked the Aurora Galaxy, Suyu found the true origin of the 20 princes on his body. It is the ultimate savior power of the Azure Galaxy. Only that kind of weird power can give these 20 princes such a powerful form and essence. But Suyu is a little confused. Is it that the 20 princes should have been like this? Or is it that his source of cause and effect essence is activated, forcibly turning the origin of the 20 princes into the ultimate savior? Anyway, this matter is almost completely idealistic, and it cannot be proved or disproven, so Suyu is not entangled. Anyway, the origin of these 20 princes is this kind of power. But the question is again, the ultimate savior power is the Azure Galaxy that has evolved for thousands of years, and was finally developed by Chichen. What does it have to do with the current Suyu? The origin of this power is not him. But Suyu, as the source of cause and effect, can really make the source of this power be him. The principle of the ultimate savior power was originally unknown, but now it has become a power borrowed from the source of cause and effect. The source of cause and effect is a rather idealistic power, which is simply magical. 10,000 years later, Chichen contacted the source of cause and effect in the dark, which is now Suyu, and thus created this strange power. The power of the ultimate savior is essentially also magical, but all its functions are for one goal, which is to maintain its own continuation. In essence, this is a mutated source of cause and effect. Therefore, its source is still Suyu himself. In this way, the logical closed loop has been formed. The power of these 20 princes all comes from Suyu. Therefore, although Suyu is not as good as them in pure power, he is enough to deal with them. At this time, the 20 princes have come back to their senses and said coldly, "What's the point of telling us this now?" Suyu heard this and sighed slightly. Yes, what's the point of telling them this? Do you still expect them to return to their loyalty after losing their way? They have slaughtered hundreds of millions of humans, and there is no turning back. Chapter 632. After saying that, the 20 princes attacked Suyu brazenly. Although they had understood their origins, they didn't care anymore. Now they were ready to go all the way to the end, kill Suyu, and then exterminate the human empire. 20 dark and twisted forces bombarded Suyu. These 20 forces were constantly mutating and twisting while bombarding. It was after the 20 princes understood themselves that their power regenerated and changed, and they already had the ability of infinite mutation of the ultimate savior. After the power was used, it was constantly evolving and mutating like life. Even if time was infinitely slowed down, you could see that the power of the 20 princes really gave birth to a civilization formed by pure energy life. The lifespan of these civilizations was extremely short, less than 1/1000th of a second, and they completed the process of birth and evolution, and then these civilizations quickly reached the end of their lifespan and began to become extinct. However, they were originally bred in the power of the savior, so when they were about to become extinct, they immediately triggered the power of mutation, constantly mutating and becoming stronger. In a short period of time, it has mutated billions of times, and its power has expanded billions of times. This is the change after the ultimate savior's power has developed to the extreme. A burst of energy is a universe. containing countless civilizations composed of energy life. These civilizations are also constantly evolving and mutating, and finally their power is added to the ultimate savior's power. This is far beyond the general infinite characteristics, but infinite superposition of infinite, and its power growth is endless. It can be said that the original blue galaxy, with this power, can achieve true infinity. However, Suyu later used holographic perception to extract all the information, which led to extinction. But now, the ultimate savior power of the blue galaxy has been resurrected in the bodies of 20 princes, and has developed to the strongest. At this time, Suyu only felt that 20 vast, weird, dark, and twisted infinite universes were crushing towards him. When he first saw a 5th level strongman, Suyu was shocked by the planetary nature of the 5th level strongman. But now, he is facing the essence of the infinite universe level, and there are even 20 such infinite universe essences. Such a powerful attack has not hit Suyu yet, and the Emperor's golden armor on his body has begun to shatter, unable to withstand such pressure. However, Suyu did not move. His expression did not change. A moment later, he let 20 terrifying forces containing infinite universes bombard him. At this moment, it seemed that there were infinite layers of universes being destroyed and born. The next moment, the power dissipated, and Suyu was still standing there, looking coldly at the 20 princes. There was not a single crack on his golden armor, nor was there a single injury on his body. These princes had realized their origins, and awakened the ultimate savior power. And the source of this power was Suyu's cause and effect source. In other words, the power they used was Suyu's own power. How could one's own power hurt oneself? So Suyu was fine. Suyu, what on earth are you? The 20 princes were all in disbelief when they saw this. They had realized their origins, but until now, they did not know what the essence of the glorious emperor was. The 20 princes roared and rushed towards Suyu at the same time. No longer bombarding from a distance, but fighting Suyu in close combat. At this time, Suyu finally started to attack. The golden armor on his body burst out with powerful power, and the golden light shone everywhere, and the 20 princes were immediately shocked. Although the power that Suyu burst out was not worth mentioning to them now, they were still very afraid of the majesty of Emperor Guangyu. But after a moment, they still rushed up without hesitation. The next moment, Suyu's attack was finally launched. However, it was not aimed at the 20 princes, but at himself. The next moment, Suyu's body exploded directly and died completely. No matter in the past, present or future, there is no trace related to Suyu. This is real death. The 20 princes were stunned, and their attacks lost their targets. Even the memories of Emperor Guangyu in their consciousness began to blur, which showed that Suyu was dead completely. They all looked confused. The great Emperor Guangyu committed suicide in advance under their siege? How is it possible? How could this be possible? The 20 princes immediately roared to the sky, and their voices contained terrifying energy, wanting to tear the entire Aurora galaxy, and even the entire Guangyu galaxy, into nothingness and vacuum. However, after a moment, they found that their power was disappearing. Their roars were just roars. After another moment, they couldn't even make a sound. So that's it. You are the same as us. Only then did they understand that the source of their infinite mutation power was the Emperor Guangyu. At this time, Suyu committed suicide, and their power lost its source, so it could no longer be maintained. Under normal circumstances, after the power leaves the source, it is an independent existence. Even if the source disappears, it will not affect the power that has been born. Just like the light emitted by a star, after this light is emitted into the universe, even if the star annihilates and disappears, the light it emits will still travel through the universe. But this does not apply to the ultimate savior power of the 20 princes. This power is too powerful, and therefore too close to the origin. In other words, it has never left the origin. It must rely on Suyu, the causal origin, to realize its weird characteristics of infinite variation. When Suyu, the origin, disappeared, it also lost the basis for self-sustainment. And the 20 princes, their flesh and soul, had long been stripped by Nuo, and now even the infinite variation power has lost its maintenance, so naturally there is nothing left. In a moment, they have disappeared without a trace. When the 20 princes disappeared completely, Suyu's figure suddenly appeared again. Obviously, he was resurrected again. His death just now was a real death. In this universe, the source of cause and effect disappeared briefly. But Suyu, with the help of the evil god Nono, contacted the small universe tens of thousands of years later, and then successfully resurrected there, and then came here again. The 20 extremely powerful princes no longer had any remnants at this time, and were solved by Suyu with one death and resurrection. But it was not a complete solution, because a moment later, wisps of black air began to rise again in the palace hall. Those strange powers were resurrected with Su Yu. Su Yu? The terrifying roar sounded again. But this time, it sounded in Su Yu's consciousness. Is it finally time to take this step? Su Yu thought to himself. Then his body began to become withered, and in a short time, he had become like a mummy. Chapter 633. It is obvious that this great rebellion has been completely changed by Su Yu. But in the end, Su Yu still turned into a mummy. And the 20 princes seem to have mutated again, because of their previous deaths, turning into a spiritual form, parasitic in Su Yu's spirit. They absorbed Su Yu's power, so Su Yu turned into a mummy. This is the same as the previous Guangyu Emperor. It was after the Great Rebellion that the Guangyu Emperor turned into a mummy, and then a negative Dark Emperor was born, absorbing his power. Now Su Yu is in the same situation. Why did it become like this again? Su Yu was speechless and puzzled. He couldn't figure out why this happened. He had also turned into a mummy once and experienced betrayal. But that was because of his human identity, and was affected by the fate of the Guangyu Emperor. But now, Su Yu has already surpassed the ordinary concept of fate. But he still embarked on this fate. Although the reason why Su Yu turned into a mummy now is definitely completely different from that of the real Guangyu Emperor. But the result is similar. This is fate, but Su Yu is the source of cause and effect, and also the source of fate. Fate was born from him. Why is he still bound by fate, and has come to this point? Su Yu pondered while urging his spirit to resist the erosion of the 20 princes. The dark existence formed after the fusion of the 20 princes is extremely powerful, and is eroding Su Yu all the time, as if to seize the essence of Su Yu's source of cause and effect. If these extremely mutated princes seize the source of cause and effect, then everything will be over. With their weirdness, the entire universe will fall under the cover of the power of the ultimate savior, with infinite mutations and infinite distortions. In order to survive, all reason and wisdom can be abandoned. Su Yu doesn't want the universe to become like that. Although the universe is quite dark now, it is still far from that ending. To resist the erosion of the 20 princes, Su Yu had no power to use, and could only use his powerful spirit to fight against them. At this time, Su Yu's entire spirit was focused on the confrontation, so it was difficult for him to mobilize energy, and even his body was difficult to move. Sitting on the golden throne, there was only a faint black gas and golden lightning flashing from time to time. This confrontation will never end. Originally, although Su Yu's spiritual will was strong, it was probably no match for these 20 princes. They were all super strong men who had lived for thousands of years, and possessed power beyond the galaxy level. At the same time, they also had a more powerful subspace essence. Those subspace essences were very ancient, and seemed to have appeared at the beginning of the subspace, sleeping in the deep. Such an ancient essence is a crushing existence for the spirit of ordinary humans. No matter how determined Su Yu is, it is difficult to make up for such a huge gap. Will is something that can generally only be tempered by time. Any one of the 20 princes is enough to drown Su Yu's spiritual will in an instant. However, the 20 princes combined are now only equal to Su Yu. This is because Su Yu had previously studied for billions of years in static time in order to create a super creation machine. In that static time and space, the time Su Yu spent was even longer than the life of the universe. Ordinary extraordinary people could not bear such a long time of torture, and would have collapsed and disappeared long ago. Su Yu was able to persist because he entered a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness with the help of the secret in the dream. Although it was a half-awake state, the time spent was real. Su Yu's real psychological age was even longer than the universe. After such a long time, Su Yu's spirit had already undergone a qualitative change, and his will was so firm that it was difficult to shake even the destruction of the universe. That's why he could persist under the erosion of these 20 princes. And the 20 princes were also extraordinary. Their ultimate savior power was still constantly mutating, trying to adapt to Su Yu's spiritual will, looking for gaps and loopholes, and completely eroding him. But Su Yu was as still as a mountain, and there was no loophole to exploit. But Su Yu wanted to expel and kill them, but he had no clue for the time being. The infinite mutation ability of these guys was too bad. Even though Su Yu had killed these guys once before by his own death, they mutated again. Although the direct attack power seemed to be weaker, it was more difficult to deal with, like a maggot attached to the bone. It seems that I will sit on this golden throne for 10,000 years, Su Yu said in his heart. Now he can't move, and can only let time go on. Originally, it should be the Emperor Guangyu himself sitting on the throne and spending 10,000 years. Now it's Su Yu's turn. When I appear 10,000 years later, there should be new changes, Su Yu guessed in his heart. Until now, he he is actually experiencing what the Emperor Guangyu once experienced. Now it seems that even if Suyu is the source of cause and effect, he cannot be immune to the fate that the Emperor Guangyu experienced. He can only experience it step by step. But 10,000 years later, when time comes to the now, before Suyu performs the candidate ceremony, there should be changes. Because by then, all the fates known to the Emperor Guangyu had been fulfilled. Suyu should not have to wait on this golden throne. Forget it, 10,000 years is 10,000 years, I can wait. Suyu sat on the throne, not impatient at all. When the creation machine was built before, billions of years had passed, and a mere 10,000 years was nothing. So next, Suyu quietly waited for the passage of time. He saw Zhang Long and other high-ranking officials of the empire enter the palace cautiously, and burst into tears when they saw the mummy like Suyu. Then, they carefully connected life support equipment to Suyu's body, trying to alleviate the erosion that Suyu suffered, but the effect was not great. They tried to communicate with Suyu, but Suyu now carried the mutant power of 20 princes in any sentence, and they could not bear it at all. They saw that the subspace tide broke out soon, and countless casualties were in the empire. Seeing the remaining emperor's high-ranking officials, using the star tower left by Suyu, they found a lost 27th prince and asked him to return to Zhendan to preside over the overall situation. This prince was mentally normal, and soon restored the order of the empire to a certain extent, but it was far worse than before. Seeing, time passed in a flash, and 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10,000 years, Suyu had been sitting quietly on the throne in a mummy state, and at the same time, his mental will was against the 20th prince. Finally, time came to a node, that is, the node where Suyu traveled to this. Suyu immediately separated part of his spirit, activated the star tower signal, and observed the blue galaxy to see what was going on there now. Then Suyu saw. A golden light? Is that the Emperor Guangyu? Suyu was speechless. I said, where did the Emperor Guangyu go for 10,000 years? It turns out that he and I have exchanged homes? I am the Emperor, and you are Suyu? Are you kidding me? Chapter 634. Suyu had actually been thinking about where the Emperor Guangyu had gone for 10,000 years. He tried to pray in his heart and contact the Emperor Guangyu. In the end, he heard his own prayer. The current Suyu was the real Emperor Guangyu. No matter who prayed to the Emperor, the one who received the prayer was Suyu himself. Even if he prayed himself, it was no exception. It was as if the Emperor Guangyu had never appeared. From beginning to end, there was only one Suyu. This situation made Suyu feel helpless. It even made Suyu a little suspicious. Did the Emperor Guangyu not exist at the beginning, and there was only Suyu? Of course, Suyu quickly ruled out this suspicion. His memory and thinking told him without a doubt that he and the Emperor Guangyu were two completely different people. Suyu also tried to use the star tower to scan and search in the universe. But nothing was found. No trace of the Emperor Guangyu could be found anywhere. He also tried to search in the subspace, but it was the same. The golden figure could not be found in the subspace. Until now, Suyu finally found it. It turned out that the Emperor Guangyu had actually fled to the Azure Galaxy 10,000 years later and became Suyu's identity. He survived in the Azure Galaxy in his place. What exactly is this trying to do? Suyu was confused and a little wary. He was now pressed on the golden throne and became a mummy for 10,000 years. The Emperor Guangyu ran away and even became Suyu's identity. This seemed to be a trap for Suyu and some kind of conspiracy. Although Suyu did not want to use the word conspiracy to describe the Emperor Guangyu, it seemed to be the case. Emperor Guangyu has made great contributions to the human empire, and he has helped Suyu before. Suyu still respects him very much in his heart. However, if Emperor Guangyu really plotted against Suyu and wanted to murder him, Suyu would not sit still and wait for death. I have been a mummy for you for 10,000 years, and I have paid back the help I helped you with before. If you don't have an explanation, don't blame me for being rude. Suyu said secretly in his heart. During these 10,000 years, he sat on the throne, fighting against the erosion of the 20 princes every day. Although he was unable to eliminate the erosion of the 20 princes, he was even eroded more deeply. But the erosion is also two-way. The 20 princes eroded the source of Suyu's cause and effect, and Suyu also used his strong will to reversely erode part of the power of the 20 princes. Now Suyu can already partially use the power of the 20 princes, which is enough to shake the universe. Suyu believes that even the Emperor Guangyu in his heyday may not be stronger than himself. If the Emperor Guangyu really has any conspiracy against Suyu, then he must be prepared to be retaliated by Suyu. However, Suyu did not act rashly immediately. Because although his current power is strong, it has great limitations. In these 10,000 years, sometimes, when the human empire encountered a disaster, Suyu could send down his power to help them clear the enemy. The price is that every time he made a move, this two-way erosion would become deeper and deeper. Until the end, Suyu and the 20 princes may no longer be each other, and merge into a powerful new life. This is nothing to the 20 princes. Their mutant power is to continue themselves at all costs, and they can give up anything, merge into a new life, and give up themselves, which is naturally nothing. But Suyu was unwilling, so in these 10,000 years, Suyu's number of times of attack was very few, and he would never allow himself to merge with these 20 monsters. Now, although Suyu had the idea of attacking, he suppressed it by force. Then he kept monitoring the Star Tower signal, wanting to see what the Emperor Guangyao wanted to do. After seeing it clearly, he would decide what to do. Suyu saw that the Emperor Guangyao on the blue galaxy was emitting golden light all over his body. But other people seemed to be unable to see the golden light, and only thought he was an ordinary person. So Emperor Guangyao ran an ordinary small mechanical repair shop, like Suyu before. There was also a mechanical assistant beside him, but it was not Nuonyuo, but a black mechanical creation, exuding a terrifying aura. Suyu wondered if Emperor Guangyao had separated his dark side, the Dark Emperor who mastered the power of destruction. However, it seemed that others could not see this aura, and only thought it was an ordinary mechanical assistant. So one person and one machine, and many years passed like this. Suyu also used the Star Tower signal to monitor them throughout the whole process. Mainly because Suyu had nothing to do now, he could only watch the live broadcast. Logically speaking, with the strength of Emperor Guangyao, he would definitely be able to detect Suyu's Star Tower signal. But he did not look in Suyu's direction during the whole process, as if he was completely unaware, or maybe he was pretending to be unaware. Then, time passed quickly, and soon, time came to another important node, that was when Suyu awakened his career panel. From then on, Suyu went from an ordinary person to a powerful extraordinary person, until now. Now, Suyu wanted to see what changes would happen to the Emperor Guangyao. Would he also awaken his professional panel, or directly snatch Suyu's panel? Suyu thought that, except for the unknown strange thing like the professional panel, there was nothing on him that could make the Emperor Guangyao plot. Even as the source of cause and effect, it seemed that there was nothing to plot against. This power, which could be called I am your father, was not very easy to use. On the contrary, it was quite restrictive, a bit pitfall, and blamed everywhere. Only the professional panel. Until now, Suyu had not figured out the essence of the professional panel. Even though he had destroyed and created the universe, made the creation machine, and became the source of cause and effect. But until now, Suyu had not found where the professional panel was and what it was. Even in these 10,000 years, Suyu had never used the professional panel once. Now Suyu's power had long exceeded the professional system of the professional panel, and the 5th and 6th levels had nothing to do with him. But as long as he wants, he can summon the panel, coming and going without knowing why. The level of the professional panel is much higher than Suyu imagined. With his current strength and level, he can't find the essence of the panel. It's understandable that Emperor Guangyao wants to plot against such a strange thing. It's time for awakening now. Suyu concentrates his mind. He wants to see if Emperor Guangyao can also awaken the panel, or take away his own panel. Maybe at this moment, he can see the essence of the panel. Finally, time came to the moment when Suyu awakened. Professional system has been bound. Professional panel has been unlocked. Reading the host's current ability value for judgment, judgment completed. The host currently has the following skills. LV2 Cosmic Creation, Available Profession, Spacetime Transcendence. LV2 Psychic Power Mastery, Available Profession, Spirit God. LV3 Source of Causality, Available Profession, Causal Singularity. Please select the profession you are going to work in. What Suyu never expected was that he actually awakened the career panel again. Chapter 635. What is this? Looking at the new career panel, I was a little confused. The panel at this time has changed a lot. All the careers and creations that Suyu had accumulated before have all disappeared. Or in other words, refreshed, everything returned to the starting point. Of course, this starting point is based on Suyu's current state. Although a little confused, Suyu immediately reacted and realized that this was a good thing. With his current state as the starting point, it is hard to imagine what he will develop into in the future. When Suyu first awakened the career panel, the ability value attributes on the panel were only basic fighting skills, gun mastery, and mechanical repair. These ability value attributes are not extraordinary abilities at all, but normal knowledge and skills. Any person with normal IQ and healthy body can master these knowledge and skills through learning. These knowledge and skills are Suyu's basic attributes, the starting point of everything. Then based on these knowledge and skills, he can work in basic professions such as fighter, gunsmith, mechanic, etc. Suyu's extraordinary journey began here. Step by step, he reached the current state. At this time, Suyu awakened the panel again, but based on his current strong strength, he unlocked a new extraordinary profession. What is his current basic ability? LV2 Cosmic Creation, LV2 Psychic Mastery, LV3 Source of Cause and Effect. Just these 10 or 20 words summarize Suyu's ability. But the amount of information contained in it is incredible. Cosmic Creation should be Suyu's ability as a space-time mechanic. Psychic Mastery should be all his extraordinary abilities except for the space-time mechanic. The source of cause and effect is easy to understand. It is his essence. Each of these three basic ability values is extremely powerful. But in this newly awakened panel, it is just the basics. Based on these, three new professions can be employed: space-time transcendence, spirit god, and cause-effect singularity. Although I don't know what these three professions are specifically, Suyu knows that they must be very strong, and the most important thing is that these three professions do not require rituals. That's right, these three professions, just like the original fighter, mechanic and other professions, have no ritual requirements. As long as Suyu chooses, he can be employed immediately. According to previous experience, as long as he completes the employment, he can get a strong improvement immediately. Maybe he can get rid of the current mummy state in an instant. It can be said that the reawakened profession panel has now been fully upgraded. Its lower limit is now terrifyingly high, and the upper limit is unknown. It can be imagined that Suyu's strength will inevitably increase wildly by using this newly awakened profession panel. But Suyu did not choose the three professions immediately. He wanted to analyze the three professions carefully to see which one could solve his current problem. After all, according to previous experience, after one profession is employed, it needs to be full level before another profession can be employed. If you choose the wrong one, it will be a bit troublesome. At the same time, Suyu continued to observe the Emperor of Glory, wanting to see what the Emperor of Glory was doing at this time. Suyu saw through the star tower signal that the Emperor of Glory was shining with golden light at this time. It seemed that when Suyu reawakened the profession panel, he also encountered something. After a moment, the golden light on Emperor Guangyao dimmed a little, and he also looked tired. What happened just now should have consumed a lot of his energy. This is a bit strange. With Emperor Guangyao's strength, the things that can make him consume a lot of energy must be earth-shattering. Any movement will destroy the galaxy. But Suyu did not observe any movement, and did not know what Emperor Guangyao was doing just now. Why was he so exhausted? After this stage, Emperor Guangyao did not seem to hide it anymore, and directly showed his extraordinary ability. Before, Emperor Guangyao was playing Suyu, and it was Suyu in the ordinary person stage, so he never showed any extraordinary ability. Even if he was bullied or exposed to radiation pollution, he did not use a trace of spiritual power. Although Suyu could see the extremely powerful golden light on him, once it erupted, the entire galaxy would be destroyed in an instant, not to mention this small blue galaxy. But Emperor Guangyao has always been so dedicated to playing the ordinary person Suyu. Until now, when Suyu awakened the panel. So he stopped acting and began to show his psychic power. It cannot be said that he stopped acting. In fact, he was still acting, playing Suyu after awakening the panel. However, he did not seem to have a panel, but only relied on his psychic power to simulate Suyu's previous abilities. In this way, the Suyu played by Emperor Guangyao experienced the events that Suyu had experienced before step by step. It was exactly the same. In this way, after experiencing the Liha incident, the Ghost Tribe incident, the Extraordinary Federation incident, the Painful Evil God incident, etc., Emperor Guangyao's strength finally reached the 5th level. It must be said that Emperor Guangyao's acting skills are beyond reproach. Even Suyu himself could not see any flaws, just like Suyu had experienced those things. However, many of these abilities and events were disguised by the Emperor Guangyao with his power. For example, the Painful Evil God, this guy is Suyu's time-space replica, and was transformed by Qi Chen with strange means to become an evil god. Qi Chen did not have the ability to transform the Emperor Guangyao, so this painful evil god was created by the Emperor Guangyao himself. In order to fight against the painful evil god, Suyu had to personally exterminate the mechanical city and survive. The Emperor Guangyao was acting the whole time, which made Suyu speechless. He did not expect that the majestic and powerful Emperor Guangyao in the legend had such a drama side. What is this doing? Suyu had been watching for many years at this time, and he was even more puzzled. Before, he suspected that the Emperor Guanyu wanted to seize his career panel, but now it seems that it is not the case. Instead, Suyu reawakened the panel and obtained a new career. But the Emperor Guanyu was still playing Suyu professionally, and no one knew what he was doing. Did the Emperor Guanyu fail in his attempt to seize the occupation panel? Is he just trying again? It doesn't seem like that. What exactly is he doing? The inexplicable upgrade of my occupation panel before, could it be related to the Emperor Guanyu? Suyu had various guesses in his mind. These guesses can be roughly divided into 3 types. The first one is a bad guess, that is, the Emperor Guanyu actually still wants to seize the occupation panel, but he failed before, and now he is not giving up and continues to try. The second one is neither good nor bad, that is, the Emperor Guanyu has no purpose, he is simply addicted to acting and wants to play a role-playing game. The third one is a good thing, that is, the awakening of Suyu's panel before, and the major upgrade were actually done by the Emperor Guanyu. He was covered in golden light before, and he was using his power to upgrade the panel for Suyu. Chapter 636. The last guess seems to be too good for Emperor Guanyu. But Suyu remembered that a long time ago. From Suyu's perspective, it was billions of years ago, so it was naturally a long time ago. That was when Suyu's panel merged with the Star Tower terminal. While the holographic perception ability was upgraded, the panel seemed to have been upgraded as well. After that, the panel unlocked powerful professions such as the Digital God Mechanic, the Dream God Mechanic, and the Spacetime Mechanic. The Star Tower at that time was not the one Suyu made after he became the source of cause and effect, but was built by Emperor Guanyu. The Star Tower of Emperor Guanyu, with just one terminal, could upgrade Suyu's panel. If it was his own power, it wouldn't be strange to upgrade Suyu's panel. Suyu was still more willing to believe this guess. After all, up to now, Emperor Guanyu had not shown obvious malice to Suyu. Although Suyu had been a mummy for 10,000 years instead of him, it seemed that the mastermind behind this incident was the Supreme Consciousness, who secretly planned it. Emperor Guanyu only gave Suyu a set of armor, and it was Suyu's own choice to sit on the mummy position in the end, and no one forced him. If Suyu had just run away and ignored the mess of the Empire's rebellion, it shouldn't have turned out like this. So from this perspective, Emperor Guanyu should not have deliberately pitted Suyu. At most, he used the golden armor to guide Suyu, and let him take the bait willingly. In the end, Suyu voluntarily accepted Emperor Guanyu's fate. Thinking about it this way, Emperor Guanyu may really have no ill intentions. Okay, I take the bait. Suyu felt relieved when he thought of this. But he still didn't completely get rid of his vigilance. Because Suyu felt a little strange. He had never really communicated with the Emperor Guanyu face to face, but he had only had a few words with him through prayer before. Suyu didn't know much about this human emperor. Even though he had sat on the throne for Emperor Guanyu for 10,000 years, and knew everything about the emperor, it was difficult to determine what kind of person Emperor Guanyu was just based on his deeds. So the question is, why is Suyu so willing to believe in Emperor Guanyu? Even if Suyu faced danger before, he never doubted Emperor Guanyu. At most, he could not ask Emperor Guanyu for help due to various reasons, but he did not doubt that Emperor Guanyu had malicious intentions, was unwilling to help, and even murdered him. What should he do? Later, it was also because he turned into a mummy for Emperor Guanyu, and sat on the throne of Jindan, that Suyu felt that he seemed to be cheated, and then he began to doubt. But even so, Suyu was still willing to excuse Emperor Guanyu in his heart, and did not want to think badly of him. When Suyu thought of this problem, he couldn't help but be alert in his heart, wondering if he was affected by some kind of mental influence. But this kind of vigilance is also limited. As soon as he thought of it, he couldn't help but start to excuse Emperor Guanyu in his heart. Then it was difficult to continue to be alert. Suyu doubted whether there was any mental influence that could cause such a powerful effect. Even if the universe was restarted, even if he had become the source of cause and effect, he still couldn't get rid of it. This powerful influence reminded Suyu of his own mummy image and the golden throne under him. This seemed to be another unstoppable influence on the Emperor Guanyu, who was bound to become a mummy and sit on the throne. I don't know what the principle is, Suyu, as the source of cause and effect, could not resist it. So, is this inexplicable trust in the Emperor Guanyu a powerful trait of his? It is his fate that he became a mummy and sat on the throne for 10,000 years, which is an unchangeable fate. Even if I am the source of cause and effect, I cannot escape it. And the passive trust effect of the Emperor Guanyu should be the same. However, this trust effect does not seem to be that strong, otherwise the 20 princes would not betray. So the trait of betrayal is stronger? Suyu pondered the various traits of the Emperor Guanyu in his heart, and became more and more curious. What exactly is the Emperor Guangyo? He does not seem to be a supreme evil god like the holy sin, the evil fate, and the desire corpse, but a transcendent living in the material universe. But he has such a special essence that people cannot see through and understand. Thinking of this, Suyu directly vibrated the star tower signal and forwarded a message to the Guangyo Emperor, who was acting on the blue star. The message contained Suyu's previous doubts. He couldn't hold it in any longer, and was ready to ask directly. When receiving this signal, the Guangyo Emperor, who was acting as Suyu, seemed to pause slightly, less than 1/1000th of a second. Then he continued to act as if nothing had happened, ignoring Suyu at all. Good guy, playing dumb, right? Suyu could see that the Guangyo Emperor must have received the signal, but he just didn't answer. Suyu was speechless, but after a moment, he figured it out. For some reason, Emperor Guangyo wanted to act like Suyu before. There must be no mistakes in any movements or even psychic fluctuations. It was very precise, and Suyu himself could not find any flaws. If he answered Suyu's question, no matter how, it would destroy this precision. Although it was unknown why Emperor Guangyo could act like this, it was obvious that he would not give up this acting easily. If you piss me off, I will destroy the Azure Star directly. Let's see what you can act. Suyu said in his heart, but he just said it, and did not really act. At this time, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he thought of the moment when Emperor Guangyo paused just now. Wait, if the Emperor Guangyo wants to play accurately, then the pause just now has actually destroyed the accuracy. Or is it within the allowable error range? However, even if it is within the allowable error range, with the ability of the Emperor Guangyo, there should not be such a pause. So, he actually answered it, just in the pause just now. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately began to analyze the pause just now. At that moment, the Emperor Guangyo paused for a total of 0.0000000000000023625136256 seconds. The observation accuracy of the star tower is almost infinite, even if in theory Planck time is the smallest time unit, the time quantum. But at this time, the decimal point behind this string of numbers continues to extend, as if time can be infinitely subdivided. After all, the supreme consciousness of the god of quantum observation has run away. Who cares about quantum time? After collecting this string of numbers, Suyu tried to decode it. In a flash, he had tried various password combinations. Finally, Suyu decoded the string of numbers into a string of words. The universe we live in has achieved true infinity. A truly infinite universe has infinite possibilities, and every possibility will inevitably occur in a corner of the universe. Chapter 637. After reading this information, Suyu couldn't calm down for a long time. Because the information that Emperor Guangyo conveyed to him through that momentary pause was too shocking. According to the information, the real infinity of the original universe is literally infinite. Infinite time and space, infinite cause and effect, infinite energy, infinite power. All concepts are infinite. Because of infinity, any possibility will be staged in a corner of the universe, and even staged infinitely. For example, the human empire seems to have only one. But there may be another identical emperor infinitely far away. There is an identical human emperor. Then there is another human empire infinitely far away, but the situation may be a little different. This is not a parallel time and space, nor a future possibility. But in a simple infinite time and space, no matter how small the probability is, it will inevitably happen. Normally, there will not be two identical leaves. But as long as there are enough samples, two identical leaves will definitely be born. After all, there are only so many atoms in a leaf, and their permutations and combinations are also finite. Under infinity, new ones will definitely be born. Because of this, there is a certain probability that another empire, or even countless empires, will be born at an infinitely far distance. So it is all-encompassing, all-inclusive, and omnipotent. And there is. Everything Suyu has experienced before is within the infinite range of the original universe. Including Suyu creating a small universe, leaving the original universe, and heading to the nothingness outside the universe. These are actually all within the infinite universe. The so-called outside of the universe, the so-called causal nothingness, are only a part of the real infinite universe, and they are not really separated. Or, they can't be separated at all. The so-called original universe that Suyu saw before, since it can be seen by Suyu, is not the real infinite universe, but the projection of the real infinite universe in a small range. This is the amazing truth that Suyu got from Emperor Guangyo. It turns out that from beginning to end, Suyu has never left, and has always been in the same universe. Of course, all of this is a theory developed by Emperor Guangyo. As for whether it is true, Suyu is also difficult to determine. In fact, those powerful beings in the universe have also vaguely discovered a theory. But some believe it, and some don't. The original universe is a complete universe, and the internal time and space are almost infinite. Now it is said that it is just a small range projection of the real universe. Naturally, many beings are unwilling to believe it. If the original universe is just a small range projection, then what are they who dominate this universe? As for the authenticity of this theory, so you can only wait and study it slowly in the future. In addition, Emperor Guangyao also told Suyu some other information. He told Suyu what he was doing. According to Emperor Guangyao, in this truly infinite universe, there is actually a more terrifying and powerful force. This force is more powerful than fate and more elusive than time. Under this force, infinite possibilities will also be bound. Emperor Guangyao was firmly bound by this force. No matter how he struggled, he would always walk on a certain established path. The empire he established was bound to decline, and he was bound to be betrayed by his subordinates. He was bound to become a mummy and sit on the throne for 10,000 years. All of this was like an invisible big hand that arranged everything perfectly. No matter how many times Emperor Guangyao tried, he could never get rid of this strange big hand. In order to get rid of that terrible power, Emperor Guangyao made many attempts, and even restarting the universe was not the first time. Before Suyu, Emperor Guangyao had used certain technical means to restart the original universe many times. The restarted universe was only the projected universe in the mouth of Emperor Guangyao, not the real infinite universe. His tyrannical power was largely accumulated through repeated restarts. His real existence lifespan was much longer than the existence of the human empire. Even because of repeated restarts, Emperor Guangyao's power became stronger and stronger, and after each restart, the human empire he established became stronger and stronger. The human empire that could only occupy a galaxy at first has now developed to a universe territory of tens of billions of light years. Its power has increased by who knows how many times. However, no matter how it restarts, no matter how it increases the power of itself and the empire, the human empire and the Emperor Guangyao will always go down the old path for various reasons. Betrayal, decline, death. It cannot be changed, cannot be avoided, and cannot be resisted. In the end, the Emperor Guangyao was a little discouraged. Until he saw Suyu. In order to get rid of that strange power, the Emperor Guangyao studied it deeply. In the entire empire, everything affected by that power is in his sight. He used the power of the Star Tower to observe these things all the time and look for variables. The Azure Galaxy is also one of the things affected by that power. Every time it restarts, this galaxy will fall into a predetermined fate. In the original fate, the tyrannical evil god was born and sealed by Zhang Chenfeng. 10,000 years later, the tyrannical evil god broke the seal, Qi Chen appeared, the two sides fought, and finally the Azure Galaxy was destroyed. This was the original trajectory. But since Suyu appeared, everything has changed. The Azure Galaxy no longer follows the previous path, but has undergone many strange changes. Changes that shocked Emperor Guanyu. He has restarted this projection universe many times, but he has never seen the Azure Galaxy take such a path. So since Suyu awakened the panel and rose on the Azure Star, Emperor Guanyu has actually been paying attention to him in secret. Because in the previous restarts, there was no such person as Suyu, until Suyu awakened the panel, gained psychic power, and stepped up to the peak step by step. Emperor Guanyu was sure that Suyu was the variable he was looking for, but Emperor Guanyu was very cautious and did not rashly contact Suyu at that time. He just passively waited for Suyu to contact him. Because the dark side of Emperor Guangyao, Dark Emperor, was too powerful and aggressive, any existence that communicated with him had to bear the destructive power of the Dark Emperor. Suyu was too weak at the time, and even the voice of Emperor Guangyao could not bear it. Emperor Guangyao did not want to destroy Suyu, a variable that had finally appeared, until Suyu created a small universe and left this projection universe. At that time, not only Emperor Guanyu was paying attention to Suyu, but even other existences in the universe were paying attention to it. They also discovered this variable. So, Emperor Guangyao knew that he could not wait any longer. Chapter 638. Suyu, this variable, has been targeted by a group of powerful beings when he left the original universe. Holy Sin, Evil Fate, Desire Corpse, Supreme Consciousness, Lord of Dreams. After they realized that Suyu was a huge variable, they all had their own plans. Some of them watched coldly, while others tried to contact Suyu. Others secretly planned to let Suyu complete something for them. After Suyu returned to the original universe, everything he encountered was basically affected by these plans. When he returned for the first time, he met Jingshan, Yi and other beings in succession. When he returned for the second time, he met the Supreme Cultivator Civilization and the Supreme Consciousness Fragment. All of these were the results of their secret planning, but many plans ended in vain and did not achieve their goals, because some of the plans were destroyed by other beings. In the dark, in the subspace, these carried out some unknown struggles. Without Suyu knowing, the subspace had already been turned upside down, and it was unknown how many realms had been destroyed and how many demons had died completely. In the end, these beings finally reached a consensus, allowing Suyu to inherit the position of Supreme Consciousness and make some necessary changes to this universe. Regardless of whether the original universe is a projection of the truly infinite universe, at least in this causal nothingness, the original universe is the largest and most energetic space-time collection. Those powerful beings must rely on the original universe to continue to grow and develop. However, because of the powerful power of these beings, the original universe has long been overwhelmed, becoming very distorted and chaotic, and on the verge of destruction at any time. In fact, according to calculations, the next subspace tide will be when the universe is completely destroyed. At that time, the entire original universe will disappear. Those powerful beings will not die after the destruction of the universe, but they will also become weak and can only drift in the endless causal nothingness. Although theoretically, there are infinite original universes and infinite possibilities in the depths of causal nothingness, after all things are contained in the infinite universe, and everything is possible. However, it is unknown how long it will take to find it in the causal nothingness. After all, this is just a theory. Therefore, these powerful beings in the original universe will definitely not allow the original universe to be destroyed like this. They need to stabilize this universe. But the destruction of the original universe seems to be within the scope of that weird power. Just as the Emperor Guanyu will inevitably be betrayed, the original universe will inevitably be destroyed, all because of the effect of that high-level weird power. Unable to resist, unable to change. This weird power, different powerful beings have different names for it. The Emperor Guanyu calls it high-dimensional destiny. Some existences call it true boundlessness, upper narrative, etc. Different existences have different perceptions of it, and different theories. But no matter which theory, Suyu is the strange variable. He ignored the fate of the higher dimension, surpassed the true boundary, and changed the upper narrative. This specialness made those powerful existences very excited. They believed that as long as they used Suyu, they would be able to break the fate of the original universe being destroyed. Of course, among these beings, some must have malicious intentions towards Suyu, wanting to occupy Suyu's life and take away his specialness. But there are also opponents who are afraid of destroying this variable that has finally appeared. After a secret struggle, the previous incident of Suyu suddenly becoming a candidate for the fetish god occurred. Among them, Emperor Guanyu also participated in this struggle. But he was besieged, which made his injuries worse, and the erosion of the Dark Emperor worsened, and he almost fell asleep, so it was difficult to observe and interfere with Suyu. However, after Suyu obtained the status of a candidate, he secretly used the power of observation to pass information to Emperor Guanyu. With this connection, Emperor Guanyu successfully intervened and handed over the Emperor's golden armor he had created to Suyu across the air, and even changed the content of the candidate's trial. Emperor Guanyu restarted the original universe many times and studied high-dimensional destiny, which was not without gain. He separated a part of the high-dimensional destiny that he was infected with, and infused it into the Emperor's golden armor. Suyu put on this golden armor and already carried this high-dimensional destiny. Emperor Guanyu admitted that he also had selfish motives. He wanted to see if Suyu's specialness could save the empire that was bound to decline and countless human deaths. Emperor Guanyu restarted the universe again and again through some means, making the human empire stronger and stronger in his hands. From occupying only one galaxy to now occupying a galaxy of 10 billion light years, the population has expanded by more than 1 billion times. However, because of this strange high-dimensional destiny, the stronger the empire is, the more people will die when the rebellion declines, and the more miserable it will be. Repeated again and again, it has become the biggest obsession in Emperor Guanyu's heart, and he will never let it go. So Emperor Guanyu gave the golden armor to Suyu, and let him bear this high-dimensional fate. He wanted to see if he could break this curse, and prevent everything from happening again. Emperor Guanyu admitted that he had calculated Suyu. If Suyu resented him for this, he would have nothing to say. The original trial was to let Suyu travel through the center of the universe, and let him start to build the creation machine directly there, restart the universe, and become the source of cause and effect, so as to prevent the high-dimensional fate of the universe from being destroyed. After becoming the source of cause and effect, the entire original universe is based on Suyu as a variable, so it will naturally not be destroyed easily. But because of Emperor Guangyao's interference, he finally traveled to the Zhendan Palace and became the new Emperor Guangyo. In this way, Su Yu's mission is not only to prevent the destruction of the universe, but also to prevent the rebellion of the empire. Of course, all this depends on Su Yu's own choice. If Su Yu is unwilling to interfere with the rebellion of the empire and let it develop, Emperor Guangyo can do nothing. But fortunately, Su Yu always considered himself a human being, so he did not sit back and watch, but really tried to stop the rebellion. Although it was not completely stopped in the end, Su Yu finally turned into a mummy and sat on the throne for 10,000 years. But the human deaths caused by the rebellion were greatly reduced, because Su Yu had asked Nono to recycle the power of the rebels long before the rebellion broke out. Without power, they naturally could not continue to cause damage. So this time, the actions of Emperor Guangyo can be said to be half successful. The rebellion was partially stopped, but the high-dimensional destiny was not completely changed. And now, Emperor Guangyo ran to the Azure Star to play Su Yu, just to study Su Yu's own destiny, and try to find a way to crack the high-dimensional destiny. Chapter 639. The information that Emperor Guangyi forwarded did not say how he cracked the high-dimensional destiny by playing the role of Su Yu. But he gave a positive answer, that is, he had partially cracked it. Because of this, he was able to get out of the mummy state, leave the throne, and go to the Azure Star to play Su Yu. Although it sounds a bit reversed and logically confusing. After all, Emperor Guangya left the throne first, then played Su Yu, and then cracked part of the high-dimensional destiny. Now he has cracked part of the high-dimensional destiny before he can leave the throne. Obviously, for this kind of high-dimensional destiny, the logic and cause and effect relationship cannot constrain it, and it cannot be measured by common sense. Seeing this, the information that Emperor Guangyo gave to Su Yu has been fully interpreted. In fact, Su Yu still has many doubts, such as what is high-dimensional destiny? Why can Emperor Guangyo crack it through role-playing? Are there other unknown secrets in it? Also, the most important thing is his second awakening panel also related to Emperor Guangyo? But Su Yu did not continue to ask, because he knew that if Emperor Guangyo really wanted to tell him, he would have said it in the information just now. Now hiding it, either don't want to say it, or can't say it. So Su Yu is better to explore it slowly by himself. However, this high-dimensional destiny, infinite universe, are all new concepts to Su Yu. Even if he wants to explore it, he doesn't know where to start. So, it's better to work in the newly unlocked profession first, get rid of the current mummy state, and then slowly study it later. Su Yu thought to himself. Then, he immediately ordered the panel to choose a job. 3 new professions: Spacetime Transcendent, Spirit God, Causal Singularity. After some previous thinking, Su Yu finally chose Causal Singularity. This profession is the one he thinks is most likely to get rid of the current situation. The profession of Spacetime Transcendent should be regarded as the sequel of Spacetime Mechanic, and its ability is probably the advanced control of spacetime. It is not very helpful for Su Yu now. Spirit God is the advanced of Su Yu's other extraordinary abilities. Literally speaking, it is the god of psychic power, which is probably very powerful. But the problem Su Yu is facing now cannot be solved by strength alone. The erosion of the 20 princes is very strange. Their infinite mutation and evolution ability cannot kill them, no matter how strong the power is. Even if they are killed, they will mutate and evolve again and revive. So Su Yu chose the third one, Causal Singularity. This profession is obviously unlocked by Su Yu based on the characteristics of Su Yu's own source of causal source. And the 20 princes can want to erode Su Yu's source of causality. If the source of causality can be transformed into an easier to control extraordinary profession, it should be enough to deal with them. Join the Causal Singularity. Su Yu ordered in his heart. Congratulations to the host, successfully inaugurated, current profession, Causal Singularity, LV1, 0/100000000. Congratulations to the host, successfully awakened the core ability. The source of causality, as the source of causality, can be transformed into the source of causality of all things. Source of causality, LV1, as the causal singularity, the beginning of all causal chains, is the source of all power in life. If you make good use of this power, you can theoretically be almost omnipotent. As Su Yu issued the order in his heart, he instantly felt that there was a strange power in his consciousness. This power is not material, not energy, not spirit, not data. In short, it is completely the same as all the powers Su Yu has come into contact with before. If you really compare it, it is somewhat similar to the power of cause and effect that Su Yu obtained when he was employed as a cause and effect mechanic. However, the power of cause and effect is actually just a special kind of spiritual power, but it can affect cause and effect, so it is called the power of cause and effect. The strange power that Suyu has obtained at this time is not spiritual power, but more like cause and effect itself. That's right, Suyu now really senses the existence of cause and effect. He does not need to rely on spiritual power or spirit. Cause and effect exist in a substantial way and become a part of him. This is the core ability source of cause and effect. However, Suyu was already the source of cause and effect before he took office. Now that he has taken office, it seems that it is useless to obtain this core ability? Of course not. The original Suyu's control of the source of cause and effect was very rough, basically pure instinct, and difficult to control. Like the previous Star Tower, the Dust Universe, etc., they were all affected by the source of cause and effect without Suyu knowing it. Now, after Suyu's job, with the help of the panel, he has standardized and stabilized this abstract and difficult to control power. At this time, Suyu no longer has to worry about becoming someone else's father with just a thought. Now he can completely control this power. Moreover, because of the panel attributes, Suyu can also upgrade this ability intuitively. When it reaches the maximum level, he can also obtain core expertise, and who knows how powerful he will be. Try it! Suyu tried to control the materialized causes and effects in his consciousness. The next moment, the 20 princes who were trying to erode Suyu shouted, "Stop! What have you done? Cause and effect. Why are our causes and effects dissipating?" Suyu ignored them and continued to perform. Suyu was extracting all the causes and effects from these 20 princes. He wanted to drain the causes and effects of these 20 princes to see if they could continue to mutate and evolve infinitely without any cause and effect to maintain them. Originally, Suyu could not do this, but now, he has assumed the causal singularity and gained the ability of the source of cause and effect. All the cause and effect chains in front of him are under his gaze, and can be controlled at will. So Suyu directly tried to drain the causes and effects of the 20 princes. The 20 princes immediately sensed the danger, and while roaring, they continued to mutate to resist Suyu's extraction. However, their mutation power is also based on the power of the origin of cause and effect, which is a certain change in the rules of cause and effect. Now Suyu has extracted all the causes and effects from them, leaving them in an absolute causal vacuum state. Suddenly, their infinite mutations are also unsustainable. Soon, without the support of cause and effect, these princes began to disappear one by one, and the angry roars also dissipated. After a while, there was no more annoying sound in Suyu's consciousness, and Suyu's body also returned to normal from the mummy state. 20 princes seemed to have been completely eliminated. Then he moved his legs and stood up from the golden throne after a long absence of 10,000 years. At this time, in the Xingtan monitoring room of the Jindan Palace, the 2 Guangyao imperial guards, who were monitoring, were stunned. Emperor stood up? Chapter 640. At this time, as Suyu stood up, the entire Aurora planet, and even the galaxy seemed to be shaking. On the highest plateau on the planet, golden light shot up into the sky. Soon, everyone knew the news. The Guanyu Emperor, who had been sleeping on the throne for 10,000 years and turned into a mummy, finally woke up. Soon, a large number of Guangyao imperial guards, technological nobles, galaxy warriors, psychic mechanics, members of the Mechanicus, in the entire galaxy all burst into tears. They kept worshipping in the direction of the palace, and their joy and excitement were beyond words. Soon, this news was transferred to various parts of the universe through the Star Tower signal. With the signal transmission speed of the Star Tower, the news could be received quickly even if it was tens of billions of light years away. Soon, within the tens of billions of light years of territory, billions of people in the Empire were boiling. Although Suyu had not moved for 10,000 years, he had more or less used some power to help the Empire survive the disaster. In addition, the appearance of the Star Tower allowed the Empire to still have the ability to travel through the universe after the subspace tidal eruption, and would not be lost due to the subspace environment. In addition, the Imperial high-level propaganda for 10,000 years has made the people of the Empire now worship the Emperor Guanyu as a god. Suyu, who had just stood up, immediately heard the sound of prayers, like a tsunami in his ears. The strong power of faith impacted Suyu's spirit. The power of faith of billions of human beings impacted Suyu crazily. A long time ago, Suyu had believers, but there were few believers at that time, and their strength was weak, which did not help Suyu much, and could only speed up his upgrade. The power of faith did not have much impact on his spirit. But now, the prayers of billions of people in the Empire, with a diameter of trillions of light years, came at him instantly. Even though Su Chi was extremely determined, he was a little dazed. Human faith contains pure spiritual power, but also strong emotions. The spirit of faith of a single person, or even 10 billion humans, is not much. But at this time, it is the empire with a diameter of 10 billion light years, and the faith of countless people in the empire. The spirit of faith contained in it is too strong and too much. So many emotions and thoughts instantly impacted Suyu's spirit. If it were someone with a weak will, he would probably go crazy or even explode. But Suyu was only slightly dazed. Suyu once spent billions of years developing a super creation machine alone. His mental age is even longer than the life of the universe. After such a long time, he has cultivated an extremely firm will that cannot be shaken by any external things. Suyu was in a trance just now, because he was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a strong spiritual impact of faith to suddenly erupt. At the same time, Suyu saw that in his panel, the experience of the causal singularity profession that he had just started was rapidly increasing. The panel has the function of converting the power of faith into professional experience. Suyu used the power of faith to upgrade before. Now that he suddenly got so much faith, even though the causal singularity profession is at a very high level and requires a lot of experience, his experience is also increasing rapidly. In fact, there are too many people in the empire. In addition, 10,000 years ago, Suyu quelled the rebellion and built the Star Tower. When the subspace tide broke out, the empire did not suffer much loss. Because of this, the empire's worship of the glorious emperor reached its peak, and the amount of faith Suyu received was simply endless. With so much faith power, it is estimated that the level of the cause and effect singularity will soon be full. Suyu was in a trance for a moment, and then he recovered, thinking to himself, "In the past 10,000 years, I have never received these beliefs. I am afraid that they were intercepted by the 20 princes." Suyu has been on the throne for tens of thousands of years, but his strength has basically not improved. On the one hand, it is because he is busy fighting against the strange erosion of the 20 princes. On the other hand, it is because he has never felt such a strong impact of faith power. It seems that they were all intercepted by the 20 princes. But now, Suyu is in the cause and effect singularity, and can control cause and effect. In an instant, the 20 princes disappeared into thin air. These faith powers naturally returned to Suyu, and became his experience package. Without the 20 princes, it is indeed a relief. Originally, Suyu, although the source of cause and effect, could not really control this powerful essence. That kind of power was like an uncontrollable instinct, and could only be barely controlled. Now, through the panel, Suyu turned this essence into an extraordinary profession, normalized it, and it became much more flexible and convenient to control. After Suyu took office, his essence did not change, and his power did not increase, but he was able to eliminate 20 princes in an instant. However, Suyu could vaguely sense that the 20 princes did not seem to disappear completely. They seemed to be mutating and evolving to another state that did not need cause and effect to exist. Even though their mutated power was based on Suyu's cause and effect origin, now that they have lost cause and effect, they can still continue to mutate. Suyu understood that these 20 princes probably not only had the infinite mutation power of the ultimate savior, they also carried a part of the high-dimensional destiny. After all, the Great Rebellion, Suyu turned into a mummy, was eroded. And other fate events, all needed these 20 princes to execute. To complete these fate events, these 20 princes must also have the power to realize these events. No power? Then the high-dimensional destiny will naturally let them have it. That's why Suyu was eroded by them before, and became a mummy sitting alone for 10,000 years. High-dimensional destiny is really elusive, weird and powerful. Under the influence of high-dimensional destiny, the 20 princes, even if they lost cause and effect and could not maintain themselves, but they did not die completely, they might be resurrected again at any time in the future. Unless Suyu completely solved this weird high-dimensional destiny, he would never get rid of it. But Suyu's current understanding of high-dimensional destiny is limited to a name and some personal experience. It is not possible to crack it for the time being. Fortunately, the power of the source of cause and effect has been used to seal the 20 princes. The 20 princes are now in a state where cause and effect are not needed, and they are no longer in the same dimension as Suyu now. The two sides cannot sense each other, nor can they influence each other. Anyway, they will not hinder Suyu for the time being. When Suyu reaches the maximum level of cause and effect singularity and obtains core expertise, it is unknown whether this hidden danger can be completely solved. Suyu was thinking while sensing his own changes. At the same time, a golden light rose from his body, rising into the sky. It was the Emperor's golden armor on his body, which sensed the changes of its owner and activated in response. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the palace. Suyu's mind moved, and he knew who was coming. It was the prince, who had been regent for 10,000 years, and his subordinates and ministers, who came to see the awakened Guangyu emperor. Su Yu suddenly felt a slight headache. The 20 princes before were all enemies, and Su Yu could handle them well, just fight. Now this regent prince is a man of great talent and strategy. He has been regent for 10,000 years, and has managed the empire in an orderly manner. He is a hero. But Su Yu, relying on the source of cause and effect, theoretically became his father. This is a bit awkward. Should they meet? Chapter 641. This 27th prince is named Chu Mu. He is a lost prince, who was found by the high-ranking officials of the empire in the depths of the universe after the Great Rebellion. How could a prince of noble status be lost? This starts with the origin of the prince. The princes of the glorious emperor were all cultivated in laboratories, and they are essentially artificial people. No one knows how many princes and how many laboratories have been cultivated over the years. Many laboratories are confidential among confidential ones, and few people know the specific information. Because the essence of these princes is that they are advanced creatures in the subspace in human skin. For example, the tyrannical prince before, and the 20 princes who launched the Great Rebellion are all like this. The relevant experiments are very dangerous. Once out of control, destroying a galaxy is not a light matter. Therefore, the laboratories are far away from human colonies and are rarely visited. In addition to some special considerations, the technological nobles of the empire also hid the technology of these laboratories and destroyed the relevant data records to prevent anyone from knowing the relevant information. Even the technicians themselves will clear their memories after completing the construction of the laboratory to ensure that no information will be leaked. Because the subspace nature of those princes is extremely terrifying, even if they only know of their existence and have related memories in their consciousness, it will cause terrible disasters. Those laboratories rarely contact the outside world and rarely know about the situation outside. Once an accident occurs in the experiment, the entire laboratory will activate the self-destruction program, causing the technicians in the laboratory and the princes to perish together. Under such strict confidentiality measures, after a long time, almost no one knew the existence of these laboratories except Emperor Guangyu himself. This is the case with the laboratory where the Prince Chumu is located. He was bred and born 2,000 years before the Great Rebellion, and has been making various technical adjustments in the laboratory. Even though he was born more than 100 years ago, and his strength has reached the level of the Milky Way, he is not allowed to go out without external orders. Although he has the strength to break out directly, he has stayed in the laboratory honestly for nearly 2,000 years. Although it is called a laboratory, the space inside is actually as large as dozens of star systems. With the space compression technology of the Empire, such a large space is hidden in the dust and drifts in the depths of the universe. This Prince Chumu has been bored for hundreds of years, and has been constantly opening up the space in this laboratory, even opening it up to the level of the Milky Way. The descendants of those technicians in the laboratory have reproduced and developed in this Milky Way laboratory. In the past 2,000 years, the descendants of these technicians have grown to a population of trillions, all obeying the rule of Prince Chumu and living a very peaceful life. Prince Chumu was born with great wisdom and strength. Under his governance, this laboratory civilization has developed steadily, and the living standard is not inferior to the empire outside. Prince Chumu is also very happy to govern human civilization in this way and enjoy himself. Under his governance, this laboratory civilization even surpasses the empire outside in some technical fields. After all, the empire is too big and involves too many fields. This laboratory civilization is equivalent to an independent small country, specializing in a certain field, and then in this field, it is stronger than the human empire. Of course, in some fields, it is definitely not as good as the human empire. This was indeed the case before the Great Rebellion. When the Great Rebellion broke out, coupled with the subsequent subspace tide, it dealt a heavy blow to the empire. Although this time the subspace tide, because of Suyu's causal source, such as the ancient subspace entities such as the Holy Sin, the Evil Life, and the Corpse of Desire, are missing. But some other new subspace entities based on human emotions such as greed, gluttony, jealousy, still set off a huge disaster. The galaxy-level subspace gates opened one by one, and endless subspace demons rushed out. So the entire empire inevitably fell into decline, many technologies were lost, countless humans died, and the living standards of the people of the empire also plummeted. The decline of the empire is part of the high-dimensional destiny. Su Yu's return this time has indeed changed part of this high-dimensional destiny, making the decline of the empire less serious than before, but in comparison, it is still very serious. And Su Yu has become a mummy at this time, and it is difficult to take action. The empire can only rely on itself to deal with this disaster. Because of this, the laboratory where Prince Chumu is located has become a paradise, far superior to the outside world in terms of technology and living standards. Even if there are subspace demons attacking, they will be easily suppressed by Prince Chumu. It is in this context that Zhang Long and other high-ranking officials of the Empire found Prince Chumu's laboratory deep in the universe through the Star Tower scan. Originally, because of the betrayal of the 20 princes, the Imperial high-level officials had lost their trust in the existence of princes. But when they saw that the laboratory civilization under the governance of Prince Chumu was still developing steadily even against the background of the subspace tidal eruption, they were immediately shaken. The Imperial high-level officials secretly observed for 100 years, and finally determined that Prince Chumu was different from other princes. He had an extremely strong humanity, loved the human race, and was proud of his human blood. Finally, the Imperial high-level officials decided to bring Prince Chumu back, so that the blood of this glorious emperor would return to the mother planet of Zhendon, replace the emperor, and rule the empire. There are three main reasons why Zhang Long and others made such a decision. First, Chumu is powerful, even more powerful than these high-level officials. In the face of disasters, they need this powerful fighting force. Second, Chumu has the blood of the emperor. Although other high-ranking officials in the empire can govern the country, they are not legitimate. Many people in the empire only recognize the emperor. Although Zhang Long and other high-ranking officials in the empire are powerful, they are difficult to convince the public. Some people even think that these people want to usurp the throne. If this continues, there will be a rebellion. Third, Prince Chumu has shown a strong ability to rule, which is what the empire needs most now. Governing a large empire with a territory of 10 billion light-years requires too much information to be processed. It is simply not a job for humans, especially when it is still in a disaster. Zhang Long and his group of high-ranking officials worked together, but they were also overwhelmed. They could not imagine how the previous Guangyu emperor governed. So they could only hope that Chumu, the blood of the emperor with the ability to rule, would come back to rescue him. So, under these considerations, Prince Chumu was taken back to the mother planet of Zhendon. After another 100 years of investigation, he was officially crowned as the Regent Prince. Chapter 642. After Chumu became the Regent Prince, he immediately exerted his natural talents to the fullest extent. Under his governance, the originally chaotic empire had basically restored peace in just a few hundred years. When the people of the empire heard that he was the blood of the glorious emperor, they all surrendered. Occasionally, there were a few star cluster governors who did not recognize this prince, but Chumu personally led the army to quell the rebellion. Wherever he went, the rebels actually turned against him and surrendered. The rebellion was quelled without a single soldier. Hundreds of years later, at this time, Prince Chumu had begun to make the declining empire develop again. Although it has not reached the level before the rebellion, it is much better than before. However, although Prince Chumu worked hard to govern and love the people like his own children, after the subspace tide broke out, a large number of subspace evil gods awakened and kept bewitching the people of the empire. Many people may be targeted by the evil gods and secretly corrupted and become the minions of the evil gods if they are not careful or have a thought of making trouble. There is no rebellion, but evil gods and heresies are emerging one after another. So Prince Chumu announced that the Mechanicus would be established as the state religion, preaching materialism, believing in technology first, and rejecting the erosion of the subspace. The existence they believe in is the Star Tower, and the Emperor's ultimate creation, no mechanical god. In fact, it is the evil god Nono. After Suyu summoned Nono, he occupied a part of the divine power of the mechanical god, possessed the purest body of the material god, rejected almost any subspace energy, and was Suyu's creation, with a good foundation, so he was chosen by Prince Chumu as the god of the state religion. Nono did not object, but he did not agree. In his heart, there was only Suyu, and other humans, whether they were dead or alive, right or wrong, had nothing to do with him. After Suyu turned into a mummy, and no longer responded to any communication, Nono stood silently beside the throne, without moving for 10,000 years. Even though he was made the god of the state religion and prayed for by millions of people, there was no response. This was exactly what Chumu wanted. He didn't want another god to be on the head of mankind. It was because he saw the nature of Nono that he dared to make Nono the god of the state religion so boldly. Although Nono did not respond to prayers, his fetish nature could reversely affect believers, allowing believers to partially have the nature of rejecting the warp. In this way, the problem of warp corrosion was partially solved. However, the effect was still limited. Because believing in Nono in the fetish state, it was difficult to awaken psychic power, and difficult to work in extraordinary professions. Therefore, Those who believe in the Mechanic Church are basically civilians. The real imperial warriors do not believe in the Mechanic Church. However, the corrosion of the warp is everywhere. If these imperial warriors are not blessed by the great existence, they will still be corrupted by the warp and become evil heretics. So what they believe in is the Emperor. Prince Chumu established the Mechanicus as the state religion on the surface, but secretly declared the Emperor of Glory as the God of Glory, the God of humanity. Let the imperial warriors with psychic power believe in the Emperor and pray for his protection. The reason why the Emperor was secretly declared as a god instead of directly establishing the Emperor as the state religion is that the Emperor had strictly prohibited the worship of him as a god a long time ago, and the Empire did not believe in God. There was no way Prince Chumu could only come secretly. After all, believing in the Emperor is much better than believing in evil gods. Sure enough, when those imperial warriors prayed to the Emperor, the warp whispers that could be heard from time to time were reduced a lot, and the evil gods and heresies corroded by the warp were greatly reduced. With the Emperor's blessing, these imperial warriors no longer have any scruples when fighting, conquering the starry sky and sweeping away all kinds of heretics. In fact, Suyu couldn't hear any prayers at this time, and all the prayers were intercepted by the 20 princes. But these imperial warriors did get blessings. The blessing they got was actually given by the 20 princes. The 20 princes had already rebelled, so they were naturally not so kind. They just acted like this to intercept faith and strengthen themselves. This is a good thing. The blessing of these princes is just as effective. In fact, because they are evil in nature, they are better at dealing with the erosion of the evil gods in the subspace than Suyu himself. Not only that, this belief in the Emperor, which only circulated among the imperial warriors, soon spread to the people. Many imperial people who did not want to believe in the Mechanicus immediately converted to the Emperor. Billions of people believe in the Emperor, and the power of faith is all intercepted by the 20 princes, making them stronger and stronger, and Suyu's condition is getting worse and worse. This is not what Chumu could have expected. Prince Chumu's original plan was to use the huge faith to restore the Emperor Guanyu from his mummy state. Then, he would no longer have to be the regent prince. He did not have too much greed for power. Governing civilization was just an interest, not a desire for power. Seeing that the Emperor had not recovered after the implementation of the faith plan, Chumu had no choice but to continue to find ways to govern the empire. With the mechanical state religion and the Emperor's faith, there were fewer evil gods and heretics in the entire empire. But there were several powerful heretical forces that were difficult to eliminate. That was the top evil god born from extreme human emotions such as greed, gluttony, killing, etc. They were born not long ago, but they are very powerful, with hundreds of millions of heretical believers. These believers are fanatical and devout, and there is no hope for them. Even the state religion and the Emperor's faith cannot change them back. These believers occupy a large area of territory, and they always want to counterattack the mother planet Shandon. Prince Chumu showed his tyrannical means in the face of these heretics. He personally led the army to the subspace expedition, deep into the subspace domain of these powerful evil gods, and after 1,000 years of fighting, he suppressed and sealed these evil gods with his powerful strength and wisdom. The largest heresies were eliminated. Since then, the rule of the empire has been completely stabilized, and the prestige of Prince Chumu has also been greatly shaken. People all call him the second emperor and the regent emperor. No longer the regent prince, but the emperor. No one dares to question the status of the regent prince anymore. Except himself. Chumu has always had a dilemma in his heart, that is he the true blood of the emperor? Is he a human? He knows his identity as an experimental subject very well. But his humanity is extremely rich, far more than other princes. He is kind and sensitive, even a little sentimental. But he is strong and rational, and has a decisive side. He is extremely intelligent, but often has wild ideas and makes fools. No one is more human than him. Even the humanity shown by the Emperor Guanyu is not as good as him. There are even some rumors that he is not a human created by technical means. He is the biological son of the Emperor Guanyu and his partner. Chapter 643. However, rumors are just rumors. Basically, no one knows whether Prince Chumu is the biological son of the Emperor. Even Chumu himself does not know, so he is entangled. This entanglement has accompanied him for thousands of years. It is precisely because of his human nature that he is so entangled. If he is a cold-blooded person, he will not care about this. For example, the tyrannical prince before, he never entangled with this issue. In order to find the answer, Chumu once returned to the laboratory where he was before, and found the oldest technical information. But no matter how he searched, he could not find how he was born in the beginning. Because Chumu's embryo was sent to the laboratory by the emperor himself, and then cultivated by technicians, it became the current Chumu. As for how the embryo came from, no one knows except Emperor Guangyo. Even if you go back through time technology, you can't find any information. All the past is covered by the golden light of the emperor, and no one can break through. Unless he is stronger than the Emperor Guangyo, he can forcefully go back in time and see the truth, but Chumu tried and it didn't work. So he could only let go of this entanglement and concentrate on governing the emperor. Until now, 10,000 years later, the emperor on the throne finally woke up. Chumu came to see the emperor with excitement. In addition to congratulating the emperor on his awakening, he only wanted to know one thing. Is he the biological son of the emperor? In short, he came to recognize his father. And Suyu naturally knew about the entanglement of Prince Chumu, so Suyu is also very entangled now. This matter. Although he is the source of cause and effect, in theory, he can be anyone's father or grandfather. But now, he has successfully assumed the office of causal singularity, which can control this power and prevent it from getting out of control. So now this Prince Chumu has no blood relationship with Suyu. But Suyu couldn't tell him directly otherwise. In Suyu's eyes, the figure of Prince Chumu, who looked nervous outside the palace hall, appeared. Prince Chumu was tall and strong, 3 meters tall, wearing a light golden regent prince armor, looking mighty and domineering, and was deeply supported by the people of the empire. But under the helmet, he was full of entanglement and excitement, as if he was a child who had been separated from his father for many years, and finally recognized him. But Suyu continued to look deeper. Using the power of causal singularity, he could see the truth hidden under Prince Chumu's human appearance. It was a mass of amorphous twisted things, dark, deep, evil. Obviously, Prince Chumu was also an ancient entity in the subspace in human skin. However, he is different from other princes. His humanity is very strong. He is simply a standard human. Yes, a standard human. Prince Chumu has all the advantages and shining points of humanity, such as courage, empathy, creativity, etc. But he also has all the shortcomings of humanity, such as indecision, sometimes too impulsive and emotional, etc. In the past 10,000 years, Prince Chumu has been fighting against these shortcomings and developing his own strengths. He is constantly improving. This feeling of constantly optimizing oneself and developing and progressing is more like a standard human. Many ordinary people are not as standard as him. Even Emperor Guangyo, and even Suyu himself feel that they are not as standard as Prince Chumu. Sometimes, Emperor Guangyo and Suyu acted a little coldly. Suyu had not known Emperor Guangyo's situation in depth, but he knew himself very well. As Suyu became stronger and stronger, ordinary humans were like ants in front of him. He could kill countless people and revive countless people in a moment. This made his humanity fade away, and he rarely communicated with his old friends. After all, the various major things he was thinking about now were far beyond the scope of what those old friends could understand, and communication was meaningless and a waste of time. If Suyu had not always remembered that he was still a human being and tried his best to maintain his humanity at the level of thinking, he might have been alienated into an existence similar to the evil god and demon. After all, at Suyu's current level, the human body, genes, and even the soul have no meaning to him. If humanity is gone, then there is no relationship with humans. Just like the previous evil god of pain, it is a psychic black hole containing endless pain and despair. Suyu does not want to become like that. If he loses his humanity, and is left with only an absolutely rational and cold evil god Suyu, then in his opinion, it is no different from being dead. However, these problems do not seem to be a problem for the Prince Chumu. His humanity is extremely solid and strong, and no one is more humane than him. No matter how strong he is, he does not have to worry about lack of humanity and becoming an evil god. The reason for this is because of his subspace nature. Is this the origin of the Prince Chumu? Where did the Emperor Guangya find him? Suyu thought to himself. At this time, using the power of the causal singularity, he has completely seen the origin of the Prince Chumu. It is a mass of amorphous chaos. It is the absolute chaos that will appear at the beginning of the universe and before the destruction of the universe. It is in such a chaotic distortion that the current universe and countless civilizations were born. This absolute chaos was also discovered by Suyu when he destroyed the power of the universe. But because its changes were too drastic, it was gone in a flash. Even Suyu could not grasp it, and only regarded it as a natural phenomenon in the process of cosmic evolution. And the Emperor Guangyo used some means to extract a part of this primordial chaos. With its strong plasticity, it was cultivated into a standard human being, and it became the current Prince Chumu. This prince may be a ruler created by the Emperor Guanyu to prevent humans from being constantly alienated under the erosion of psychic energy in subspace. And finally, even he himself did not know what humans are. Use this prince to measure standard humans. But now, this ruler has also been flawed. That is, Prince Chumu has never been able to confirm his identity. Is he a real human being, or a subspace monster in human skin? This is very important. Emperor Guanyu shaped him into a standard human being, and he always thought he was a human being with full human nature. But if he no longer thinks he is a human being, it is difficult to predict what he will become. Maybe he will accept his identity as a subspace monster and directly become a terrifying evil god. How much human nature he had before, how cruel the evil god will be after the change. Therefore, facing Prince Chumu, who came to recognize his father, Suyu absolutely cannot deny his human identity. Chapter 644. At this time, Prince Chumu had already sent a message to inform that he wanted to come in. Suyu moved his mind and opened the door. Prince Chumu walked in independently. He didn't want others to hear the questions he wanted to ask. Prince Chumu walked to 100 meters in front of Suyu, looked up at the figure on the throne, and felt that the golden light was dazzling and he couldn't see clearly. He bowed his head and said respectfully, "Emperor, you have awakened." He said a lot of words, with a somewhat excited tone, mainly talking about his experiences in the past 10,000 years, the development of the empire, etc. After listening, Suyu nodded slightly. "You have done a good job in the past 10,000 years." When Prince Chuma heard this, his eyes were actually a little moist. With his rich humanity, he was naturally very excited to be praised by the emperor in his mind. After a while, he took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, "Emperor, your son has something to ask you." He asked the question that had troubled him for 10,000 years. Is he the biological son of the emperor? Is he a real human being? Su. When you heard him ask this question, he thought to himself, "Here it comes." Suyu's mind moved, and he was about to answer. However, just as he was about to say it, Suyu's heart sank slightly. He saw that the churning primordial chaos in Prince Chuma's body seemed to have undergone some changes. There were faint dark and twisted tentacles extending behind him, which penetrated into the ground, into the mother planet of Shindan, into the bottom of time and space, and into the deep layer of subspace. On the surface, Prince Chumu was waiting for Suyu's answer with expectation. But in Suyu's view, there was a huge creature that was thousands of times larger than the Milky Way, staring at Suyu with countless twisted eyes, coldly staring at him, waiting for his answer. This is the chaos origin of Prince Chumu, waiting for an answer. Is he a human or a monster in human skin? Suyu's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, the original chaos has a special nature. I'm afraid it has some ability to identify lies, so it can't lie, but it can't tell the truth. Suyu's mind turned quickly, and then he didn't speak, but his body shook, exuding a strange breath. This breath is extremely special. It is a special breath that only appears for a moment when the universe is created and destroyed. That is, the original chaos. In that moment just now, Suyu, through his observation of Prince Chumu, grafted his own cause and effect with the original chaos, making himself the cause and effect source of the original chaos. This is the fact. Suyu created the creation machine and restarted the universe. The original chaos was born because of him. Through this cause and effect connection, Suyu brought part of the breath of the original chaos to himself. So if someone has the same causal perspective as Suyu, they can see strange dark tentacles faintly appearing behind Suyu. After Prince Chumu asked that question, he waited anxiously for an answer, but he didn't hear any sound. He was wondering, but he sensed a strange breath. Prince Chumu instinctively looked up and saw a surging and twisted chaos. The chaos was extremely twisted and never had a fixed shape. The twisted tentacles kept waving, which made people shudder at the sight. Such a strange scene made Prince Chuma feel extremely familiar, as if those dark and twisted tentacles were his origin and his blood relatives. After a moment, the dark chaos suddenly dissipated and seemed to collapse into a solid body. That solid body was full of golden light, and it was his beloved human emperor. So that's it. Although the emperor in front of him didn't say anything, Prince Chuma felt that he had understood. He and the emperor had the same origin, and he was indeed the emperor's biological son. After figuring out the problem that had troubled him for 10,000 years, Prince Chuma breathed a sigh of relief, and felt relaxed all over. At this time, the original chaos in his body was actually dissipating faintly, and it was about to be completely stabilized into a human form. At the same time, Prince Chumu's strength was also unconsciously improving. Obviously, after completely confirming his human identity, his form was stable, and he could better exert the power of his origin. Suyu saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he fooled it. He didn't want this prince, who was full of humanity, to suddenly mutate into a terrifying evil god. However, Suyu only considered his behavior as fooling. After all, he did not really open his mouth and admit that Chumu was his biological son. The main reason was that Suyu could not lose face. Prince Chumu was a good person. He had been diligently governing the empire for 10,000 years, and had done a good job. Facing such a person, Suyu said, "I am your father," as soon as they met, which always felt a bit unethical. Although if Suyu really said so, Prince Chumu would definitely be very happy. But Suyu was not happy. He still had principles. If it was an enemy, Suyu would be willing to use this power to pit the other party. But Chumu was not an enemy, so there was no need. The most important thing is that the origin of Prince Chumu is the original chaos, which has a special nature. If Suyu uses the origin of cause and effect to force Prince Chumu to be his father, Prince Chumu might find something wrong, and then start to doubt his identity, and then no longer recognize himself as a human being, which would be bad. Given Prince Chumu's nature, once he doubts his identity, the degree of distortion and mutation may be much more dangerous than the 20 rebellious princes before. It must be said that none of the princes created by Emperor Guangyu is a good person. So Suyu just grafted the cause and effect between himself and the original chaos, exuding the breath of the original chaos, and let Prince Chumu fill in the blanks himself. Anyway, Suyu didn't say anything and didn't tell any lies. Even if Prince Chumu doubted it afterwards, Suyu would have room for explanation. In this way, he finally fooled the recognition of father ceremony. But fooling is fooling after all. After all, the essence of Prince Chumu is chaos without a fixed form. After a while, Prince Chumu, who has not received a clear answer, will definitely fall into entanglement again. This is determined by his human nature and chaotic nature. At that time, Suyu can no longer fool around, and there must be a clear answer. But by then, Suyu had already run away. Let Emperor Guangyao deal with this mess of recognizing his father. That's right, Suyu just stood up from the throne and was ready to run away and stop being the emperor. Anyway, he has never been an emperor in the past 10,000 years, and has always been a mummy on the throne. This regent Prince Chumu has done a good job, so let him continue to do it. Suyu is going to run away. However, he must not run away directly, and he must find a way to find the real emperor back. Emperor Guangyao is still pretending to be Suyu on the Blue Star, and no one knows what he is doing. Suyu is now able to move freely, so he must go to Emperor Guangyao and ask him face to face. Chapter 645. However, Suyu certainly couldn't just run away. He had to appease the Prince Chumu and those high-ranking nobles. Otherwise, if the emperor disappeared, the whole empire would be in chaos. So next, Suyu exchanged a few words with Prince Chumu, and it was mainly Prince Chumu who spoke. Suyu only responded occasionally, and was very frugal with words. He followed the principle of saying more and making more mistakes, fearing that a word would touch the sensitive nerve of Prince Chumu and make him mutate. Although Suyu spoke very little, Prince Chumu was very satisfied. He had been looking forward to such a day for thousands of years, looking forward to communicating with the emperor face to face, and talking about his heart. Now it has finally come true, and he suddenly feels that all the hard work of thousands of years is worth it. The original chaos in his body has also completely stabilized, and there is no risk of uncontrolled mutation for the time being. After Suyu was satisfied, he slowly opened his mouth and told him that he was about to travel far away and was responsible for an important matter, so that he could continue to govern and stabilize the empire. When Prince Chumu heard that the emperor was leaving, he was shocked and asked what the big deal was, and whether he needed help. But Suyu just shook his head and said, "It's unspeakable." After hearing this, Prince Chumu's eyes flickered, as if he thought of something, and he fell silent and stopped asking. At his level, he naturally knew that some existences and some things, just knowing them, would bring huge risks. He guessed right. If he knew the purpose of Suyu's departure, there would indeed be huge risks. The risk is that he would know that the emperor in front of him was a fake, and that he had made a mistake in recognizing his father. In that case, he would probably mutate out of control immediately. Of course, Suyu couldn't tell him, so he pretended to be mysterious. After a moment of silence, Prince Chumu sighed. After ruling for 10,000 years, he was a little tired. To govern a vast empire with a territory of 10 billion light years, he had to deal with trillions of big and small things every day. If he wasn't gifted, he would have been unable to bear it. He thought that when the emperor woke up, he could hand over the post and be his prince at ease, but he didn't expect that the emperor would leave as soon as he woke up. His sighing expression made Suyu look familiar. Isn't this the expression of the workers in the world before Suyu crossed over when they knew they had to work overtime again? Suyu smiled secretly in his heart. This Prince Chumu is indeed the one with the most humanity. As long as he doesn't let him realize his true origin and cause mutation, he is the best human prince. It seems a bit unkind to keep tricking such a good-tempered prince into working overtime. But Suyu thought about it again. He had also been imprisoned on the throne for 10,000 years, and it took billions of years to build the creation machine. In comparison, the hard work of Prince Chumu seemed nothing. When Suyu thought of this, he immediately became confident and spoke in a dignified tone, encouraging Prince Chumu a few words, probably saying that as a prince, he should not slack off. If it were an ordinary family, this would be parents educating their children, saying how hard I worked back then. What's the big deal for you? Keep going, I'm optimistic about you. Or maybe it's a leader in a company teaching employees to work overtime voluntarily. However, Suyu's words were concise and his tone was dignified, so it certainly didn't sound like that, but if you analyze the meaning carefully, you can understand it. But Prince Chumu didn't understand. It was the first time he was encouraged by the emperor. He was very excited and thought to himself. Prince Chumu quickly cheered up and thought to himself that the emperor had survived so many dangers, but he wanted to give up after such a hardship. Seeing that Prince Chumu's eyes were as clear as a college student, Suyu felt relieved. Don't worry, this time when I go out, I will definitely help you find your father and put him on the throne. Suyu said to himself, and then he disappeared from the throne with a burst of golden light and ran away. Even with Prince Chumu's strength, he didn't see how Suyu disappeared. Suyu's causal singularity profession at this time, the pure psychic strength is indeed not as good as Prince Chumu, whose normal level is thousands of times the river level. But the various abilities of the causal singularity are amazing. For example, now, Suyu used the power of the causal singularity to cut off the causal connection between himself and the outside world, entered a state of causal nothingness, and instantly crossed billions of light years of time and space to the vicinity of the Azure Galaxy. So Prince Chumu could not sense how Suyu left. Prince Chumu looked at the empty throne in confusion. A trace of loss flashed across his eyes, and then slowly walked out of the hall. A moment later, the high-ranking officials of the empire, who were waiting outside, looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard that the emperor left as soon as he woke up. The last time the emperor left the Aurora Mother Planet was during the Great Expedition, and he never left again. What big thing is this time? At this time, Suyu looked at the Azure Galaxy not far away, but secretly recalled the causal transition that crossed billions of light years just now. In essence, Suyu just cut off all his causality, and from the source of all causality, the source of causality, he became a causal nothingness without any causality. This is the ability of the causal singularity, which can control the power of the source of causality more deeply, and selectively choose the desired causality. Just now, Suyu did not choose any causality, leaving himself with no causality. In this way, Suyu is like being in the causal nothingness outside the universe, without any causality, and everything in the outside world seems to be non-existent. At this time, Suyu moved his mind again and pulled the causality of the blue galaxy. Because other causality had been cut off, the causality pulled out at this time was particularly strong and conspicuous. So in an instant, with the help of this causal connection, he could cross tens of billions of light years. Even as long as Suyu is willing, he can cross a longer distance, thousands or even billions of times. This is the fastest speed Suyu has mastered. This is also the causal transition that could only be performed outside the universe, but now Suyu is using it in the original universe. Can it be said that there is actually no difference between the inside and outside of the original universe? Or, outside the original universe is not absolute nothingness, but the cause and effect of things there are cut off, so I can't perceive it, so I think it is cause and effect nothingness. Suyu thought of his previous experience outside the universe. There is no cause and effect there, nothing, it is a void. Only by using the cause and effect mechanic to emit cause and effect radiation can it maintain its own existence, and then use the mind to achieve cause and effect transition and move. But now Suyu suspects that outside the universe is not nothingness. Maybe there are many things outside the universe, but the cause and effect of those things cannot be connected with Suyu, which makes him feel like nothingness. Just like when Suyu used the cause and effect singularity to cut off all cause and effect before, he couldn't sense everything around him. This is almost the same as being outside the universe. Outside the universe is not nothingness, but Suyu can't see and can't establish a cause and effect connection, so naturally he feels that there is nothing. Is that what the Emperor Guangya calls the infinite universe? Outside the universe is not nothingness, but a truly infinite universe, but it is separated by cause and effect and cannot be perceived.